You're in a piece of motoring history, you Philistine. Enjoy the ride, and maybe say thanks.
I'll say thanks when I know what's going on, and decide if I like it.
You'll like it, that I have no doubt about.
Archie gave him a sideways look. And I'll tell you what I have no doubt about. Want to hear it?
Go for it.
That whoever put up my bail has given you a big bung, and you're going to walk away with a wallet full of cash, and I'm going to be left negotiating with the devil.
Maybe, Archie, but just remember, don't know who said it, but sometimes the devil is a gentleman.
Chapter 44. Thursday, the 24th of October. 20 minutes later, they were heading along Brighton's seafront. The tide was out, with a vast expanse of sand flats before the slack, calm blue sea. It would be a good morning for digging up lugworm bait, Archie thought, before taking his little boat out, the one he kept beached at the Hove deep-sea anglers, to catch some plaice, and, if he was lucky, a Dover sole. Maybe he'd do just that later on. Ricky Sharp swung the Jaguar into the curved driveway of the Grand and pulled up outside the main entrance. A liveried doorman stepped forward and opened Archie's door. "Welcome to the Grand Hotel, gentlemen. Do you need help with your bags?"
"Just dropping off," Sharp said, getting out. "This gentleman's meeting someone inside for coffee. I'll just make the introductions, then I'll hang around out here."
As Archie climbed out with his bag, the doorman did a sterling job of masking his frown at his shabby clothes and the carrier bag. Ricky greased his palm with a banknote clearly sufficiently large for the doorman to tell him to leave the car where it was, and he would keep an eye on it. They stepped out of the mid-morning sun and through the revolving doors into the air-conditioned cool of the lobby, Sharp leading the way past the front desk, through the lounge to the left, and into a sunny, narrow conservatory with a fine view across the road to the sea. There were tables all along, but only two were occupied. One by a young couple drinking what looked like Buck's Fizz, even though it was only just gone 10:15 a.m., and another by someone who looked, even though he might be the devil, every inch a gentleman. In his 70s, with elegantly coiffed white hair, he was immaculately attired in a lightweight navy suit, cream shirt, and blue and white spotted bow tie, with a matching handkerchief protruding with a neat flourish from his breast pocket. He sat with perfect upright posture at a corner table, a pot of coffee and a half-drunk cup in front of him, together with a large brown envelope and a small leather bag, reading a copy of the Times. As he saw the two men approaching, he stood up, head very slightly bowed in deference.
"Robert Kilgore," Ricky Sharp said. "This is Archie Goff."
Kilgore extended a manicured hand, bearing a Wedgwood signet ring to Archie. He smelled like he'd recently been outside for a smoke. "I'm mighty pleased, and, if I may say, honoured to make your acquaintance, Mr. Goff. It's good of you to make the time to come along." His voice was a slow, deep south drawl, warm and courteous, and, Archie thought, almost genuine in the sentiments. He shook the man's firm hand. "Nice to meet you too, Mr. Kilgore. Please, take a seat. Let me order you coffee. Have you had breakfast? I can get you a menu. They do a mean eggs Benedict, which I can recommend." Archie had no idea what that was, but he was hungry. "Sounds good." Ricky Sharp smiled.
"I'll leave you two to chat. I'll be outside, Archie, when you're ready for a ride home in the limo."
He walked away before Archie could acknowledge it. Kilgore signalled for a server, ordered for Archie, asking him to add a fresh orange juice and coffee, then smiled at Archie. "Mr. Goff, I'm guessing you're wondering right now just what is going on. Would I be correct?" He had a protruding Adam's apple that bobbed up and down his scrawny turkey neck as he spoke. Archie, acutely aware he was feeling very out of place, attired as he was in this smart room, replied, "You wouldn't be too wide of the mark, no." Kilgore took a delicate sip of his coffee, folded his arms, and leaned forward a little. "Well, allow me to give you a little background as to where the bail money came from. I'm an authority in French old master paintings. You know the term old masters?"
Archie shook his head. I know you are just out of a certain, establishment, and I'm guessing you're eager to get on home, so I won't bore you with a lecture on art history. The gentleman I work for, and let me tell you, this is one hell of a gentleman, is a connoisseur of fine paintings, and he has one of the finest private collections in the nation of French old masters. Have you ever heard of a French artist called Fragonard? Again, Archie shook his head. Kilgore picked up the envelope and removed from it a photograph of a painting that appeared to have been taken from an image on a television screen. It was indistinct, poor quality. As he studied it, Archie could see it was two young lovers picnicking in the sunshine against a backdrop of a lake and winged statue to their left. Jean-Honoré Fragonard, like many artists before and after him, made a series of paintings of the 4 seasons: spring, summer, autumn, winter. If I tell you that at the last auction of a single Fragonard painting, it went for over £2 million, and the world record is over £17 million, it might start to explain my employer's interest in this particular painting. It was on a television program last Sunday, the Antiques Roadshow. This painting is in the possession of a couple in Brighton. What my boss needs is a better photograph of this. Archie frowned. A better photograph? Let me explain. My employer has dedicated his life to discovering and returning to their rightful owners great works of art that have been stolen, looted over the centuries during times of turbulence, most recently during the Nazi era, both from Jewish families in Austria, Germany, and Poland, as well as during the German occupation of France. But of course, it is a delicate task, and the key to any great piece of art is establishing its provenance. Kilgore flashed a smile, revealing nicotine-stained teeth, and Archie noticed the ochre staining around some of the man's fingers. And your employer has put up my bail of 50,000 quid because he would like me to take a better photograph of this painting. Kilgore scratched the back of his head evasively. That's pretty much it, yes. My employer knows the location of 3 of these paintings: spring, autumn, and winter. The one missing to make the series complete is summer, and he believes this might just be that painting. Where is it now? Kilgore smiled again. Well, this is where you are going to earn your money. Our understanding is that you have a reputation as someone who knows how to enter a house, regardless of the alarm systems it may have. That is correct, sir. Archie looked back at him, thinking hard for some moments before he responded. I have my methods. You worked as an apprentice, then a master locksmith for some years, I believe. Correct, Archie said reluctantly. Then, more recently, after one of your, shall we say politely, regular residences in the establishment you just left, you enrolled as a mature student in a City and Guilds electrician course, focusing on burglar alarm systems. Archie waited while his coffee and orange juice was served, then lowered his head and said irritably, You've done your research. Want me to give you a prize? Go ahead. Choose from the middle shelf a fluffy duck or a pink sheep or a goldfish in a bowl. Kilgore smiled, but this time it was a less friendly one, his teeth looking more piranha than gentleman, more devil, and his tone matched. Mr. Goff, my employer, did not put up this generous sum of money for your release in order to play games. He will expect value for his money. So can we stop right now the idea this is in any way, excuse my language, a pissing contest? Archie bristled. Perhaps you could tell me your employer's name. That is not something for now you need to know. If you're not happy with our terms, your chauffeur outside will return you to prison. My employer will withdraw his security, and that will be the end of it. The choice is entirely yours. Are you in or out? Not much of a choice, is it? Archie said resentfully. I would say, given your past form, it's a better choice than you deserve, sir,
Kilgore said, his tone becoming increasingly cold and hard. Archie weighed the options in his mind. He could just walk out of this room and head home. But the menace in Kilgore's tone suggested that would not lead to a good outcome, and he wanted very badly to spend some time free with Isabella before his inevitable prison sentence when he was convicted. He shrugged. "Okay," he said. "What exactly do I have to do?" Kilgore leaned forward, picked up the brown envelope and removed from it some more photographs, which he laid on the table, glancing a wary eye to ensure the server wasn't returning. "Please take a look at these, Mr. Garth." Archie picked up the first one. It was a photograph of a street he recognised immediately, lined on one side with similar-looking houses and bungalows. None of the properties were exactly grand, but Archie knew the street and knew they were all middle-class and desirable. "Recognise where this is, Mr. Garth?" He nodded. He'd burgled several of these houses earlier in his career, before he'd made a speciality in the rich pickings of grander country houses. "Yeah, Patcham." Kilgore looked pleased. "I understand from the research my employer has carried out that one of your first prison sentences was for breaking and entering in one of these houses, some 30 years ago?" Archie stiffened. "How do you know that?" "I can assure you, Mr. Goff, my employer did not get where he is today through poor research. He chose you because he believes you are the best person for the task. Please, take a look at the next photograph." Archie lifted it up, and it was a close-up of one of the houses. A Volvo estate and a Fiat 500 were parked in the driveway alongside a van. The corner property looked less well kept than most in this street. "How difficult would it be for you to gain access to this house, Mr. Goff?" Kilgore asked. "If your employer has done the kind of research you say he does, then I'm guessing he knows what security systems are installed, right?" "Oh, yes. In the past 3 days, extra security locks have been fitted to all doors and windows. A fake burglar alarm box has been installed. Additionally, a CCTV camera has been fitted." "Urban properties aren't my thing these days, Mr. Kilgore, but I'm sure this one is possible." "Well, I'm glad to hear that." Kilgore picked up the small leather bag on the table and handed it to Archie. "This contains a high-definition camera. I'm now going to instruct you on exactly the photographs my employer requires you to take of the Fragonard painting in this house, and anything else you can find that might tell us stuff of interest about the Kipling family, like financial documents, bank statements, things like that." "And that's all?" Archie asked, almost incredulous. "You really just want me to take photographs, not steal anything?" The piranha teeth appeared again between Kilgore's thin lips. "For stage 1, yes." Then he patted the pockets of his jacket, momentarily looking more anxious than confident devil. "What do you say about stepping outside for a quick smoke before your breakfast arrives?" Chapter 45. Thursday, the 24th of October. A note in Norman Potting's diary told him that Stuart Piper had been scheduled to return from his second home in Barbados a few days ago. The DS had originally planned to pounce on him on his first day back, hitting him hopefully at a disadvantage when he would be jet-lagged and not thinking as sharply as he might otherwise. But a series of medical tests on Potting's suspected throat cancer had intervened, and this was now his first opportunity. He was driving the unmarked Ford Focus along a narrow country lane, accompanied by Velvet Wild. "How's it going?" he asked her. "Going? With what?" she asked spikily in her Belfast accent. Although they'd been buddied up several times recently, she'd still not warmed to the ageing, totally non-politically correct detective. "Your partner's pregnancy, the IVF." "Just had another failure," she responded gloomily. "How did your medical tests go?" She looked at the moving arrow on the sat-nav. "We're close now," she added. "It's looking good. As I said to the boss, it may just be a polyp, which the quack says could be removed easily, but I need some more scans and stuff." "Well, that's good," she said. "That it might just be a polyp?" "Hopefully." He paused, then said, "Look, don't take this the wrong way, but if you need a donor,
I'd always be up for it, just to help out a colleague.
For a moment she was floored, but not by his generosity. Well, yep, thanks, Norman, but that won't be necessary. She restrained herself from adding, not if you were the last man on earth. Then she said, coming up on our left. They drove alongside a tall, imposing, and clearly very old stone wall, topped with spiked defences for several hundred yards before they reached what looked like it must be the main entrance. A pair of closed wrought-iron gates set between pillars topped with stone balls with a lodge just outside. A discreet sign, gold lettering on a black background, read Bewley Park. 2 CCTV cameras perched like birds alongside the balls looked down at them, and there was a phone panel inset on the right-hand pillar with another camera. Potting lowered his window, reached out his arm, and pressed the button with a bell symbol. Almost instantly, a stern voice with a heavy London accent said a curt, "Identify yourself." "Police," Potting replied. "We would like to speak to Mr. Piper." "You have no appointment," came the blunt reply. "Correct, but we would like a few minutes of Mr. Piper's time." "For what purpose? Mr. Piper doesn't see visitors without an appointment." "It's in connection with a murder inquiry we're conducting. If this isn't a convenient moment for Mr. Piper, then we could make an appointment for him to come in and talk to us at Sussex Police Headquarters in Lewis," Potting said. "If that doesn't suit him, we can return with a search warrant." A moment's silence, then, "Wait, please." Velvet Wild looked at Potting and, her voice lowered, asked, "A search warrant? Would we get one for this?" "Probably not," he grinned, lowering his voice too. "But whoever that wanker is doesn't know that." "You're terrible," she said. He shook his head. "After you've been doing this job as long as I have, you'll learn." She thumped him playfully. "Always keen to share your wisdom, aren't you?" "I'm taking that as a compliment." After a few minutes, during which the 2 detectives became increasingly convinced they'd been cut off, the gate suddenly began opening, and the same voice came back through the speaker. "Hold up your warrant cards." Potting held his up to the panel's camera. "Detective Sergeant Potting," he said. Then he took Wild's and showed that too. "And Detective Constable Wild, both from the Surrey and Sussex Major Crime Team." There was an abrupt, "Mr. Piper will see you now for 15 minutes. "Very gracious of him," Potting responded, and without waiting for a reply, drove on through. They headed for a good quarter of a mile along a straight avenue lined on both sides with tall trees until a huge, elegant Tudor mansion appeared ahead. Beyond were acres of immaculately mown lawn and a lake with what looked like Grecian statues on an island in the middle. Velvet Wild murmured, "Where did it all go wrong for poor Mr. Piper?" Potting nodded. "Yeah, my heart's bleeding for him having to live in this shithole." "Mine too." "I mean, why would anyone want to live here, with all the bills, when they could be in a nice council flat in Brighton, with everything paid for and drug dealers on the floor above and below? Beats me." A moment later, Potting's tone changed abruptly as he nodded at the rear-view mirror. "Hello, we've got an escort." Wild glanced in her wing mirror and saw, just a short distance behind them, the menacing grille of a black Mercedes G-Wagon. "Thoughtful of them to provide security for us," she said. Potting carried on, pulling up outside the portico, and switched the engine off. The Mercedes had stopped, effectively blocking the exit to the driveway, as if signalling they could forget thinking about making a run for it if they weren't who they said they were. Turning to Wild, he said, "If you lived with your partner in a pad like this, would you want to have all this security stuff?" "I think I would," she replied, "because if I'd made the kind of money that could buy this place, I'm unlikely to have made it honestly, so I'd always be looking over my shoulder." Potting smiled. "My thoughts exactly." Chapter 46. Thursday, the 24th of October. The 2 detectives walked up the steps to the grand white front door, noticing the pair of CCTV cameras on either side of it. Before they'd even reached the door, it swung open, and a surly man, the height and width of a double fridge, filled most of the space inside the frame. He was dressed all in black, with a mandarin-collared suit jacket, wet-look black hair, and a coiled earpiece. It sometimes seemed to Norman Potting that there was a secret organisation that cloned door heavies. All these types looked the same and dressed the same, and all had attended the same charm school. "Your ID?" he asked in a way that particularly annoyed Potting. The detectives displayed their warrant cards and received just the faintest, reluctant nod in response. Both of them noticed, standing a few yards behind him, another security guard, who must be his identical twin, both of them wearing gold bracelets and rings. "Mr. Piper will see you for 15 minutes, exactly, and no more," he said. Potting moved confrontationally up to the guard until they were just inches apart, and retorted, jabbing a finger at him, "Mr. Piper will see us for however long we decide, not you or him. Understood?" The man spun on his booted heels without replying and led them along a corridor hung on both sides with, even to Norman Potting's untrained eye, clearly old and fine paintings. Velvet Wild trailed behind, looking enraptured at them, aware of the footsteps of the man's twin close behind her. "This is incredible," she said when she caught up with Potting. Then, for his ears only, she added, "When I went to that art expert's house, George Astone, last month, I thought I'd seen something amazing, but it's got nothing on this. I'm not an expert, but I do know a little bit about art, and there is serious stuff here." Their escort stopped in front of a pair of oak-panelled double doors, rapped, then swung round to face the detectives, giving Potting a particularly hostile look. "Enter, please." He opened the doors. There were offices, and there were offices, Potting thought, and the room he now entered eclipsed pretty much any he had ever seen. It was simply a vast gallery beneath a domed, stuccoed ceiling. The walls were lined with large, magnificent ancestral-style portraits of men in military uniforms, and there was a railed minstrels gallery running all the way around the room, with further paintings above that. In the centre of the room was an enormous antique desk on a circular Persian rug. Potting recognised the man seated at it from having Googled him earlier, and his uncanny resemblance to Clive Owen was even stronger in the flesh. A Dalmatian sat each side of the desk, both dogs so motionless. Potting thought at first they must be statues, until getting closer he saw they were moving, their eyes watching him. The room smelled of old, polished wood, and a faintly musky aroma that he guessed came from the two diffusers on the desk. Piper's mouth extended into a hint of a smile, but the rest of his face did not move. "Officers," he said, "how may I be of assistance?" His voice was sharp, bordering on acidic, and he made no attempt to stand up. His grey eyes held a toxic gaze. Both Potting and Wild were disconcerted by the complete lack of movement of his facial muscles, and there was something else about his face which neither of them could immediately put a finger on that was equally disturbing. As Piper's lips formed the words, it felt to Potting almost like he was looking at a hologram rather than an actual human being. "We appreciate you're a busy man," the DS said. "We would just like to ask you a few questions. I'm Detective Sergeant Potting, and my colleague is Detective Constable Wild from Surrey and Sussex Major Crime Team." Piper raised an arm and indicated to the two tall-backed chairs in front of the desk. "Have a seat. Can I offer you tea or coffee? Or would that involve you in hours of paperwork afterwards, since you people are not permitted to accept gifts?" It was impossible to tell whether he was being humorous or not. They shook their heads. "We are fine, thank you," Potting said as they sat down, noting the vast surface of the desk was almost completely bare, apart from the computer monitor and the diffusers. "Actually, we don't have to declare gifts of a value less than £25, or is your coffee very special?" There was no reaction from Piper. Potting glanced at his tablet. "Does the name Charles Porteous mean anything to you, Mr. Piper?" "May I ask why it should?" he replied, again the only facial movement being his lips. "Mr. Porteous was a highly respected art dealer," Potting said. "As you may perhaps remember from the news, he was murdered in October 2015. "I don't recall. I'm usually abroad in October, through to the spring." He touched his face. "The damp English winter isn't kind to my skin,
but I've had to return on business." "Did you ever have dealings with Mr. Porteous?" Wilde asked. Piper replied impassively. "The art world is a large place, with a great many dealers. I personally only do business with a very small number of them, those who I trust implicitly."
"Would that mean that Charlie Porteous was a dealer you did not trust?" Potting pressed.
Piper stared back at him levelly. "Why should it?"
Potting shrugged, a little thrown by the reply. "Did you ever have any social interaction with Mr. Porteous?"
"No."
Potting waited for Piper to say something more, but he didn't. "Do you remember anything about his murder? Did any associates of yours in the art world talk about it, or perhaps speculate who might have killed him and why?"
"No."
Piper stared at both of them hard, with his weird, cold eyes. For some moments he drummed a rat-a-tat-tat beat on the top of his desk with his manicured nails. Then he opened his arms expansively and pointed at some of the pictures around the walls, before zeroing in on one.
"Recognize this person?"
It was a head-and-shoulders portrait of an arrogant-looking man with hair that looked too young for his aged face and dressed in a red tunic with gold braid. The background was dark and sombre. Potting and Wilde shook their heads.
"It is one of 3 portraits of General Arthur Wellesley, 1st Duke of Wellington, painted by the Spanish artist Francisco Goya in 1812. It was stolen from our National Gallery in 1961 by a bus driver called Kempton Bunton and not returned for 4 years. He claimed to have taken it as a protest against the introduction by the BBC of licence fees. But there has been speculation ever since whether this was his real motive, and whether during that time 1 or more perfect copies were made of this painting."
"What are you saying?" Velvet Wilde asked. "That is a copy?"
"No, I'm not. It might be. Or it might be the original. Sometimes, with clever forgers, it is impossible to tell. But this is not my point. I appreciate this painting for the beautiful work it is, regardless of provenance. I love the history it represents."
He fell silent for a moment, then continued.
"I see you both looking at my disfigured face. Maybe you're wondering what happened. But as you are detectives, I will credit you that you already know, yes?"
He waited. They both nodded.
"What happened to me changed my life and my thinking. The Danish philosopher Søren Kierkegaard said that life must be lived forwards, but it can only be understood backwards. From the moment when I began to recover from my assault, I turned to the past to try to understand. I have little interest in current news. The past is where I live my life."
He raised his arms and pointed around the room.
"These great people, and the past great artist who preserved them for us so we can still see them today. This is the world I consider my manor, not the 20th or 21st century."
"Well, I'm sorry to have to bring intrusive 21st century technology into your world, Mr. Piper," Potting said. "But the reason we're here is that one of the persons we believe murdered Charlie Porteous had your number on his phone, and we need to know why. Can you explain that?"
Piper stared coldly back at both of them for a few moments, then simply said, "No, I cannot."
"And you definitely never had any business dealings or social interaction with the late Charles Porteous?"
"What part of the word no don't you understand?"
Piper's body language was impatient.
"Who is this person who has or had my number in his phone contacts list?"
"We don't know that," Wilde said. "We were hoping you might be able to help us identify him."
He looked at her sharply. "Your accent. You're from Belfast?" he questioned, abruptly changing the subject.
"I am. Have you been there?" She smiled, attempting to soften him a little.
"My brother was there, in the army, during the Troubles. He was blown up by a parcel bomb, lost both his eyes and both his arms."
There was an awkward moment of silence.
I'm very sorry to hear that, she said. It was a bad time.
Piper did not respond and sat drumming on the desk surface again.
Is there anything else I can help you officers with? He asked finally. Does the 18th century French artist Jean-Honoré Fragonard mean anything to you, Mr. Piper? Potting asked.
Piper gave him a withering look.
Is the Pope Catholic? Is Luxembourg small?
He stared at them in silence.
You'll have to forgive me, I'm not an expert on art. Clearly. Do you have any of Fragonard's works in your collection? Potting continued.
Both detectives noticed the minutest hesitation before Piper replied.
That would be a dream for any art collector, Detective Sergeant Potter.
Potting stood, not bothering to correct him, and Wilde followed his cue.
We won't take up any more of your time, Mr. Piper. Thank you.
Piper said nothing. He just gave a faint nod of his head in acknowledgement. The doors opened behind them. Chapter 47. Sunday, the 27th of October. The taxi dropped Harry and Freya Kipling at their house. Harry was always extra generous when he'd had a few drinks, and tonight he'd had more than a few at the dinner party at their friends Jim and Katie Morgan. He pressed a £20 note into the palm of the driver on top of the fare.
Are you sure? He said. We've had a good week, Harry said, slurring his words, ignoring his wife's disapproving stare. Very generous of you, Gov.
As they walked up to the front door in the mild night air, Freya, who'd drunk only marginally less, held onto his arm in case he stumbled.
Shit, Harry slurred. That the time?
He glanced at his watch. It was 1:45. She smiled.
I did suggest we left a good hour and a half ago. Yeah, but the Armagnac, that was so good. I hope it still feels that good at 8 o'clock in the morning when you go off to play golf.
He murmured, fishing in his pockets for the front door key. He got it in the slot and pushed the door open. As he did so, Jinx shot out past them.
Hey, boy,
Freya called out to him, concerned. He never normally went out the front. Harry tripped on the doorstep and would have fallen flat on his face if she hadn't been holding on to him.
Darling, was that a 20 quid tip you gave the driver? Was it? I meant to give him a £5.
She looked at him, grinning.
You are totally sloshed. Well, what the hell? We're rich. Pay it forward. Brighton cabbies have been struggling ever since they let Uber into the city. We can afford to be generous to them. Not yet, she said. We still don't know if what we have is real. Trust me, he replied. It is. I think I'll just have a quick nightcap. Darling, don't you think you've had enough? And keep your voice down. You'll wake Tom. Wake him? He sleeps with bloody headphones on. I don't know how, but he does.
He staggered through into the living room, went over to the drinks cabinet, picked up a brandy snifter and poured himself a generous slug of cognac.
I'm going to get Jinx back in, she called out. Yeah, sure.
He sat down on a sofa, more sharply than he had intended, spilling some of the brandy into his lap. Then he heard Freya calling out,
Jinx! Jinx!
Then, after a few moments, the tone of her voice changed.
Good boy, very good boy.
He heard the sound of the front door closing, and she said,
Biscuits? Like some biscuits?
He looked up at the painting on the wall and smiled, raised his glass towards the courting couple.
Your health, he said. Your very good health indeed, eh?
He winked at them and took a large sip of his drink. Then Freya screamed.
Harry! Jesus, Harry!
He put his glass down on the coffee table and jumped up, wobbling for some moments, then made his way through to the kitchen, fending off the walls and door frames on the way. Freya was standing in the conservatory, her face sheet white, pointing at the back door and looking in total shock. For a moment he couldn't see the reason for her concern, but then, moving closer, holding onto the worktops to keep his balance, he entered the conservatory and saw it too. The glass door, leading from the conservatory into the garden. One of the panels was broken, with shards of glass lying on the floor. Despite his inebriation, he felt a cold flush in the pit of his stomach.
The door's unlocked, she said. Has Tom left it open or has someone been in here?
Then, lowering her voice, she said,
They might still be in here.
Her eyes darted in panic.
Tom?
She raced to the stairs. Harry looked around for a weapon, his golf clubs, but they were in the garage. He grabbed a carving knife from the block and brandished it, stumbling up the stairs after her, then lurching along the landing. Freya opened Tom's door and switched on the light. To her relief, he was there, headphones on, as Harry had said. He blinked at them in confusion.
Are you okay, darling? She asked.
Tom lifted away the headphones and replied sleepily,
What? A window's been broken. Did you hear anything, darling? Anyone downstairs?
Stupid question, she knew. He never heard anything. Tom frowned.
I don't know. Like what? I didn't break a window. Go back to sleep, darling, she said,
backing out of the room, switching off the light and closing the door. Harry was opening the spare room door.
Be careful, she urged.
Speaking quietly, she said,
We need to call the police.
Jinx might have broken it, he said.
And unlocked the door. Are you sure it was locked?
She looked at him.
We double-checked all the windows and doors.
She lifted the landline phone from its cradle and dialed. Chapter 48. Sunday, the 27th of October. 20 anxious minutes later, during which Harry had downed a double espresso while standing near the foot of the stairs, still brandishing the carving knife, they heard a car pull up outside and saw blue flashing lights through the glass panels at the top of the front door. 2 officers came into the house, a tall, burly man who introduced himself as PC Aldridge, and a shorter police officer whose warrant card showed PC Dave Simmons. Freya explained they'd recently been in a broadcast of the Antiques Roadshow, at which they'd shown a painting that might possibly be of very high value.
Has that been taken?
Simmons asked.
No.
Is anything missing?
We've not had a good look around, but if someone was going to break in, that's what they would most likely have been after.
She led them through into the lounge and pointed the painting out to them. Over the next 15 minutes, the 2 police officers made a thorough search of the house, opening all wardrobe and cupboard doors, as well as checking the loft, then the garden, the shed, and the greenhouse. Back inside the house, PC Aldridge said,
You have a CCTV camera at the property. Is it active?
It is, Freya said,
but it's pretty basic. We'd have to take the card out and look through it on a computer.
Aldridge nodded.
That will take you a little time. I think we've established there isn't any intruder present in your house now. Are you both comfortable with that?
We are. Thank you, officers, Harry said, glancing at his wife for confirmation.
And you've not been able to establish that anything is missing? Not that we were able to tell so far, Freya said.
PC Simmons was looking puzzled.
It's possible you might have surprised the intruder by arriving home unexpectedly. At 1:45 in the morning, Freya replied sharply.
Simmons looked nonplussed. Perhaps you should do a careful check on all your possessions to make sure nothing is missing. Any watches, jewellery, anything like that? He gave them his card. When you've checked, if you find any valuables have been taken, get in touch immediately. They thanked the officers and saw them out into the night. Chapter 49. Monday, the 28th of October. Daniel Hegarty's dad, Len, had been a small-time career criminal who had missed his true vocation. That had been a real talent for drawing wildlife in his spare time, and, spending over half of his adult life in and out of prison, he'd found himself with plenty of spare time on his hands. The art forger's fondest childhood memories had been the times he'd gone fishing with his dad, sitting on the banks of the River Arun, keeping an eye on the bobbing float while his dad worked away on his easel. His dad had committed burglaries when Daniel was growing up. From when Daniel was 10, Len Hegarty had taken him out with him, sending him climbing in through tiny windows to open up bigger ones or doors. But Daniel Rood, the old sod, never gave him a cut of anything he'd stolen. By the time he reached 17, his dad had graduated to bank and post office robbery, and 2 months after getting nicked for the last time, he dropped dead of an aneurysm in prison, leaving Daniel to care for his mother and 3 younger siblings. All he inherited from the old bugger was an eye for the main chance and a talent for drawing. His last school report had damned his consistent lack of attendance with the faint praise that if he could ever bother to apply himself, he could have a future as a graphic designer. And that chance presented itself 2 years later, when Daniel had been on a fishing holiday in Ireland with a couple of mates and was returning on the car ferry from Dublin to England. Going through customs, he'd overheard 2 border control officers talking to each other, saying how hard it was to identify faked Irish vehicle logbooks. Hegarty set up a studio in his little bedroom in their council house and created a lucrative business forging logbooks, making enough money over the next year to buy his mum a small house on the outskirts of the city, which he paid for in cash. His bigger chance came in the form of the looming handover of Hong Kong, when the British government were due to cede it to China on the 1st of July 1997, after 156 years of British rule. Many of its citizens were desperate to leave and flee to the United Kingdom, and there was a rush for British passports. Hegarty realised there was a potential gold mine for him and set about exploiting it. He began producing, initially in small batches, seemingly very accomplished passport forgeries, and soon had a queue of Chinese customers lined up. Within 3 months, charging £1,000 a pop, he'd made enough to buy a period terraced property in the centre of Brighton, close to the clock tower, where he set up a full-scale mini-factory, employing a printer, a binder, and a salesman. He began, literally, minting money. But, unfortunately for Hegarty, his printer was lousy at spelling. On the inside front cover of every British passport is the wording, Her Britannic Majesty's Secretary of State requests and requires, in the name of Her Majesty, all those whom it may concern, to allow the bearer to pass freely, without let or hindrance, and to afford the bearer such assistance and protection as may be necessary. The printer managed to make 2 spelling errors in his otherwise impeccable forgeries by having just one N in Britannic and replacing the J in Majesty with a G. Despite the crass mistakes, it took over a year for it to come to the attention of the police, during which time Daniel Hegarty had made so much money he'd put down a £300,000 deposit on a small castle in Scotland, intending it as his bolt hole should the balloon go up. But he never got the chance to flee. One morning, while the team in his handsome period house were flat out printing, binding and dispatching passports, the front door was kicked open and 5 police officers burst into the premises, bringing his dream to an abrupt halt. During the ensuing 5 years he served at Her Majesty's pleasure, or Majesty, as spelled on the passports, he learned to paint and discovered he had a real talent for copying the works of almost any artist. Immediately on his release from prison, Hegarty began another lucrative career, forging the works of big-name artists and selling them for big money on eBay, until, following complaints, eBay took him down. Undeterred, he continued making copies of the work of these artists, but now signed them with his own distinctive interlinked DH. Rather than his business falling off, it grew even larger. His clientele, as befitted his celebrity status, including rock stars, DJs, actors, authors, and even politicians. Galleries in both Brighton and London eagerly offered him permanent space to show his work. In addition, he was in demand by serious art collectors unable or unwilling to pay the escalating insurance premiums on their works to make copies which could still be displayed in their homes while the originals remained secure in bank vaults. Which is why Daniel Hegarty was totally unfazed by the photographs of the front and rear of the painting he was now looking at, early on this glorious October Monday morning. 2 lovers in a forest of sun-dappled trees with a lake behind them and a plinth close to them, on which sat a winged figure. He was already familiar with this painting and had some difficulty concealing a smile. The man who had brought them to his Saltdean home was Robert Kilgore, for whom he had done a number of previous commissions copying old masters. "Yeah, Robert," Hegarty said. "No problem. How long can you give me?" "How long do you need, Mr. Hegarty?" Kilgore asked him politely. They were seated in the large open-plan living room, the walls lined with Hegarty's paintings ranging from Norman Rockwell to Caravaggio, and there was a smell of oil paint in the air. The artist wore his years well. With an elegant head of gelled, spiky silver hair, he exuded the aura of a fit man, comfortable in his skin, and had an easy demeanour to go with it, as well as his charming and confident wife, Natalie, who sat in the room with them. "Well, Robert," he said, staring at the highly detailed photographs,
That would depend, as usual, on how far you went and how much you want to pay. If you want a pucker job that would stand up to every forensic test, well, that will cost you more. I'd use an old French religious canvas. I have a mate in France who's an antiques dealer and sources them for me. That would be several grand extra. Up to you. But I'll tell you, what you have here, if it is real, is one of the most stunning pieces anyone has ever brought to me.
Do you think it's real, Mr. Haggerty?
He shrugged. Hard to tell from photographs, but from what I can see, if it is a Sexton Blake, whoever did it is a better man than me, Gungadin. He shrugged again. What about you? Do you think it's real, Robert? Do you believe it's real?
My employer and I have reason to believe it might be.
Haggerty whistled. So, 2 questions. Firstly, where the hell is it, and why couldn't you bring it here, assuming it's not hot? And secondly, why do you want a copy?
Too many questions, Mr. Haggerty. He gave Kilgore a sideways look.
Meaning?
Just tell me how long you need.
4 weeks. Maybe 6 weeks to be safe.
What? 6 weeks? You're busy?
He nodded. Yeah, but that's not the issue. I could do the copy in a couple of days, no problem. But I need to get rid of the smell of the oil and the varnish. That's the giveaway with a copy of an old master. I can buy canvas from around this same period that Fragonard was painting in the late 1700s, but not the paints themselves. I'd have to grind them up from the same plants and insects Fragonard used to make his pigments. Cochineal, all of that, if you want to avoid modern tests rumbling it. Then I'd need to get the craquelure on it. After that, my mate Billy, a chain smoker, has it in his house for a few days. That way, the painting gets properly aged.
For my purposes and my employer's, none of that will be necessary, Kilgore said. All we need is a perfect facsimile. We're not talking about sophistication here. The people who currently have this picture already think it might be a fake. A Sexton Blake, as you call it. But they aren't certain. Let's just say all we want to do is convince them it is a fake. For sure.
Haggerty looked at him levelly, then grinned broadly. I think I'm beginning to understand your game. Kilgore nodded, unsmiling.
A perfect copy? 2 days?
Give me 3.
And your price?
10,000.
That's a lot more than the last commission we gave you.
This is a lot harder.
The American pursed his lips, then nodded. I'll grant you that. It'd better be good.
Robert, it will look good. Just don't smell it, or subject it to forensic analysis. Do we have a deal?
Kilgore reached into his inside pocket and pulled out a wad of £50 notes held together by an elastic band.
Chapter 50. Monday, the 28th of October. It was an old habit, dating back to when, early in his career, Roy Grace had first transferred from uniform to CID. As a junior detective constable at Brighton Police Station, he tried to learn as much as he could about the city's crime and its criminals, and found the best resource was the constantly updated computer log of all reported crime and incidents, and the follow-ups. These were known traditionally as serials, as each incident was given a serial number. From his very first day in CID, he would come in early, before his shift began, and read through the serials of the past 24 hours. Over the years, with his highly retentive, near-photographic memory, he had built up an encyclopedic knowledge of all the regular offenders, as well as being on top of any changes in crime patterns, from house burglaries to moped theft, to street crimes, to internet fraud. Even though he had long since moved into major crime, dealing mostly with homicide, reading the serials was still the way he liked to start his working day, seeing what was going on in his city, which he still considered his manor, as well as throughout the counties of Sussex and Surrey, which came under his remit. And scanning them at 7:45 a.m. on this Monday morning, he saw all the usual weekend detritus of fights in pubs, bars and streets in many of the town centres of Sussex, as well as burglaries, vehicle thefts, street robberies, a flasher, an assault, and someone missing after a midnight swim. But then he came to one serial that stopped him in his tracks. He read it through carefully,
noting the names of the victims and the attending officers, then, 15 minutes later, carried it in his head through into the briefing of Operation Canvas. Seated with his team in the conference room, he opened the meeting by saying, "Last week at our meeting I raised the issue of the couple who had brought along a painting to the Antiques Roadshow. The pictures expert was very excited. He thought it might be one of the long-lost paintings the French artist Jean-Honoré Fragonard had done of the Four Seasons." He continued, "In light of the possible connection to Charlie Porteous, we made some inquiries and found out the name and address of the couple who took it to the show, a Mr. and Mrs. Kipling, Harry and Freya. He's a builder and she's a teacher living in Patcham. Norman and Velvet subsequently visited them and talked to Mrs. Kipling." He glanced at both detectives by way of acknowledgement. "They reported back that they believed Mrs. Kipling's story that they bought the painting in a car boot sale because they liked the frame. At that point, there was another painting over the possible high-value one beneath." Potting and Wilde both nodded in confirmation. "I've just this morning checked the weekend serials, and guess what? It appears the Kiplings had a burglary at their home on Saturday night." "Was the painting taken, boss?" Jack Alexander asked. "Nothing was taken, apparently." Grace looked around at the sea of frowns. The couple called it in at 1:45 on Sunday morning. A response crew, PCs John Aldridge and Dave Simmons, attended. They reported there was very clear evidence of a break-in, a window pane was smashed, but nothing appeared to have been taken. In a follow-up post on the serials, Aldridge concluded that the couple may have disturbed the intruder who fled empty-handed. He paused. "My sense is that it's too much of a coincidence to dismiss that an attempted burglary was made on the Kiplings less than a week after Antiques Roadshow broadcast their possible Fragonard painting." He looked at the team and saw nods of agreement. "Norman and Velvet, how did you get on with Stuart Piper and with the slippery fin?" Jack Alexander raised a hand. "Boss, Polly Sweeney and I went to see Jorma Malinen at Norman's request because Norman had a series of medical appointments he needed to attend. Malinen was, as expected, evasive. He did finally admit, under questioning, that he knew Charlie Porteous and had over the years bought a number of works of art from him. He also said that Porteous had contacted him a few days before his death, saying he had what he believed to be an original Fragonard painting of Spring, part of his Four Seasons. But he said the price Porteous wanted was too rich for him." "And that was how much?" Grace asked. £5 million, Alexander replied. "Well, that fits with the value De Suter put on the painting on the Antiques Roadshow," Grace said. "Could Malinen offer any explanation why his number was on the burner phone of one of the offenders we suspect murdered Porteous?" Alexander shook his head, and Sweeney nodded in confirmation. "He couldn't, no." "Did you believe him?" "He showed us some of his paintings and said that £250,000 is pretty much the top price he ever pays." He shrugged. Grace turned to financial investigator Emily Denyer. "Emily, what intel do we have on how Malinen accumulated his wealth?" Denyer shook her head. "None, sir. He has a large number of legitimate business interests, and from the research I carried out, while the maths don't add up, so far we have nothing to prove any criminal activity." "But you believe Malinen is involved in some?" "Oh yes, but whether it's drugs or cybercrime, I can't yet say." "Okay," Grace replied. "You'll keep on him?" "For sure, sir." "So, what about Stuart Piper?" "Norman and Velvet interviewed him later in the week," Alexander said. "Yes, Chief," Potting said, taking over. "And a real charmer he is." He looked at Wilde for confirmation. She nodded. "A real charmer?" "Not. He lives in a proper fuck-off historic house, guarded like Fort Knox," Potting said, "with hunks of hired muscle." "He has unbelievable artwork on the walls," Wilde added. "Like the National Gallery, eat your heart out." "He gave us an alibi for the night of Porteous's murder on the 16th of October 2015, Chief," Potting continued. "That he was in his home in Barbados, where he normally spends the winter months. He has a very disfigured face from a homophobic attack on him back in 1979 and claims that damp weather hurts his skin." Grace looked down at his notes. "Norman, in a previous briefing, you told me that while Piper is not on the British police radar, he is on Interpol's watch list. What's that about?" "Well," Potting said, looking pleased with himself,
I've been doing some digging over the weekend and spoken to a few of our Interpol contacts. It would appear that Piper has amassed a fortune from recovering works of art that have disappeared over the centuries, looted during times of trouble dating back from the French Revolution to the Nazi occupations. On the surface, all legit, and Piper has never had charges brought against him in any jurisdiction. But it would appear that many of these works of art that he has miraculously found might be very good forgeries. But here's a big problem for us, Chief. He fell silent. And that is? Grace quizzed. Well, from what I've discovered, the last thing the galleries or private collectors of these works, for which they've paid huge sums, want to know is that they might be forgeries, which makes identification extremely difficult. Added to which, there are a few forgers, working with old canvases and old materials, whose work is apparently near impossible to detect. Grace frowned. Does Piper have Fragonards among his collection? He said it would be a dream to have one, sir, Velvet Wild said. Do you believe him? Grace asked. He's very hard to read, sir. He has very little movement of his facial muscles. There is something I'd like to add from my research of the weekend, Chief, Potting said, and shot a glance towards Stansted. I asked Luke to look back into Stuart Piper's history. Back in 1979, when he was attacked, he very nearly died from his injuries and spent the best part of the following year having his face reconstructed. The records show that the 3 offenders who carried out this attack were subsequently identified and convicted. During the 6 years after their release from prison, at 2-year intervals, all 3 were attacked and left with serious injuries. None of these link back to Stuart Piper, but it does seem perhaps a little coincidental. You're suggesting these were reprisal attacks, either carried out by Piper or orchestrated by him, Norman? Grace asked. They might have been, Chief. Just a thought. But just supposing Piper was capable of carrying out or ordering retribution back then, is it a big stretch to imagine he might resort to murder to get his hands on a painting as valuable as the Fragonard Spring that Charlie Porteous had in his possession? Grace considered this for some moments before responding. It's an interesting hypothesis, Norman, but, as you just said, a bit of a stretch. It sounds from what you said that Piper's MO is finding long-lost works of art around the world, ostensibly returning them to their rightful owners, and either collecting reward money or being duplicitous, having them expertly copied by forgers, retaining originals and passing off forgeries. There's nothing to suggest he's a brazen art thief, is there? Does he have any past form for burglary, or suspected burglary? Well, no, Chief, Potting replied reluctantly. It doesn't make any sense that someone of his wealth would need to resort to murder. He looked at Wilde. What do you think, Velvet? The only reason I can think of, sir, is if he knew the whereabouts of some or all of the other 3 Fragonard paintings in the series, or indeed had them himself. He told you he didn't, right? Grace pressed. He alluded to that, yes. But he might not have been telling the truth, Potting added. Grace nodded. The only way we'd find that out is by searching his house, and from what you're telling me, we don't have anything like enough to obtain a warrant. I think we should add him to our list of POIs, but with no further action for the moment. He looked again at Potting and Wilde. They nodded agreement. Chapter 51. Thursday, the 31st of October. The upper level of the car park of the Miller and Carter, formerly the Black Lion pub in Patcham Village at the northern extremity of the city of Brighton and Hove, had been the scene of one of Brighton's most notorious murders. It was where, on the 12th of January 1976, former glamour model Barbara Gall, wife of millionaire businessman John Gall, was blasted in the back with a double-barreled 12-bore shotgun by 2 men he had hired to do the hit. She died 2 months later from her injuries. But while the hitmen were subsequently arrested and given life prison sentences, John Gall fled to Malta and evaded justice for over a decade, before eventually dying, still a free man, from a heart attack. This secluded car park, accessed by a steep ramp and shielded by bushes, was the location where Robert Kilgore had chosen to meet Archie Goff. The American, always scrupulously punctual, had arrived 20 minutes before his 8 p.m. appointment,
reversing his Tesla into a space against the rear of the car park, giving him a clear view of every vehicle arriving. Quickly, he removed a traffic cone from the rear of the car, placing it at the front of the empty space immediately to his right. Thursdays, traditionally payday, was a big night out for many, and the car park was filling up rapidly as a steady stream of vehicles flowed in. Kilgore figured he was unlikely to be noticed by any of the customers arriving, dressed up for their evening out, looking forward to meeting friends and having drinks and a good meal. No one was going to give a toss about a solitary old guy in a car in the dark smoking a cigarette. He clocked each of the headlights flaring up the ramp. A Porsche, a Jag, a Mini, a plumber's van. Then, finally, a tired old Astra, its front number plate cracked and at a wonky angle, the exhaust shot. Instantly identifying the car from its registration and from the description Goff had given him over the phone, Kilgore flashed his headlights once, then opened his door, jumped out, removed the cone, and climbed back in, putting the cone in the passenger footwell. Goff drove straight in and wound his window down. Kilgore lowered his, checking there was no one in earshot. "Are we good, Mr. Goff?" he asked. "We're good. You're all clear what you need to do?" "Yep, I'm on it." Kilgore lifted the bubble-wrapped copy of the Fragonard off the passenger seat and passed it through the window to Goff, followed by a burner phone. "It's got one number programmed in. Text it when you're done, and you'll get back my instructions for the handover." "Leave it to me. That's when you'll pay me the balance, yeah?" Kilgore said nothing for a moment. He just sat staring at the old burglar's face. There was something about the man he hadn't cared for when he'd first met him for breakfast at the Grand Hotel. Something shifty and evasive in his eyes, and he saw that same look again now. In addition to paying the bail, Mr. Piper had agreed a £2,000 fee. "That's when we'll pay you the balance, Mr. Goff." Chapter 52. Friday, the 1st of November. Archie Goff drove slowly up the steep residential street of Mackey Crescent in Patcham. It was, coincidentally, just half a mile or so from where he'd been handed the painting last night. As he passed a row of tennis courts to his right, the Kipling's house appeared on his left, on a street corner, and he clocked that the driveway was empty, apart from Harry Kipling's pickup. Neither Harry's Volvo estate nor Freya's Fiat 500 were there. Good. From the daily surveillance he had carried out this week, he had established that Harry Kipling left for work at 7:30 a.m. pretty much on the nose every morning, and Freya Kipling around 20 minutes later. She always returned around 4:30 p.m. with their droopy-looking son with his headphones. Yesterday, she had gone out again 20 minutes later, dressed like she was going to some kind of fitness class. And yesterday, instead of 5 p.m., her husband returned closer to 5:30 p.m. and unloaded a bunch of groceries from his car. The only time Harry had come back in the morning had been on Monday, when he shot home around midday to pick up some building supplies. Turning left in front of the house and heading up the hill, with small houses and bungalows on either side of the road, Archie found a parking space between two cars. They were outside the yellow line zone here, so he didn't need to worry about the car getting ticketed and logged. He climbed out, wearing a high-vis jacket, black trousers, trainers and a baseball cap. Then he lifted the bubble-wrapped painting, now in a layer of brown paper, from the rear seat, along with a clipboard, locked the car, then walked casually away, parcel and clipboard under his arm, and back down towards the Kipling's house. It was a tip an old lag in prison had given him many years ago, that if you didn't want to arouse curiosity in a neighbourhood, then wear a yellow high-vis jacket and carry a clipboard. It would make you pretty much invisible. Mackey Crescent was deserted, apart from a tubby elderly woman on a mobility scooter heading away from him down the hill on the pavement on the far side of the road along by the tennis courts. Heading to the shops in the village, he guessed, patting his jacket pocket for the copy of the back door key he'd had cut from the wax impression he'd taken when he'd broken into the house last Saturday night, although he guessed it might not be of any use now. He was still annoyed at himself for breaking that rear window pane. He'd intended to simply cut it out, reach in and unlock the security chain in place on the back door, then re-putty the glass back. But he'd not been expecting the pane to be rotten, certainly not in a builder's home, and it had fallen out, taking him by surprise. He was pretty sure that the locks would now have been changed on all the doors, but no problem. In another pocket, he carried a few pieces of kit. One, a tool for picking just about any commercially available door or window lock. The other, items for removing security chains. As he walked down, he slowed his pace, taking in all his surroundings while pretending to make the occasional note on his clipboard. As he did so, he glanced surreptitiously for any signs of anyone watching him, especially any twitching curtains, but saw none. Urban burglaries had never been his thing, at least not since the first time he'd been nicked. But hey, this was the deal, and it was a sweet one, and it enabled him to be out of prison and home with his beloved Isabella. Just this morning to get through. Adjusting his cap so the peak was low over his face and pulling on dark glasses, he clutched the parcel and the clipboard, trying to look every inch that he was here on business. Strode up to the front door, keeping his face low, out of sight of the cameras, rang the bell, and then rapped the brass leprechaun door knocker with his cover story, that he was in the wrong street, at the ready in case anyone surprised him by appearing. Silence. He rang and knocked again. Still silence. Nice. Still acting all casual, in case a nosy neighbour was observing, he walked around to the side of the house, negotiated the bins, and round to the rear, clocking the garden with its small pond and a shed framed with tall Leylandii trees. The last time he had been here it was in darkness, and now he was pleased to see the garden shrubbery and the trees at the far end gave it total privacy from the neighbours. He tried his new key in the back door, but as he had suspected, the lock had been changed. Not a problem. It took him less than a minute of working his slender metal picks for the lock to click open. Pushing the door, it only moved a few inches before resisting. A security chain. In less than a further minute, using a flat plastic schoolboy ruler and a strong elastic band, he popped that open too. Inside the house, which he'd only previously seen by torchlight, he hurried through to the lounge, which was at the front. He checked the street through the windows. All clear. Then, out of habit, he glanced around the room to see if there was anything small of value he could nick that might not be missed. The coffee table between a sofa and two armchairs had a glass top, making it into a display cabinet. It contained dozens of tiny silver spoons, mustard spoons, salt spoons, some shiny, some tarnished and in need of polishing. Worth a few bob. Maybe he'd come back for them one day, he thought. But it would only be small pickings. There wasn't much else of any real value in the room, from what he could see. A few family photos in nice frames, some vases filled with flowers, a large television, a pair of tall Sonos speakers. Then he focused on the painting hanging on the wall, which he'd photographed in detail front and back on Saturday night. Not his kind of thing, a bit chocolate boxy in his opinion. He liked old Brighton prints, and some pictures that local modern artists painted of the broken West Pier and the beach huts along in Hove, a few of which he'd bought on the rare occasions when he'd had spare cash. Isabella really liked them too, and that pleased him. He worked quickly, lifting the painting off the wall and setting it down on the floor. Unwrapping the copy, he had to admit he was impressed by just how good a job the artist had done, even down to the detail on the back and the identical thin string looped between two hooks. He'd have struggled to tell the difference, he reckoned. Then he heard a car approaching outside and slowing down. He held his breath, his brain momentarily paralysed. Shit. No. He saw the blue and yellow Battenberg markings of the front of the police car crawling down the hill and fell to his knees and out of sight, his heart knocking 7 bells out of his chest. Don't stop. He cursed his stupidity in breaking his own golden rule of never entering a building without having a planned exit route. At the rear of the house was a garden with a high fence around, which he wouldn't be able to climb. His only way out would be through the front door or around the side of the house, straight into the arms of the plod. He crawled close to the window on his hands and knees and risked a peep. There were 2 uniformed officers in the car, a bulky male in the passenger seat, the female driving, both peering at the house. The male was saying something, whether to his colleague or into the radio, Archie couldn't tell. Shit! He ducked down. Had they seen him? Had someone reported him? Had he triggered a concealed alarm? You idiot!
God, if they nicked him, it would be goodbye to his dream. To everything. He'd be straight back in the big house without passing go. It would be goodbye to Isabella, and it would be goodbye to the £50,000 bail that his benefactor had put up, and would doubtless want back. Shit, shit, shit! He heard the rattle of the car's engine. Listened for the sound of a door opening, his entire body throbbing. So much to lose, he was thinking. Isabella had taken next week off work, and he'd booked a room for 2 nights in a lovely-looking hotel in the New Forest. He figured he could just make it work between his appearances at Brighton police station that were part of his bail conditions. Tomorrow he'd planned to nip into the town centre and buy a ring and surprise her by proposing to her over dinner on their first night in the hotel. He'd had a lot of false starts in his life, he knew. He hadn't been so clever in his previous choices of partners, but Isabella was the one. He wanted to spend the rest of his life with her, no question in his mind at all. And no question in his mind at all that if he got done for burglary while he was out on bail, she wouldn't be giving him any more second chances. He'd already used his last one up. Then, to his immense relief, he heard the car drive on. Risking another peep over the windowsill, he saw the rear of the patrol car disappear down the street. He hung the replacement up, all the time checking through the window. Then, clumsily, in his hurry to get out of there, he pulled the bubble wrap around the original, securing it with the roll of gaffer tape he had brought along, followed by the brown paper, into a right mess of a parcel. Checking he had hung the copy straight, he slipped out the back door, using the ruler and elastic band to replace the safety chain, and then his tools to relock the door. As he strode back up the hill with his seemingly undelivered parcel, he was smiling. The Kiplings would never know. Job done. All he had to do now was the handover in the pub car park at 8 p.m. tonight, and he'd get the balance of the payment. Plenty enough to buy Isabella a nice ring and to pay for a glorious week ahead in their New Forest love nest. Loads of drinks, nice meals, and wild sex. And just maybe, his brief reckoned, because he hadn't actually nicked anything at Hope Manor, and because prisons were overcrowded, he might get away with a suspended sentence when his trial came up in 3 months' time. Whatever, he planned to get that ring onto Isabella's finger as quickly as possible, and a registry office wedding as soon after that as they could. The future sorted. Well, almost. He still needed one big job, the one that Hope Manor would have been, to pay for his daughter through veterinary college. Just that one final big one, and he had a list of houses to choose from. But for the next 10 days, he didn't need to worry about a thing. He climbed back into the car with a big smile on his face. Happy days. Chapter 53. Saturday, the 2nd of November. "Happy days, boss," Robert Kilgore said, standing in Piper's office and presenting him with the clumsily wrapped package. "As you Brits say." Piper, his face revealing nothing as usual, took a pair of scissors from a drawer. He carefully removed the brown paper, cut through the gaffer tape securing the bubble wrap, and finally lifted the picture clear. Kilgore beamed as his boss studied the front carefully, then turned it around and examined the back. Then the front again. Even though it was virtually impossible to read anything in his expression, Kilgore saw what he interpreted as the shadow of a flicker of doubt. Then Piper brought it close to his face and sniffed. An instant later, he slammed it down on his desk. "This is a forgery," he said. "This is a fucking forgery." Robert Kilgore had seen his boss angry plenty of times over the past 15 years he'd worked for him, but he'd never seen him as angry as this. He was like one of those fireworks that kept firing exploding bombshells into the air, each one bigger and louder than the previous. Piper stood apoplectic behind his desk, the debris of bubble wrap and brown paper strewn around him as he held up the painting again. "It's a fucking forgery!" "This is what Archie got removed from the Kiplings' living room wall, sir." It was partly due to his southern breeding and partly due to the sheer coldness Piper exuded that he rarely, in all these years, used his boss's first name, and Piper only used his last name when he was angry. He was seriously angry now. Piper shook his head. No, Kilgore. It's what that toe-rag goth told you he'd removed from the Kipling's wall. I know that Antiques Roadshow expert Oliver de Suter. I've bought pictures from his gallery, and I called him on Monday morning to ask him his opinion, what he really thought. He told me that while he would need more time to fully establish its provenance, that he was as certain as he could be, with his 40 years' experience of the art world, specializing in French old masters, that it was the genuine article. Didn't you fucking smell it? I did not, sir. No. It was all wrapped up, as I brought it to you just now. Piper shook his head, all the explosions fired from his shell now, and sat back down, a dangerously simmering husk. We bailed him out because he was recommended, you told me, as the finest house burglar in the county. That is correct, sir. So does he think we're a bunch of monkeys? Does he seriously think he can walk off with the original and pass off Hegarty's forgery to us without us noticing? Do I look stupid, Kilgore? Do I look like someone who just rode into town on the back of a truck? I wouldn't say so. No, sir. Piper thrust the painting at him. Smell it! Kilgore took it, held it close to his face and sniffed, and immediately noticed the faint reek of varnish. He nodded. Yup. Yup, Piper retorted. That's all you have to say? No, sir. I reckon you are right. You reckon? Bobby, we've been royally stiffed by a low-life scumbag dickhead. I don't know what's going on in his head. Clearly not much if he thinks he can get away with this. You have his contact details? His address? Phone? Both, Kilgore said. Piper stabbed a button on his desk intercom. Moments later, the twin guards came into the room. He gave them their instructions. Chapter 54. Saturday, the 2nd of November. Even though he'd got up early in order to beat the Saturday crowds and had arrived at the Cannon Place car park just before 10 a.m, Archie Goff still had to drive up to level 5 before he found a free parking space. It was a tight one at that, between a Porsche Cayenne and a squat sports car he didn't recognise. After reversing the Astra in carefully, there was barely enough room for him to squeeze out, and he had to tap the side of the Cayenne with his door. He paid no attention to the white van that followed him in and had now driven on past. There was a jeweller in the Brighton lanes, Anthony Horowitz, a 10-minute walk away, with whom he had done business many times. He knew that Horowitz only stocked quality, and Anthony owed him a favour. On the last big job he'd done, before Hope Manor, he'd held back a bunch of watches and jewellery instead of handing them along with the rest of his haul to his fence, Ricky Sharp. He knew fine well he'd get a better price from Horowitz, even with a big knockdown. Horowitz had handed him 10 grand in cash, knowing the goods were worth a good 50 grand, if not more, at current retail prices. I owe you one, Anthony had said as his parting words. Archie intended to call in that favour now and bag himself a nice antique engagement ring for just a few £100. Less than half an hour later, he was climbing, with some difficulty, wheezing, back up the car park staircase. Elated, he repeatedly patted the lump in the inside breast pocket of his bomber jacket. Checking his purchase was still there, inside the small, blue, cotton wool-lined box Anthony Horowitz had found for the ring. He could not wait to see Isabella's face when she popped the lid off that box, to see the white gold ring with a tiny ruby set in the head. She'd let slip some while ago that rubies were her favourite stones, and this one was just plain gorgeous. Horowitz had tried to stiff him for £750 for it, and he'd managed to haggle him down to £500, still more than he'd budgeted to pay, but what the hell, she was worth it. He stopped to get his breath back when he reached the 5th floor, feeling a little giddy from the exertion, his chest hammering. He felt a sharp pain in his left arm, and then another down his chest, and for a moment panicked that he might be having a heart attack. Oh, God, not now. Please, not now. He was hyperventilating. Took some deep breaths. Slowly,
Steadily, he calmed down, felt fine again after some moments, although he was aware he was drenched in perspiration. Maybe he would join a gym after they got back from the New Forest. Hell, he was only 64. No age today. Get his fitness up. He owed that to his future bride. Hell, he owed it to himself and to his daughter. He walked along the deserted floor of the car park, trying to remember exactly which row he'd left the Astra in. He never heard the soft footsteps behind him, never registered the single blow to the base of his neck that knocked him instantly unconscious. Chapter 55. Saturday, the 2nd of November. When he opened his eyes, Archie Goff was confused and disoriented. The back of his head was throbbing. He had been in the Cannon Place car park behind Churchill Square. Who were these people? Big, unsmiling, identical faces in matching black mandarin collars and with identical shiny black hair slicked back. Was he seeing double? For a moment, in his befuddled state, he thought he might have been mugged, that this face, or these faces, belonged to his rescuers. But he wasn't seeing double, he realised after some moments, and there was something in their eyes that he really did not like. Slowly, he became aware of his surroundings. He was in a huge, cold, empty warehouse, as vast as an aircraft hangar. Some wooden pallets were stacked over in a far corner, a couple of grey-sided containers. Over to the right, as far as he could crane his neck to see, was a white van. There was nothing else in here, except for the two massive, muscular men who looked like identical twins. He was stark naked, he realised with shock, and seated in a chair, but as he tried to move, neither he nor the chair budged. It felt like the chair was cemented to the floor, and his bum and back were cemented to the chair. He was bound by a rope across his midriff and by something sharp around his wrists and ankles. Suddenly, his right palm was seized in a vice-like grip. His fingers were straightened out by a hand as strong as steel. Then something pressed against the tips, tighter, tighter, crushing them. He cried out in pain, crushing them further. "Stop! No, please, stop! No, please, please stop!" Tears of pain streamed down his face, blinding him. The pressure eased, but his fingers throbbed in agony. Then the same thing began happening to the fingers of his left hand. The tips were being crushed in a vice. As he screamed and sobbed and pleaded, the man on the right spoke. His accent was London. "Did you ever see the film Reservoir Dogs, Mr. Goff?" Through his blur of tears, he vaguely registered the almost ridiculously large gold watch on one wrist and a gold ring on his middle finger with an equally oversized ruby in the clasp. The stone was too big to be genuine, he thought. It was 10 times the size of the ruby he'd bought Isabella. Total bling. Archie tried to think, to dissociate, to take his mind to anywhere but here. The crushing stopped, but the throbbing agony just worsened, hurting more and more by the second. Reservoir Dogs, Mr. Goff, directed by Quentin Tarantino. Great movie, wasn't it? In pain and terror, close to hyperventilating, Archie nodded and blurted, "Yes." "So you would remember the nicknames, right? Mr. White, Mr. Brown." Unsure where this was going, but liking it less by the second, Archie tried to think through the excruciating agony in his fingers. "Yes." "Very good. You may call me Mr. White and my brother Mr. Brown. Are you okay with that?" Fine with that." Who were these people? What did they want? Who had sent them? Suddenly, the man on the left leaned over and grabbed a military-looking fuel can, the kind that could hold several gallons. He held it up right in front of Archie's face. "Have you ever seen someone badly burned, Mr. Goff?" And now Archie began to tremble. He struggled with every ounce of strength in his body, but was unable to move anything. "What do you want? What do you want? Please tell me what you want. Money? What do you want?" "Oh, I'm sorry, but it's not what we want, Mr. Goff," the man with the red ring said. He sounded almost genuinely apologetic. "It is what our boss wants, that you have stolen from him." Archie stared back in terror.
There must be a mistake. Your boss, what does he think I've stolen? A painting. A painting? You mean your boss is Mr. Kilgore? Mr. Kilgore is not our boss. Mr. Kilgore works for our boss. There was a brief, tense silence. I don't understand. The one on the left flipped back the lid of the can and held the spout under Archie's nose. He smelled the strong, unmistakable stench of petrol. No, please, no, Archie stammered. The one on the right with the red ring pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, shook one out, and offered the thin white stick with the filter tip to Archie. Smoke? Like a snout? Goff shook his head wildly. Not good for your health, are they, Mr. Goff? Replacing the pack in his pocket, he then pulled out a plastic lighter and clicked. A large flame burned. He clamped the cigarette between his own lips, lit it, and drew a deep lungful, smoke spurting from his mouth as he spoke. But I don't think it is the snouts that are going to kill you right now. He smiled and took another drag. We don't have the luxury of time to wait for that to kill you. It could be years, couldn't it? Then the smile fell off a cliff, and he looked deadly serious. Our boss don't like being made a fool of, Mr. Goff. He would like a painting you removed from the wall of the Kipling's house, not a copy that the artist Mr. Hegarty had made. If you'd like to see your lady, Isabella Risabel, again, it is very simple. All you have to do is direct us to where the original painting is. Archie stared back at him, totally confused through his terror. I'm sorry, the painting I handed Mr. Kilgore last night is the one I took off the Kipling's wall. The man slammed his fist into the side of Archie's head, momentarily dazing him. Archie felt agonising, stinging pain as the ring gouged out a chunk of flesh, then blood running down his cheek. My boss does not think so. Maybe we should jog your memory, Mr. Goff. His twin circled Archie, pouring petrol in a steady stream all around him. Then, holding the can, he stepped back a few paces. Is this helping you to think any more clearly? I swear, Archie screamed. I swear the painting I gave Mr. Kilgore is the one I took off the wall. I don't know anything about art. Why the hell would I try to screw the man who bailed me out of prison? You have to believe me. You have to. Please. Are you familiar with the television show Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, Mr. Goff? The one with the ring asked. I've seen it, yes, he croaked, the reek of petrol all around him, and watching the glow of the cigarette in utter terror. So, is that your final answer? No, he screamed, realising where this was going. No, this is not my final answer. So, just tell us where the original painting is. I just did what I was told, Archie yammered. I photographed the painting front and back as instructed and gave the photos to Mr. Kilgore. Then, as instructed, I switched the painting he gave me with the one on the wall. So why do we think you're lying, Mr. Goff? And why does our boss think you're lying? I'm not lying. Please, you have to believe me. Both of his tormentors shook their heads. We are paid to believe our boss, the one on the left said. Not a piece of used toilet paper like you. We'll give you one more chance to think clearly, his twin with the ring said. Then he began to empty the contents of the petrol can over Goff, dousing him from head to foot. Where is the original? Archie was sobbing, the petrol fumes stinging his eyes, almost overpowering him. Please, he choked. Please, believe me, I gave you what I took from the wall of the Kipling's house. Please, believe me. Final answer, the twin on the right said. Please, believe me. The twin took a hard drag on the cigarette, now burned down almost to the tip. It glowed bright red. He tossed it onto Archie Goff's petrol-soaked lap. Chapter 56. Saturday, the 2nd of November. Shaking uncontrollably, heart pumping, Archie closed his eyes, waiting for the explosion. The whomp, the flames, the searing pain. Nothing happened. Time stood still. Time was frozen.
Finally, he looked down through blurred eyes and saw to his astonishment the cigarette was extinguished. "You like movies, Mr. Goff?" Barely able to speak through his fear, the stench of petrol fumes making him dizzy, Archie looked up at the two men and croaked, "Some?" Both twins nodded approvingly. "We like movies too. But we like the ones best that have their research correct," the one with the ring said. "There are so many movies where petrol is ignited by a cigarette. But you see, as you may perhaps know yourself, Mr. Goff, as an intelligent man, the ignition temperature for gasoline is way higher than the heat a cigarette can generate, which means that the movie makers have simply not done their research. Pretty crap, eh?" Archie nodded dubiously. He was thinking about his daughter, about that ring in the box inside his jacket, about Isabella and the trip ahead with her. What did he need to do to convince these psychopaths to believe him? Please don't let it end here. Please. There had to be a way out of this. Fear coiled and unspooled and coiled again in every cell of his body. Money, he thought. The universal motivation. "Look, please, how much do you want? I can give you back the money. I've got most of it. He screamed as a cigarette burned into his skin. Then he screamed again as he felt something clamp to his scrotum. Then another cigarette burn. He felt clamps on his nipples. Drenched in perspiration, he cried out again just as his body convulsed with electric shocks. "Please!" he yelled. "Please!" He was stopped in mid-sentence by an agonizing pain in his left arm, as if someone had stuck a sharp knife all the way up inside the skin and muscles. He cried out again, but the sound jammed somewhere inside his constricted gullet. Neither of the men had done this. They were both still standing in front of him, looking at him, frowning now. The pain shot up his left arm again, even more excruciating, but this time only a tiny gasp jetting from his mouth. The men blurred as a volcanic pain erupted inside him. It felt like his entire chest was being clamped in a vice that was tightening, crushing his insides. Images of Isabella's face floated in front of him. Heard one of the twins say, "He's ill." "Isabella," he whispered. The last sound he ever heard was the voice of the twin with the big red ring saying loudly, "Shit." Chapter 57. Sunday, the 3rd of November. Daniel Hegarty's house, which had a commanding view to the south, facing out onto the English Channel, and to the north of the open fields of the South Downs, was sunk down below the street level. Hegarty and his wife had bought the house largely because of the inspirational views for his painting. He always woke early, loving the pre-dawn light. His routine, 7 days a week, was to dress, down a quick espresso, then take Rocky and Rambo, tough names but wusses of dogs, for a long walk across the open countryside before returning home for breakfast, a scan of the papers, and then settling into his studio to paint, sometimes commissions and sometimes more works for his next exhibition at the Brighton Gallery, which had endless demands for his pictures. It was a dry, fine, if chilly, autumn morning, and still half an hour to sunrise. Wrapped up well in a fleece and beanie, the artist climbed the steps to the street in the half-light, the dogs tugging on their leads, almost pulling him up, and opened the gate latch, letting the overexcited animals run out onto the pavement, yanking his arm. "Hey," he said. "Hey, calm down, boys." But Rocky and Rambo seemed even more excited than usual this morning, and instead of turning right, as usual, to drag their master as fast as they could towards the downs, and where they would be let off their leashes, they ran straight ahead, stopped, and began barking loudly. "Shh, Rocky! Rambo!" Hegarty hissed. "You'll wake the neighbours." Then, to his surprise, the lead slackened as they stopped pulling, and just stood barking. Barking at the dark shape lying on the pavement. A human body, he realised, a tall, thin man with congealed blood down the right side of his face. Hegarty's first thought was that it was a drunk. Shouting to the dogs to calm down, he kneeled down and touched the man's face.
It was stone cold, the flesh stiff and unyielding. He recoiled in shock, then stood up, shaking, and dialed 999. "Emergency, which service, please?" the calm female voice answered after several rings. "There's a body, a man, lying on the pavement outside my house. I think he might be dead," Hegarty said. "I'll put you through to the ambulance service, sir." Moments later, Hegarty repeated the same thing to the ambulance service controller who answered. He was asked for his name and address, which he gave, and the controller asked if he could stay at the scene and an ambulance would attend as quickly as possible. Hegarty said he would, then walked the dogs a short way up the street, stopping to let first Rocky, then Rambo relieve themselves, scooping up their poop with plastic bags. Less than 10 minutes later, he heard the faint Doppler wail of a siren. Then his phone pinged with an incoming text. He looked at the display and froze at the words he saw. "I hope you haven't double-crossed my boss, Mr. Hegarty, by keeping the original. You know what I'm talking about. If you have, the next body on the pavement outside your house will be yours." Hegarty replied with shaking fingers, struggling to get the words right, and having to correct his text several times before it was ready to send. All the time, the siren getting louder and nearer. As he finally sent it, the siren had stopped, and he saw light approaching, streaking across the pavement on both sides. "Why would I double-cross your boss, or anyone? I make a good living doing what I do best, assuring you and your boss of my best services at all times. D.H." Chapter 58. Sunday, the 3rd of November. There had been plenty of weeks in his life that Roy Grace would like to forget. Among them had been the week between his beloved father's death and his funeral, and another when his mother, whom he adored, had died. The weeks following his former wife Sandy's disappearance had until now been perhaps the worst of all, not to mention the months and then years of torment during which he'd begun to give up all hope of ever living anything approaching a normal life again. But now, finally, in these past few years, Cleo had changed all that. This gorgeous, smart, amazing woman lying in bed beside him, with her swollen, heavily pregnant belly, had given him a whole new life, a new home, a new passion for living. He loved her with all his heart, and he would do anything for her. He would take a bullet for her without a moment's hesitation. She had given him the gift of something he thought would elude him for the rest of his life. The gift of happiness. That had been torn away in the weeks that followed Bruno's death and his funeral, which Cleo had helped him so much to get through. The sadness would never leave him, but he knew he had to try to live his life and be there for his family. And at work, there were still some unresolved issues with his former boss, Cassian Pugh, that he was yet to get to the bottom of. But for now, it was Sunday, his favourite day of the week. In a few moments, he would prise himself away from his luxuriously soft pillows, slip out of bed quietly, then change into his running kit and take Humphrey for a good long run along the downs. 10k at least, maybe more. Then, when he came back, he was eager to try out a new recipe he'd read, an omelette, but with the eggs mixed with rolled oats and a little English mustard, wrapped around grilled mushrooms with tomatoes and steamed spinach on the side. He loved experimenting, and the picture of the finished dish he'd seen in a magazine looked amazing. Later, they were going to meet Cleo's sister and her boyfriend at one of his favourite pubs, the child-friendly Griffin at Fletching, for Sunday lunch. Grace had mixed views about this. He liked Cleo's sister Charlie a lot, although he was less keen on her boyfriend Lance, a pompous know-all who enjoyed belittling Roy by telling him how much money he made in financial services and wondering why Roy persisted at his relatively low-paid job with the police. The last time they'd spent a day together at Christmas last year, when, after their boozy lunch, Lance had again told Roy he was wasting his talents in the police and that he would never become rich as a copper, Roy had retorted, "Maybe not, but I have something you will never have." "And what's that?" Lance had asked, through a blue cloud of cigar smoke. "The knowledge that I have enough," Grace had said. They hadn't spoken again for the rest of that day, and Roy wasn't much looking forward to seeing him now. But, big bonus, despite Cleo in her advanced state of pregnancy not drinking, he'd be able to have a couple of glasses of red wine. It might help him cope with the boyfriend. Then his job phone rang.
He grabbed it quickly, slipped out of bed, and answered, whispering, "One moment." He hurried through into the ensuite bathroom. As he did so, he remembered he had completely forgotten that he was doing a favour to the previous week's duty senior investigating officer, Mike Ashcroft, who had helped him out by covering his shift last week, taking over from him today instead of the customary 6 a.m. Monday morning. A slightly nervous female voice he didn't recognise said, "Detective Superintendent Grace?" "Uh-huh," he said, closing the door behind him. "It's D.I. Sapna Patel, at Brighton." "You're new?" "I am. My first shift, sir." "Tell me." "We've a possible suspicious death, sir. The victim has been identified as someone well known to Sussex Police, Archie Goff." "Very well known," Grace confirmed. "A proper recidivist." "He was found 2 hours ago on a pavement in Saltdean by a gentleman walking his dogs. D.S. Walker attended, and there are a number of things that make her concerned that this is not a natural death. The first is that the dead man reeks of what apparently smells like an accelerant, possibly petrol, as if he's been doused with it. He also has a wound behind an ear, and the fingers of both hands look to have been crushed." "Sounds like he might have upset someone," Grace said. "Anything else?" "No, sir, but I felt you should be informed." "Where's the body now?" "Still in situ, sir." "Has a coroner been notified?" "No, sir, not yet. D.S. Walker felt that should be a decision by major crime." "Let me have the address." She gave it to him, and Grace did a quick calculation. "OK, I'll be there in half an hour. Is the body taped off?" "It is, sir, and we've a scene guard present." "Good work, Sapna. What I'd like you to do is arrange a CSI team to attend the scene as quickly as possible, and I'll meet them there." "I will do, sir." Grace had a quick shower, dressed hastily, knotting his tie, then explained the situation apologetically to a drowsy Cleo. "So you won't be making lunch?" she murmured. "I'll do my best to be back in time." "It wasn't a question," she said, sounding more awake now. "It was a statement." "I'll do my best." "I'll get those words engraved on your tombstone," she said. He looked down at her. "Baby." Then she pursed her lips. "I'm sorry, that wasn't very sensitive. I understand what you have to do." She raised a hand from under the duvet and waved it. "Let me know how it's going, and when you know when you'll be back." He lingered for some moments, temporarily lost for words, leaned over and kissed her, then headed downstairs. A heart laden with guilt and worry and grief. There was a dead body lying on a pavement in a suburb of Brighton, and quite likely a loving partner wondering why he hadn't come home last night. Could a police officer, responsible for finding the answers as to why he hadn't come home and to who had killed him, sit comfortably in his skin on a chair in a Sussex pub, enjoying a prawn cocktail, perfectly roast beef, and a few glasses of a decent red wine? If so, that person was in the wrong job. You had to make choices in life and live with the consequences, not only of your actions, but of your inactions. Roy Grace went downstairs, ate a piece of toast spread with Marmite, peanut butter, and slices of cucumber, downed it with an espresso, then hurried out to his car. Before he drove off, he texted Cleo. "Love you so much, babes. Kiss, 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 kiss." Chapter 59. Sunday, the 3rd of November. 30 minutes later, following the sat-nav on his phone in its cradle on the Alpha's dash, Roy Grace passed the Lido, then turned off the coast road, winding up through the network of Saltdean's pleasant residential streets. There had been no reply yet from Cleo. Cresting the brow of a steep hill, a glorious sunny view of the English Channel came into sight. Then, a short distance ahead, he saw a cluster of vehicles, 2 marked police cars, a white CSI van, as well as an unmarked saloon. There was a small knot of members of the public standing well back down the road behind crime scene tape, and he kicked, almost on autopilot, into full work mode. A uniformed officer stood steadfast behind another line of blue and white crime scene tape. A motionless male human shape sprawled on the pavement behind her, between the grass verge and a low brick wall that protected the carport of the long, low house beyond that was sunk down below street level. A large off-roader was parked on the far side of the wall, obscuring the view of the front door area. On the outside of the tape, a bewildered-looking man with gelled silver hair was in conversation with a police officer. 3 officers stood nearby. One, he recognised, as Detective Sergeant Sally Walker. The other two, a male and a female officer, he didn't know. No press so far, but that wouldn't last long. He wouldn't be surprised to see Glenn's fiancée, Siobhan, arrive any minute. As the Argus's senior crime reporter, she was normally the first of the press pack at any scene. He parked and approached the group. "Good morning, sir," D.S. Walker said. She was tall, fair-haired, and all smiles, despite the seriousness of the situation. "What do we have?" Grace asked. She indicated the silver-haired man who looked, in Grace's view, very traumatized, and he wasn't surprised. Finding a dead body on your doorstep was rarely going to be the best start to anyone's day. "This is Mr. Hegarty, who lives at the house, number 20, who called it in. He was about to walk his dogs when he came across the body." Hegarty, Grace thought. Interesting. Then, out of the corner of his eye, he saw the youthful-looking figure of crime scene manager Chris G. in full protective clothing climb out of the CSI van. Grace hurried back to the car, opened his go-bag in the boot, and wormed into a hooded protective suit and then pulled on overshoes and gloves. He greeted G, then both of them signed the crime scene log, ducked under the tape, and walked towards the body. Grace could smell the reek of petrol while he was still yards away. He pulled on his mask, glad for the protection against the stench it gave him, and kneeled down a few inches away. The dead man lay on his back, with congealed blood behind his right ear. He was in his 60s, Grace estimated, lean and tall, with thinning strands of grey hair. He was dressed in jeans, trainers and a jacket, with a white T-shirt beneath. His pasty face was craggy, tiny shrivel creases in the skin, indicating he had probably been a heavy smoker. This backed up by the ochre shade of his visible front teeth. The fingertips of both his hands looked crushed, the nails dark with congealed blood. Torture, he wondered. He studied the injury behind the man's right ear carefully, wondering if it could have been made from the impact with the pavement. But it looked too deep, as if something had gouged it, and there were no blood spots on the pavement. It had been a dry night, so no rain could have washed it away. From what he could see, other than the wound, there was no other injury. He touched the man's arm with a gloved hand. The flesh was stiff. It was currently just gone 9:30 a.m. From his observations, he probably died a good few hours earlier at the very least, and possibly longer, which meant if he had died here, he'd been lying in this residential street some time and no one had noticed. Pretty unlikely. Not wanting to disturb the body's position more than he needed, he asked G to help lift him up a little to check for any obvious injuries to his back. But they could see none. No visible wounds to the back of the head, or slash marks from a knife, or visible gunshot holes in his clothes. "Clearly been dead a while," G said. Nodding, Grace replied, "I know him. I once nicked him about 20 years ago when I was in uniform. He looked a bit prettier then. Archie Goff was, he corrected himself, a career house burglar." He stood up, wanting to get away from the smell, but continued staring down at the body, trying to study it dispassionately, but at the same time unable to detach himself from it emotionally. There was always something intrusive about being in the presence of a dead human being. All the time you were alive, you had options about who you invited into your personal space. The moment you were dead, those ceased. You didn't even own your body anymore. It had become the property of the coroner. It was coming back clearly now, when he had arrested this man all those years ago. Archie Goff had broken into a mansion on the outskirts of the city, where the unfortunate man had subsequently been cornered in the garden, backed up against a tree after fleeing, by a particularly aggressive Rhodesian ridgeback. The owners were out, and it had required 2 Sussex police dog handlers to restrain the ridgeback and cuff the man. So what was Goff doing here? His normal MO, from memory, was large country houses, and he'd been nicked again back in September for just such a burglary. But he'd made bail. Goff had recently been of interest to Roy and his team as part of the Porteous investigation, but was just one of many lines of inquiry. This was a comfortable middle-class area, but not somewhere that would generally house the kind of valuables Goff specialised in nicking. And why doused in petrol? From the way Goff lay, it looked to Grace highly unlikely that he'd doused himself in petrol and then collapsed on this spot. He had died somewhere else. and his body been deposited here. But how had he died? Who had dumped him here? And why had he been doused in petrol? And why this location? What was that about? And how inflammable was he now? "We need a fire extinguisher," he said to G, as a precaution. "I'll get one from the van." G hurried off. Grace glanced around at the neighbouring houses, looking for any outward-facing CCTV camera that might provide a clue. There were none he could immediately see, but they could be hidden anywhere. To get to this house, whoever had brought Goff here would have to have driven along a zigzag of residential streets. Hopefully, one or more of the houses in this neighbourhood might have cameras that would have picked up the vehicle, or at least someone might have seen an unfamiliar vehicle. As the crime scene manager returned with a small fire extinguisher, Grace said, "Chris, I'm treating this as a suspicious death." "I agree, sir." Grace turned to DS Walker. "Sally, we need to liaise with the coroner's officer and be authorised to contact the on-call Home Office pathologist. Once we know who it is, get their sanction to move the body." Home Office pathologists these days were paid by the job, not the hour, so it was rare for them to spend time at the crime scene itself, although occasionally they insisted on doing that. "I'll get right on it, sir." Grace turned back to G. "We don't yet know what we're looking for, but we need a police search advisor and a pulsar team doing a fingertip search in the area." G nodded. "I'll organise it." Grace then thought hard and calmly about what Hegarty's link might be to the body. A major league art forger. Charlie Porteous and the Fragonard. The Kiplings, who had taken a Fragonard to the Antiques Roadshow and had subsequently reported a break-in after the programme had aired. Was there a link with Archie Goff? It could, of course, be a complete coincidence that the old lag's body had been dumped here in this particular location, but just as the petrol on his clothes didn't smell right, the deposition site stank. But what the hell could the connection be? Goff had been assaulted, doused in petrol. Now he was dead. It looked like he'd been murdered. Hopefully the post-mortem might provide the evidence. Whatever had ended Archie Goff's life, Grace was as certain as could be that natural causes was only a bit-part player in his demise. He pulled out his phone and called Glenn Branson. When his sleepy friend, colleague and protégé answered, Grace asked, "How's your Sunday so far?"
"It was pretty good until now,"
Branson retorted with a yawn.
"I've got plans. Me and Siobhan are going to have a nice day and talk through all our issues. Don't tell me you're going to mess all that up."
So the reporter wasn't about to turn up here, Grace thought, and he was pleased to hear his friend sounding positive, which made what he had to say next even harder. With his voice tinged with genuine apology, he replied, "Sorry, I am going to mess all that up." Chapter 60. Sunday, the 3rd of November.
"You're not really sorry at all, are you, boss?"
Glenn Branson said a few hours later in the mortuary. It was just gone 2 p.m. The one positive about today, Grace thought, was that Dr. Fraser Theobald was unavailable. Instead, they'd been assigned Nadyuska de Sancha, who was far quicker, just as thorough, and much more fun to work with. Depends how you define sorry. Grace raised his eyebrows. They were gowning up in the cramped changing room of the Brighton and Hove Borough mortuary. The DI shook his head, seated on a bench, and pulled on white gumboots.
"There you go again, pissing me off by answering a question with a question. You've screwed up my Sunday, and you've probably screwed up my life," he joked.
"Welcome to the major crime team," Roy Grace retorted. "Any time you want out and decide you'd like to return to your former life working nightclub doors, be my guest. I won't stop you."
"But seriously, Roy, my wedding is like hanging on a knife edge."
"Because you've been called out to be deputy SIO on a murder inquiry." Grace was being serious now. "Siobhan's a top crime reporter. Get real. She didn't achieve that by sticking to office hours. Reporters and coppers are part of the same breed. We have to drop everything for a murder. Reporters have to drop everything for a story. If she doesn't get why you're here at this moment, instead of having a cosy Sunday brunch with her in some trendy cafe, then the optics aren't good." Branson gave him a sideways look.
"Optics? So Cassian Pugh's lingo's rubbed off on you?"
Grace pulled on his cloth head cover, then selected a fresh gauze mask. It may not seem like it at this moment, but I'm doing what I always try to do, which is to advance your career."
"Really?"
Grace shrugged. "You've gone from a PC to DC to DS to Detective Inspector in how few years?"
"And lost my wife, nearly lost my kids, and now I'm about to lose my fiancée in the process. Should I be grateful?"
"Depends. How do you define gratitude?"
"There you go again, you bastard, answering with a question."
"So tell me." Grace saw Glenn wringing his hands in frustration. "Glenn," he said, trying to calm him, then secured his mask. "Let's go do it." They walked out into the narrow corridor and turned right, passing the closed door of the isolation room and into the wide, open-plan, twin post-mortem rooms separated only by an arch. The mortuary operated normal working week hours on the basis that, in general, their occupants weren't in any particular hurry to be post-mortemed, and nor were their loved ones, most of the time. So the regular team of 3 pathologists who carried out post-mortems on deaths that weren't suspicious had the luxury of weekends off. For Home Office pathologists, who specialised in suspected murder victims, where time was almost always critical, there was no such luxury. They were far more highly paid, but they earned their money by being on call 24/7, ready to travel anywhere, instantly, and spend however many hours it took, both at the crime or deposition scene and then in the mortuary, examining every aspect of the body and often of the surroundings where it was found in scrupulous detail. Few took less than 6 hours, and some far longer. To Grace's left were 4 empty stainless steel post-mortem tables. To his right were another 4 that were empty on this Sunday afternoon, and one on which lay the body of Archie Goff, still at this moment fully clothed beneath bright lights and the centre of attention of a number of people, all in identical blue gowns, white boots, and blue and white gauze hats and face masks. Coroner's Officer Michelle Websdale, crime scene photographer James Gartrell, alternating between taking stills and video, Darren Wallace, the assistant anatomical pathology technician, and Cleo, who was taking notes alongside centre stage flame-haired Nadiuska de Sancha, who was at this moment taping every inch of Goff's clothing, while Gartrell moved his plastic ruler up the body each time she nodded. This was the part of the murder investigation Roy Grace always found unpleasant. If he'd had any other deputy SIO, he would have happily left them to it and gone home to enjoy his Sunday. But he felt obligated to Glenn. The moment they'd first met, when Glenn had joined his major inquiry team as a very junior detective constable, Grace had taken a liking to him, recognising in him perhaps something of his own young, ambitious self and ability. Ever since then, he'd been on a mission to nurture Glenn, becoming close friends in the process. "Daniel Hegarty," Grace said.
"What about him?"
"He lives in the house, right where the body was dumped outside."
"He does? You found that out already?"
Branson questioned. "Elementary, my dear Branson. Isn't Rule 1 to check the ground under your feet?" Chapter 61. Sunday, the 3rd of November. Freya Kipling lay back on the recliner sofa, a glass of red wine in one hand and a novel, Where the Crawdads Sing, in the other. Harry sat beside her with a can of lager, watching a replay of Match of the Day, his team, Brighton and Hove Albion, beating Norwich 2-0. Tom was up in his room, gaming with friends online, and Freya glanced at the Libra app to check his glucose level. 8.9. At the high end of the range, but okay. She and Harry had spent the morning covering 3 different car boot sales and returned with a small amount of booty. Harry's purchases had been an ancient, empty tin of Player's medium navy-cut cigarettes, a tiny bronze statuette of a golfer swinging his club, and a Brighton print, in remarkably good condition, of the old, ill-fated Daddy Longlegs Railway, which ran on stilts above the English Channel along part of Brighton's seafront between Kemp Town and Rottingdean from 1896 to 1900, before being closed down. Freya had bought a pair of matching purple-tinted glass vases, which the vendor had said were Victorian, and a silver salt and pepper cruet set. Yet again, there had been no sign of the matching paintings that Harry hoped against hope they might find. To Freya's relief, he was finally coming around to the view they ought to put the Fragonard, well, possible Fragonard, into a major auction house sale and see what happened. Sotheby's, Christie's and Phillips were all interested and had kept in regular contact, updating them on their future fine arts sales. As the game ended, Harry put his can down on the coffee table, then slipped an arm around her shoulder and nuzzled her ear. She grinned, knowing exactly what he wanted. And why not? Despite being engrossed in her book, even after all these years, she still did really fancy him. She felt an erotic tingling deep inside her, put down her glass and book, and turned to kiss him, knowing Tom was in his room and absorbed in the computer game with his mates. At that moment, their landline phone rang. As she reached for it, Harry restrained her. "Later, baby." He nuzzled her ear again, whispering, "Now's not the time for phone calls. It's probably some insurance company telling us we've been in an accident. It might be Dad. He gets lonely on Sundays sometimes." Freya's mother had died 2 years ago, and her father, whom Harry liked, had been a lost soul since, but determinedly and fiercely independent, refusing to leave his home in Scarborough and come down to live with them. Harry leaned forward and picked the cordless up off the table and saw it said, "Number withheld." He hesitated, then answered. "Kipling residence, Harry Kipling speaking." It wasn't his father-in-law, but another elderly-sounding man who spoke with a soft, measured American drawl. "Good afternoon, sir," the man said, consummately polite. "I apologize for intruding on your Sunday, but I understand you own a painting that is a good copy of the one by the French artist Jean-Honoré Fragonard. Would I be correct?" "Who am I speaking to?" Harry asked. "I'm calling on behalf of my employer, who is a major collector of works of art from this period. He would be interested in making you an offer for a private sale. Such a sale would save you the very costly fees of an auction house." "And what makes you think I might be interested in selling, even supposing I have such a painting?" "Mr. Kipling, my employer saw you with this picture on Antiques Roadshow. He is willing to make you a very generous offer, given that the painting is almost certainly a fake." "Really?" Harry sounded more belligerent than he had intended. "Exactly how generous?" He put the phone onto loudspeaker so Freya could hear. "I'm instructed to offer you the sum of £50,000. Harry caught Freya's frown. "You are joking," he replied. "Mr. Kipling, I am deadly serious. If the picture is a fake, it would be worth, at very best, a few £100, and that much only if you were lucky. I appreciate that if it did turn out to be the original, then it would be worth many multiples of that sum, but really, do you seriously believe something you bought from a car boot sale could be genuine?" Freya was signalling him to consider the offer, waving a hand in the air to get him to negotiate upwards. Ignoring her, Harry said, "Actually, I do. 3 of the major London auction houses want to include it in their next sales. I've been given estimates of around 4 to 5 million. Your offer is a joke." Sounding offended, the American said, "Mr. Kipling, my employer is a gentleman who doesn't joke about art." Freya signalled, "Negotiate," she was indicating. "So, what would be your employer's best offer?" "I just gave you my employer's best offer." The phone went dead. Harry, shaken, stared at the phone for some moments, then put it down. Had they been cut off? He looked at Freya. "Maybe we should have taken it," she suggested. "No way! You've seen the auction estimates from those houses." "Yes," she said. "The estimates if the painting is original. None of them will be offering to list it if they thought it was a fake. That American was just a dickhead, a chancer. £50,000 would be very useful money, darling," she said. 5 million would be a lot more useful. He'll ring back, don't you worry." The American did not ring back. Chapter 62. Sunday, the 3rd of November. In this room that always felt to Roy Grace like it was perpetual winter, a grey and bleak winter, with its grey walls, grey steel tables, sinks and worktops, and the grey faces of the cadavers unlucky enough to fetch up here, The Home Office pathologist worked in steady, quick concentration. Thinking hard about the dubious coincidence of Archie Goff's body being dumped outside Daniel Hegarty's house, Grace shivered from the refrigerated air. Even on the brightest summer day, the dense frosted glass of the exterior wall leached all the colour from the sunlight, and the bright overhead lights added only starkness, no warmth. He tried to breathe through his mouth, as he always did in here, to shut out the cloying smells of death and disinfectant. Nadiuska de Sancha had been looking at her watch regularly, and then at the clock on the wall, as if to double-check it, and he wondered if she was on some kind of deadline. She had certainly been proceeding refreshingly quickly, assisted by Cleo, who had cancelled the lunch with her sister. They were positively galloping through the post-mortem compared to Dr. Fraser Theobald, who carried out his so slowly that one of the team had once joked it was hard to tell which was the corpse and which the pathologist. Including the brief time she'd spent with the body in situ on the pavement, less than 5 hours had elapsed in total, and de Sancha was almost done. It was coming up to 5 p.m. If they'd had Theobald, Grace doubted they would even be halfway through by now. Archie Goff lay naked on the steel table, with his hair shaven directly above the gash behind his right ear, giving that side a bizarrely fashionable look. There was also a contusion at the base of his neck. His clothes had been removed when he'd first been brought here, each item carefully bagged and labelled for later forensic examination for fibres, hairs and blood spots that might yield clues about who had killed him. Nadiuska dictated into her machine at intervals throughout the process, providing Roy Grace and everyone else present with a steady commentary. Despite her decades of living in England, she still retained some of her origins in her accent, and it was a voice, Grace thought, that even in a situation as grim as this, was laced with charm as well as frequent flashes of humour. The deceased was found on a pavement in a Saltine residential street, so one of my tasks is to try to establish if that is where he actually died. Was it on this street, or in another location and his body later deposited there? I don't have sufficient information to give a clear time of death, but, her eyes twinkled, our good friend Dr. Rigor Mortis is very happy to share some of his little clues with us. When I first began my examination, the deceased had fairly well developed rigor mortis over his whole body. The fingers, jaw joints, arms and legs all stiff, the joints all difficult to move, and he was completely cold to touch. She turned to Grace. Roy, it would be helpful if we could establish how long he had been lying on the pavement, because the length of time he was exposed to the elements would help us to be more precise about the rigor mortis development. I have a team doing a house-to-house in the area, Nadiuska, he replied. They're asking if anyone saw anything and also whether anything was picked up on any private CCTV cameras. Excellent. Grace saw her look at her watch again, then shoot a glance at the wall clock once more. What's your gut feeling about where he died, Nadiuska? The pavement or somewhere else? It's more than a gut feeling, Roy. I'm fairly confident from what I've seen so far that he died in another location and was subsequently deposited on the pavement, possibly thrown out of a car. One thing that leads me to that is he was lying in the street in a different position to the one in which he lay at the location where he died. Grace glanced at Branson and saw him frown. He was pretty sure why she had deduced this, but asked her all the same for confirmation. Okay, interesting. What makes you think that? A major clue is the presence of what I would term inappropriate hypostasis. She pointed at the purple mottling colour around part of Goff's stomach. Hypostasis develops gravitationally after death, in the parts of the body lowest to the ground. When the heart stops pumping, the blood pools instead of circulating, and it collects wherever gravity draws it. This purple blotching around the stomach indicates the deceased lay on his front for some hours after death, allowing the blood to pool in the stomach area. But on the street, he was lying on his back. If he had died in that position, we could have expected to have seen hypostasis on his back, but there isn't any present. Grace nodded in agreement. He looked at the gash and the congealed blood behind Goff's right ear. Have you been able to determine the likely cause of death? She pointed at the injury. That didn't happen from a fall. It looks to me that he was struck deliberately. If I had to hazard a guess, I'd say that wound could have been made by an object with a sharp edge.
She turned to the CSI, James Gartrell. James, please take a series of close-ups with right-angle scale of this injury. The photographer complied meticulously. Grace knew this would allow for any images to be subsequently produced on a 1-to-1 scale and compared by forensic scientists. This could be invaluable evidence if the object that had caused this wound was subsequently found. Next, she pointed at the dead man's right nipple. See that tiny mark? This looks to me like a burn, possibly from an electrode clamp. She walked down the body and pointed to a burn mark on his scrotal sac. This, too, indicates he may well have been tortured. Out of the corner of his eye, Grace saw Branson wince.
Shit, he said. Poor bastard.
I can only imagine the pain, she said.
Not sure I even want to imagine it,
Glenn Branson added. Next, she pointed to a blackened circle in the middle of his chest. That looks to me like a cigarette burn. Then, with a gloved hand, she raised the dead man's left arm. You noticed his fingers, Roy, when you first saw him on the street. All 4 fingers of both hands crushed, the nails blackened, as you can see. Did you ever hit one of your nails with a hammer, or slam one in a door?
Yeah, I did, Branson said. I was sitting in the back of my dad's car when I was about 12, had my arm out of the rear window and curled round holding the driver's door frame. Then my dad got in and, without realising, slammed the door on it. It was probably the worst pain of my life, and I lost 2 nails.
Nadiuska nodded. Yes, it is the worst pain. Something like that happened to me once. But you don't get the fingers of both hands slammed in a car door, or any door. I'm only speculating, but I would say this was done to him as part of his torture.
That's a classic gang method of torture, Branson said. I've seen that before.
Grace added, From my experience, it's a form of punishment widely used in turf wars by Eastern European drugs and human trafficking gangs, including the Serbs and Romanians. The pathologist next pointed at red marks on the dead man's wrists and ankles, and in a line across his chest. I'd say these were made by restraints of some kind, cord or wire ligaments. All of Gough's internal organs had been removed, sliced into segments, scrupulously examined visually, weighed, and then, apart from the dissected heart, which was still in a steel basin bagged in white plastic, inserted inside his hollow midriff before it was stitched up, to ensure that all of him, barring the fluid samples she had taken for lab analysis, would be present when he was finally released to the undertaker for burial or cremation. All of the segments of his heart would eventually be placed in there too. She walked over to the weigh scales, on which lay the stainless steel bowl containing the pieces of Gough's heart, and carried it back over, placing it on a table, nodding for everyone to look, then shooting another glance at the clock. This level of torture, the pain, combined with the fear it would have caused the victim, would have been sufficient to bring on a heart attack in a man of his age and health. She picked up a scalpel and sliced slowly through one of his heart valves. There was a distinct crunching sound as she did so. Looking at both detectives sharply, she said, "Did you hear that?"
"That sound?"
Branson asked. She nodded. "Calcification. Badly furred arteries constricting the blood flow. This gentleman was a heart attack waiting to happen." Roy Grace considered this for some moments, then asked, "Would you be able to say this was definitely causal, Nadiuska? I'm asking because if and when we bring his killer or killers to trial, we need to make sure we can prevent a defense brief from saying he died because he had a heart problem, and that his clients never had any intention of killing him." "It's good you've raised this, Roy." She pointed a finger down at a segment of Gough's heart, a reddish-brown colour with white blotches. "I found a fresh thrombus, blood clot, blocking one of his main coronary arteries, actually the left anterior descending artery. This reveals the immediate cause of death as myocardial infarct." "Can you translate that into layman's language?" Grace asked. "I can, Roy, but I'm not sure it's going to be helpful in the way you need. This gentleman died of a classic heart attack. The left anterior descending artery is pretty much the worst coronary artery to have a blockage in. That's the reason the more cynical members of the medical profession refer to it as the widowmaker." "Great," he replied flatly. "So a smart brief could argue that he had a heart condition that his torturers could not have known about, and that's what killed him, right?" "I'm afraid so, Roy. He could have died at any moment, during any exertion like climbing a staircase or, she smiled, at the moment of orgasm.
Yeah, well, when I peg it, I'd like to go that way, Glenn Branson said.
Wouldn't we all? Nadyuska retorted. The reality is that most of us with heart conditions will die in a hospital corridor with a hungover medical student jumping up and down on our chest.
Grace and Branson laughed. She looked at her watch, then at the clock again, and switched off her recorder.
This is as far as I can go today. Perhaps the fluid samples I've taken will indicate something more helpful when we get the toxicology report back from the lab. But for now, I have to tell you that the apparent cause of death is heart attack induced by torture.
Thanks, Nadyuska, Grace said. She raised her gloved hands in the air.
I'm sorry, I know you need more than this, but let's see what we get from the lab. Would you forgive me if I have to run? It's my birthday, actually, and my husband has arranged something for tonight.
Your birthday? Your 30th?
Ha! I wish, and thank you for the compliment.
He grinned. Happy birthday. Happy birthday, Nadyuska, was echoed by everyone else present. Cleo turned to her husband and said quietly,
I'll see you at home. I may be a little while.
She pointed at the gash on Goff's head.
I want to check something out.
She gave him a strange look, as if she was trying to indicate something. He frowned, then smiled, taking the hint.
Sure,
he said. I'm not going back to the office. I'll take Humphrey for a walk and get supper ready.
We've got those nice cheeses we bought at the market last weekend in the fridge. All hard ones, no soft ones.
She patted her swollen belly by way of an explanation.
And there are those oatmeal biscuits you wanted to try in the cupboard.
I'll make up a platter.
Anything you want me to get on the way home? No, we're good.
He lowered his mask and blew her a kiss. Glenn Branson followed him into the changing room, where they began disrobing by kicking off their boots.
Bummer, the DI said.
Archie Goff, Grace said reflectively, ignoring the comment. A proper crim with a speciality in country homes. What's he done to get himself tortured to death?
Burgled the wrong person?
Branson suggested. Grace nodded. Quite possibly. Something feels odd to me about where his body was dumped. Doesn't it to you? Outside Daniel Hegarty's house.
It seems to be stretching coincidence rather far.
It does. We're investigating the cold case of an art dealer who was hawking around a possibly rare Fragonard painting. We've now got a couple, the Kiplings, who brought what might be a rare Fragonard to the Antiques Roadshow. Someone burgled or attempted a burglary at their house soon after their appearance on the show. Now we have a dead burglar outside the house of a major art forger. Branson questioned,
We need to be sure we're not making too big a leap here, despite the coincidence, don't you think?
Grace shook his head. Put yourself in the Crim's mind. You've just tortured someone for burgling you, or, more likely, your boss, and he's died on you, which you weren't expecting to happen. So now you have a problem on your hands, a corpse to dispose of. Let's imagine it happened in Sussex, in the country. Country houses are Archie Goff's MO. You've got woodlands, forests, and you've got the sea. But no, you decide to ignore all of these options and drive your deceased, tortured victim into a nice, middle-class residential area and dump him on a pavement where he was absolutely bound to be found. Branson nodded.
I get your point.
Grace, fumbling with the bow at the back of his gown, said, Whoever did this wanted the body to be found. It's a message to someone. A very loud and clear message. Mess with me, and this will be you.
A message to Daniel Hegarty? Is that what you're saying?
We're on the same page. Chapter 63. Sunday, the 3rd of November. Sunday evenings were for flopping in front of the television. Daniel and Natalie Hegarty had long agreed. The way they agreed comfortably on most things. They lay back, large glasses of red wine in their hands, the bottle on the coffee table in front of them. Rocky and Rambo snuggled between them on the sofa, both watching, as attentively as their owners, the start of a new crime drama on catch-up. It had been, by any stretch of the imagination, and the master forger's imagination stretched a very long way, a different Sunday. Certainly an unusual start to the day, finding a dead body outside your front garden gate. And he could tell from his long involvement with the police, not all of it great, that this wasn't just any Joe Schmo who pegged out on the pavement in front of their house. certainly not judging by the speed at which a CSI tent had been erected to shield the body from view, and the number of police vehicles that had rocked up during the following hours, the crime scene tape that had sealed off the pavement around the body, and then the fingertip search by officers that had gone on around where the body had lain, long after it had been bagged and removed. But despite his questions, they'd remained tight-lipped, both to him and to the newspaper reporters who had turned up, about the dead man's identity. He'd seen them take out his wallet and then his driving licence, so they knew for sure who he was. In the absence of any information forthcoming from the police officers, the media had turned to him. The reporters from the Argus, the Brighton and Hove Independent, the Sussex Express, Radio Sussex, and camera crews from BBC South and ITV News Meridian had relentlessly interviewed, recorded, and filmed him. Always the publicity hound, Hegarty had relished the exposure, making sure to get his message across that his new art exhibition of Lowry, Picasso, and Modigliani paintings, each dutifully signed by him, was opening next week. But despite his bonhomie towards the media, after they'd all drifted away, he was left feeling increasingly uneasy. With his artist's eye for detail, he'd observed the injury on the side of the dead man's head carefully, noting it had been caused by something sharp. And he'd noticed the crushed fingers on both hands. Neither of these things had happened to him out on this quiet and pleasant street. They'd been done somewhere else. He'd not conveyed this to his wife, and she'd seemed relaxed by the story he'd fed her. But then, he hadn't given her the full lowdown. All he had told her was that the police were doing their normal due diligence that they would do whenever a dead body was found, and it looked like the poor sod had dropped dead from a heart attack or stroke. Whatever. Natalie and he loved each other. They were cool. Life was good. Actually 60, but feeling closer to 30, his reputation in the art world was beyond his wildest dreams. Never ever had he imagined, way back in his earliest teens, that one day he'd achieve this kind of success and fame. He didn't reckon anyone who'd known him had. Certainly not his art master at Patcham High School, who told him dryly he had a talent for drawing and maybe he should consider a career using that skill. Yeah, right, Mr. Tosser Turner. You might have shared the same name as one of England's greatest ever artists, but that was as far as your talent and vision stretched. One of his biggest regrets was that his teacher had died long before he'd become a household name in the art world. As the opening credits of the crime drama rolled, along with the sombre, moving orchestral music, Hegarty sipped his wine distractedly, trying to figure out just what it was that was making him so uneasy. Was it that text? He didn't have to wait long. His phone, which he'd switched to silent to not be disturbed during the programme, was vibrating, a number he did not recognise. He was tempted to leave it to ring out, but then he wondered, a little irrationally, if it was going to be some information about the dead man outside his house, and made the decision, nodding apologetically to Natalie, to answer it. He was right, in the wrong way. Chapter 64. Sunday, the 3rd of November. "I'm real sorry to be intruding on your cosy Sunday evening, Mr. Hegarty," said the polite southern U.S. accent. "I know how sacrosanct Sunday evenings are to you English folk." Hegarty put down his wine glass, jumped up from the sofa and headed to the living room door. "Want me to pause it, darling?" Natalie asked. He shook his head and hurried out, closing the door behind him. "How can I help you, Mr. Kilgore?" he asked breezily. "Well, Mr. Hegarty, I'm guessing you noticed some activity outside your home today." "You guessed right. It was a little hard not to notice. The whole of Saltdean noticed it, and all the local media." He didn't like the tone of Kilgore's voice. "They sure did. I saw it on the news. Very tragic." Kilgore hesitated. "If I'm still guessing right, you are wondering about the location. Did this gentleman drop dead on the street outside your house? Did someone deposit his body there randomly? Or was the location chosen specifically for a reason? Am I correct that's what you might be wondering right now, Mr. Hegarty?" "You seem to be talking in riddles, Mr. Kilgore. I'm a little confused." "Well, Mr. Hegarty, I apologize for that," he said, his voice maintaining his courtly charm, but with a steely undertow. "Confused is the last thing I want you to feel. I'm my boss, too. We would just like you to understand loud and clear the message we sent to you this morning.
Like a message in a bottle, Hegarty said facetiously. Like a dead man in a bottle.
Mr. Hegarty, Kilgore said, his tone now sounding more steely. A short while ago, I gave you photographs of an original Fragonard to copy, and you were paid good money for this job. When we swapped the pictures over at the Kipling's house, we discovered the painting on his wall was also a fake. You are the only forger good enough to have done that. So here's what I think. Gough brought the original to you, and I want it. Here's the deal. I will come by tomorrow morning, and you will hand me the original. Mess with us again, and the next time you head out to walk your dogs, it won't be a stranger lying on the sidewalk. It will be your wife. Good night, Mr. Hegarty. Enjoy your evening. Hey, Hegarty said, I haven't... But Kilgore had hung up. Hegarty quickly hurried upstairs to look out at the pavement to see what was happening. But all looked quiet. The floodlights the CSIs had erected along with the tent had gone, and so had the crime scene tape. It was all back to normal, as if nothing had happened, which, ironically, now made him feel more vulnerable. Chapter 65. Sunday, the 3rd of November. Arriving home shortly after 8 p.m., deep in thought, Roy Grace thanked their nanny Caitlin for coming in on a Sunday and staying so late, but asked her if she could hang on a little longer while he walked the dog. She told him that Noah was sound asleep and had been good as gold all day. He pulled on his barber and a baseball cap against the falling drizzle, grabbed his torch, and took Humphrey out for a short walk. As he walked through the darkness, wondering about Archie Gough's deposition site outside Hegarty's house, he called the force control room to get an operation name assigned to the inquiry into the man's murder. He was given Operation Porcupine, and the option to have another if it caused any issues. He said it was fine. Where Gough had been deposited could of course have been sheer coincidence, but his body could have been dumped in any number of woods or lay-bys or outside any of the 430,000 houses and apartment buildings in and around the city of Brighton and Hove and its neighbouring towns and villages. But it had been dumped on the doorstep of the city's most famous art forger. Grace wasn't a gambling man, but he understood odds. 1.5 million people lived in the county of Sussex, east and west. The odds of Gough ending up on Hegarty's doorstep by sheer chance were astronomical. He spent the next 20 minutes of his walk, guided by his torch beam, up through the fields behind their house, using the time to call the key members of the new team he was assembling, asking them to attend an 8:30 a.m. briefing on Op Porcupine in the morning. Before going back inside, he entered the hen run, checked on the birds, which were all in their shed, asleep on their perches, and retrieved 4 eggs, 2 dark brown, his favourites, 1 white, and 1 blue. As an added precaution against foxes, he shut their door with a breezy, "Good night, girls, and Billy." Then he went into the kitchen, said goodbye to Caitlin, and used the date stamp Bruno had bought to mark each egg, then laid them at the back of the tray on the work surface. His son was always in his thoughts. Feeling pensive, he turned his attention to preparing supper, Humphrey sitting on the floor at his feet, looking up expectantly. "Still hungry, are you, boy? You've already been fed by Caitlin, you gannet. Are you ever not hungry?" Grace asked. Cleo had told him after her last visit to the vet that the vet had said he was 5 pounds overweight. But, as he removed the cheeses from the fridge, unwrapping them and putting them on a wooden board, Humphrey continued staring up at him, making him feel guilty. He cut a few slivers off and slipped them to the dog, who swallowed them like he was inhaling them, and then looked up at his master for more. "Last slice, boy, okay? And don't tell your mistress." He kneeled down and patted the dog hard. "Fatty boom boom, are you? Or is it all muscle tone?" Down on his haunches, Humphrey barked at him. 1 sharp bark. Grace cut him 1 more slice, a large one. As he did so, he heard the front door opening. Quickly, he slipped it into the dog's jaws, and immediately heard Cleo's rebuke. "Hey you, I saw that!" Turning towards her, he grinned. "I had to. He was 15 seconds away from dialing the RSPCA to complain we were starving him to death." Yeah, you big softy." She stood there in mock disapproval, in a leather jacket over a turtleneck sweater and jeans.
Overweight dogs are much more likely to get arthritis. No more cheese treats, okay?
Understood. He went across and kissed her.
Long day, eh, my darling?
She nodded.
How about a couple of Virgin Marys?
I really crave one.
Great idea. I'll make them.
She grinned and looked at the platter containing an array of cheeses, crackers, nuts, fruit and pickles. I'm impressed. He mock bowed, filling 2 glasses of cold water from the fridge dispenser and placing them on the kitchen table. You've recently become quite the domestic god, haven't you? She said with an approving grin. He grinned back.
Every team needs a water carrier.
Is that in the murder manual?
Page 1. So, what was it you needed to go back and check?
Tell you over supper. I think you'll be impressed. Maybe I should be a detective too.
Oh?
Chapter 66. Sunday the 3rd of November. Cleo helped herself to slices from each of the cheeses, taking a particularly large chunk of the manchego. Then, after hungrily eating several mouthfuls of the cheese and biscuits, as well as a couple of grapes and a slice of cucumber, she said, "That gash behind Archie Goff's ear, right?"
Grace frowned.
Okay. Nadiuska said she thought it was made by an object with a sharp edge.
She did, yes, he said, picking up a sourdough cracker and smearing some beetroot chutney on it.
It reminded me of something I'd seen before. It had really been bugging me all afternoon, and I needed to go and check to see if I was right.
Were you?
Tell me.
She popped another grape in her mouth, chewed and swallowed it. Then, looking decidedly pleased with herself, she said,
I think I might be. You've been reviewing the case of that art dealer who was murdered in Brighton a few years ago, right?
Operation Canvas. It was one of Nick Sloane's. His name was Charlie Porteous. Yes, we're reopening it. Some significant new evidence has come to light.
She ate a walnut, then another sliver of cheese.
So, you've looked at the crime scene photographs?
Of course.
I remember it all very clearly. It was the first unsolved murder case I was involved with after joining the mortuary team. Charlie Porteous had a wound on the right side of his face, behind his ear. Do you recall?
Grace thought for a moment. It was coming back to him.
Yes, he did.
He stopped eating, very curious now. Had he missed something?
I just looked up the post-mortem report on our records. It took a while, as it's been misfiled somehow, when we changed our system. The post-mortem was done by Fraser Theobald, and he had put in his notes that the wound was caused by something sharp. Do you see where I might be going?
Grace looked at her excitedly. Go on.
She smiled. From my examination, I think the wounds of Porteous and Goff are similar, and may have been caused by some sort of ring with a stone. I've seen similar injuries on other bodies where they've been badly beaten. Maybe I should be on your team.
Brilliant, Cleo. You're on the team, he said. Humphrey nudged his master's leg, hoping for another scrap, but, deep in thought now, Grace ignored him.
You're right. It could possibly be a link,
and if so, a very significant one.
Might be a long shot, but... Hold on a second. He jumped up from the table. I'll be back in a mo. He hurried upstairs to his den, and it was several minutes before he returned. Sorry, darling, I had to look up the name of a specialist in identifying and matching wounds. I've got it. Dr. Colin Duncton at Liverpool University Hospital. He's developed some very smart software that can analyse damage to every skin and muscle cell and run a database search for matches. He's been to the mortuary before to look at a wound on a case a while back. Talk me through this again, all you found. Cleo showed him the paperwork and photographs and explained what she had identified with the potential link between the two murders. Darling, this is brilliant. You could be onto something here. I'll have the team looking at it first thing tomorrow. If the doctor can positively link the injuries, this could be a breakthrough. She smiled. Good. Now we've solved that. How about next weekend, regardless of work, we take Noah to the petting zoo at Middle Farm? He'd love that. And it would do us both some good to at least have an afternoon out together as a family. She nestled her chin in her hands, her eyes looking up at him.
Love your face, he said.
I love yours too. I don't get to see enough of it. So?
You're right.
Let's do that.
It's a plan. She patted her tummy. Bump agrees.
He or she? Cleo shrugged. We don't know, do we? Nope. He thought for a moment. But we have that envelope the obstetrician gave us after the last scan. Would you like to know? Would you? He hesitated. It would help us to know to choose the right colours for the baby's bedroom, wouldn't it? Shall we? He grinned. It's in a drawer in my desk. Do you care whether it's a boy or a girl? We'll love her or him just as much. I don't care at all. Do you care? Roy Grace smiled back at his wife. I'll go get it. But I'm the same as you. I don't care. Chapter 67. Sunday, the 3rd of November. Stuart Piper cared. In truth, he cared far more for the past than the present. You had to live in the now. You were trapped in that, he knew. But the present was a conveyor belt that was forever tipping you off its edge, unprepared, into an uncharted future. You could only get perspective by looking at the past, and, unlike the present and the future, if you had the luxury to choose, you could decide where in the past you wanted to be. Piper had just that luxury of choice. And this Sunday night he spent surrounded by the past, in his favourite room, the hidden salon. It was windowless, and paintings hung on all 4 walls. Soft light glowed from the crystal chandeliers suspended from the ceiling, and subtle light from the lamps over each picture. The log fire blazing in the hearth made it as warm as the womb. Real candles burning in 2 candelabras on the table in front of him completed the ambience he loved so much. In the 16th century, Europe was under the spiritual leadership of the Roman Catholic Church. Religious beliefs were a matter of life and death. When Henry VIII sought an annulment of his marriage to Catherine of Aragon, who had failed to give him a male heir, the Pope refused. Henry responded by splitting from the Catholic Church and founding the Church of England. After his death, his son Edward VI, during his brief reign, helped turn England further into a Protestant nation. Edward was succeeded by his sister, Mary, who did an immediate reversal, turning England back into a Catholic state. Anyone who refused to give up their Protestant beliefs was burned at the stake, earning the Queen the sobriquet Bloody Mary. Subsequently, her sister, Queen Elizabeth, who wanted a strong, independent England with its own religion and trade and foreign policy, re-established the Church of England. She made it high treason for a Catholic priest to even enter England, and anyone found aiding or abetting a Catholic priest faced torture and death. Priest hunters were established to locate any such Catholic priests. Hiding places known as priests' holes became commonplace. Sometimes in smaller houses, these were little more than cubbyholes behind fireplaces, in attics and in cellars. But in grander Tudor houses, such as the one Piper owned, there was often fine accommodation behind false walls. Like this salon, concealed behind a secret door in the library. Some collectors bought art for investment, others to display their wealth. Both kinds of people Piper despised. The art on his walls was there because he loved it, much of it representing a world he wished he could have lived in. At least, through these paintings, he could achieve some of that, albeit vicariously. This hidden salon was where he loved to spend his evenings, oftentimes thinking about who might once have been concealed here. Catholic priests, outcasts like himself. Cohiba cigar in one hand, 1967 Hein single-cask cognac in a balloon in the other, he loved to lounge back in his crimson smoking jacket on one of the 3 ornately embroidered and original Louis XIV sofas arranged around the Queen Anne coffee table, surrounded by the paintings on the wall that brought him the most happiness of all the art in his vast collection. All of these in this room were by French artists of the Fête Galante period. He found such tranquility in these works in particular. They took him back to a place long before he'd had his face irreparably smashed and where his bitterness and anger had been ignited. Long before the humiliation of his parents when he'd come out at 18 and they'd pretty much disowned him from that point. They could never accept his sexuality. These paintings were from a point in history where hedonism rocked and anything went. These elegant people, in their fine clothes, in such beautiful settings, where lovers forever stared into each other's eyes, where musical instruments were played with abandon, where breasts were proudly and shamelessly bared, where life was eternally bacchanalian and sublime. A world where the trees were forever dappled by a sun that never set, where time was suspended on a state of permanent elegance and joie de vivre. Like the Keats poem of the two lovers frozen forever on a Grecian urn, all these characters on his walls lived eternal gilded lives inside their gilded frames. They gave the delicious lie, Piper thought, that the past was somehow a less dark and murderous place than the present. And in this room, with everything old or vintage, including his cigar and his Patek Philippe watch, although at 60 years old that pretty much counted as modern in this environment, the only real intrusion of the modern day was the presence of the 3 mobile phones laid out on the table in front of him. Unless anger counted as an intrusion too. And Piper was feeling anger tonight. He didn't like being screwed over, and someone was doing just that, royally. Instead of indulging his normal Sunday evening pastime of looking at one of these paintings, studying the characters, trying to imagine their lives and visualizing himself there, he was staring at a blank piece of wall, onyx-coloured. A blank space where there should have been a painting hanging tonight. Spring, autumn, winter. Those 3 pictures by Jean-Honoré Fragonard were there, with the glaring gap of the missing summer between them, a painting that right now he was being cheated out of by a clever dick forger. He took a deep sip of his drink and puffed hard on his cigar to bring it back to life, then blew a series of smoke rings at the ceiling. He always blew smoke rings when he was angry, to calm himself down. Watching their perfect grey-blue circles rise upwards and slowly dispersing. Then he allowed his mind to reflect on how he'd acquired these first 3 of the 4 seasons, starting with autumn and winter. They'd been discovered 10 years ago in the priest's hole of a derelict French chateau west of Paris. The owners, a prominent aristocratic Roman Catholic family, had been guillotined during the terror of the French Revolution, following the de-Christianization Acts of France in 1793. France did not have the same reverence for historic buildings as England, and this ruin was in the process of being demolished when the discovery had been made. Fortunately for Piper, the foreman was a crook with no knowledge of art, and quietly flogged the 2 pictures to a local antiques dealer for a few euros. Piper's second stroke of luck was when the dealer, aware the paintings were old, but having no idea of what they actually were, took them to a fine art specialist. The man was part of Piper's international network of contacts, constantly on the lookout for just such missing grandmaster works of art. The specialist had bought them from the dealer for the equivalent of £20,000, which the dealer was deliriously happy with, and the specialist had then flogged them to Piper for £100,000 the pair. It had been a punt for Piper, but Robert Kilgore had been reasonably confident, both from all the history of the paintings he'd been able to glean and from his own personal eye and judgment, that these were genuine Fragonards. Knowing his boss's ruthlessness and violent streak, it had been a gamble for Kilgore, too. Piper would not have been a happy bunny if the pictures had been by a pupil of, or other lesser artist than Fragonard. But he would have been even less happy if they'd subsequently turned up in a sale room at a major auction house and gone under the hammer for millions. Fortunately for Kilgore, his subsequent attempts at establishing the provenance, while maintaining the total anonymity of his boss, looked increasingly promising. 2 scholars, considered the world's experts on Fragonard, had created in 1982 what became accepted as the authorized list of his works. It included an entry for the 4 lost Fragonard paintings of the 4 seasons. Their provenance, right back to the family who had owned the now demolished chateau, was well documented, along with prints of each of the paintings that had been made in Fragonard's studio. His next step to confirm his assessment had been to hand the paintings over to the octogenarian fine arts consultant to several top auction houses, Sir George Shaw, the renowned world expert on French masters.
Shaw had first taken microscopic paint samples from a certified original Fragonard to compare the pigments that had been used by the artist. They had passed this test. Shaw had one final stage, the one he had told Kilgore about many times, and which had previously exposed as a forgery many seemingly perfect originals. The brushstroke technique of an artist was as unique as his or her handwriting. It was sometimes, but not always, possible through microscopic examination to detect if these brushstrokes were the original flourish of the artist with gay abandon, or the slower and more painstaking attempt at mimicking them. In much the same way, Shaw explained that a handwriting forgery could be detected. Shaw had declared these pictures, without doubt in his opinion, to be the work of Fragonard, just as he had subsequently made the same declaration on the painting Charlie Porteous had had in his possession. When word had reached Piper that Charlie Porteous was surreptitiously showing around to an expert what might be another of the missing Four Seasons paintings, Piper's interest and excitement had peaked. Quite apart from how it might enrich his life, he was well aware how having 3 of the 4 would potentially enrich his coffers, should he ever need to sell. But there was a big, pretty near unsurmountable problem. He'd done business with Porteous once, and to his chagrin was well aware that the dealer would never in a million years do business with him again. It was his own fault, he rued. He'd stiffed the famous London art dealer a few years earlier with a brilliant Tintoretto fake, commissioned from Daniel Hegarty and executed to perfection by the forger, right down to the stencils on the back and the auction lot numbers of previous sale rooms. Every detail was correct, especially the brushstroke technique that Tintoretto himself employed and which Hegarty had perfected. Then, out of the blue, the long-lost original of the Tintoretto had turned up in Venezuela, in a hall of art looted by the Nazis and with unassailable provenance. Charlie Porteous had come after him for the 2 million quid he'd paid, and Piper had told him to go fuck himself. Porteous had been faced with a massive hit, both financially and reputationally. Even after the Venezuelan art dealer who had made the discovery had been found shot dead in an underground car park, and the original had conveniently disappeared, there was not a lot of love lost between Porteous and Piper. Which was why, when Piper heard that Porteous might have a long-lost Fragonard Four Seasons painting, and that the expert was excited that it might be original, he knew that the respected dealer wouldn't have sold it to him, not in a million years. Not for any money. But he had to have that painting. Which left him with 2 options. Pay big money through an intermediary, or he'd gone for the second option. And it had worked out fine. Since October 2015, the Fragonard Spring that Porteous had been in possession of was securely hung on the wall in front of him, to the left of the onyx gap. Because of the vagaries of proof in the art world, regardless of who had seen and opined on this painting, no one was ever going to be able to definitively link it to the death of Charlie Porteous. Piper blew another smoke ring. A magnificent one, even if he said so himself. It circled, then spiralled towards the 3 Fragonards, getting broader and thinner as it rose. Just one more, to fill that gap. Tomorrow morning, after that scumbag forger had been taught a lesson by Bobby Kilgore, that gap would be gone, filled by the original that Hegarty would hand over, filling a long, aching and hard-won gap in Piper's life, as well as adding several zeros to his net worth. Chapter 68. Monday, the 4th of November. When one door slammed shut in Daniel Hegarty's face, and on 2 occasions in his distant past it had been a cell door, another always opened. Born with a happy disposition, he sailed through life, riding the waves on a combination of charm and immense talent. And normally, he slept well. The sleep of the innocent. But not last night, after Robert Kilgore's deeply unpleasant phone call, which he hadn't shared with Natalie. In the past, whenever he'd had a problem, he would talk it through with her, and his sanguine wife would always have a pragmatic solution. A problem shared is a problem halved, was one of his mantras. He should have shared this particular one, but last night she'd seemed in such a happy and relaxed mood, he hadn't wanted to break that. So, instead, he'd kept it to himself, ending up drinking more red wine than he should, in the hope of it making Kilgore's menacing words go away. But of course it hadn't. And as always, when he drunk too much, he lay awake in the middle of the night, his head aching and his thoughts in turmoil, sleeping fitfully and waking frequently at the slightest sound with a feeling of dread. Finally, his bedside clock showing 6 a.m., feeling exhausted but wired, he slipped out of bed, pulled on a tracksuit and fleece, went downstairs, tugged on his Wellingtons, then opened the kitchen door to Rocky and Rambo, who jumped up at him barking excitedly. He shushed them with their first treat of the day, a cocktail sausage each, clipped on their leads, and took them out on the dark pavement where there was no dead body today. The forensics teams had not returned. Wanting to clear his head, he took the dogs for a much longer walk across the downs than his usual 40-minute morning constitutional before returning home. He showered, and then had a breakfast of porridge and fresh fruit at the kitchen table while watching the 8 a.m. local news. The main item, ahead of Brexit for a change, was the dead body outside his house. Natalie joined him, eating some even more healthy, high-protein gunk the colour of dog faeces she'd whizzed up in the NutriBullet.
"So, my darling, you never told me about that call last night. Who was it?"
He shrugged. "It was—" He stopped as a familiar face appeared on television. It took a second to realise why it was familiar. It was himself, standing on the pavement with the blue and white crime scene tape and white tent in the background. Talking directly to the camera, he was saying, "It was just a complete shock. I took our dogs out for a walk, as I do every morning, and saw this man lying there. I rushed over to see if I could help him, but he wasn't moving. I did a first aid course years ago and tried to remember the protocols, but as soon as I touched him, I was pretty sure he was deceased. I did the only thing I could think of, which was to dial 999.
"You have no idea who this man was?"
the reporter asked.
"None at all. I've never seen him before. Ever. Do you have any idea why he was here, outside your house?" she pressed.
Hegarty watched himself shrug and give a bemused smile.
"Absolutely none at all."
The interview ended, and Natalie looked at him.
"Is that true?"
He frowned. "What do you mean?"
"You know what I mean. I married you because I love you, but I'm not naive. I know that you work for some dodgy people. A dead body outside our front gate? Was that pure chance? Or is someone you've upset sending you a message? I think you owe me that answer at least."
Suddenly, both dogs began barking and ran upstairs towards the door. Moments later, the bell rang, a long, sharp, insistent ring. Hegarty saw the instant look of panic in his wife's face.
"It's okay," he said.
"Is it?" As he approached the front door, the dogs barking even more frantically, Natalie called out, her voice racked with concern.
"Use the spy hole." "Don't worry, I will."
He raised the flap and peered through the tiny hole in the door. Despite the distorted image, he instantly recognised the man standing a short distance back.
"It's okay," he said.
He unhooked the safety chain and, leaning down with one hand holding both of the dogs' collars, opened the door with the other. Robert Kilgore stood there, all smiles, dapper and faintly flamboyant as ever, in a dark suit with a small green and white spotted bow tie.
"I'm real sorry to intrude so early, Mr. Hegarty, and without an appointment," he said, his voice so sincere he almost sounded as if he meant it. "Would this be a convenient moment to have a chat?"
"Come in," Hegarty replied tersely. Kilgore stepped through the doorway, then kneeled and made a massive fuss of the dogs, letting them lick his face, tickling their bellies, then, to Hegarty's surprise, digging a couple of treats out of his pocket.
"All right with you if I give them these? They'll love you forever."
Kilgore seemed very different today from his cold, threatening voice of last night, Hegarty thought. Kilgore fed the treats from the palm of his hand, then stood up and addressed Natalie, who was standing warily behind her husband.
"Good morning, Mrs. Hegarty. Nice to make your acquaintance again."
She responded with a polite but cool,
"Nice to see you again too, Mr. Kilgore. Can I offer you some tea or coffee?" "Coffee would be good. Black, no cream."
He smiled.
"My apologies. Guess after 30 years in your country, I should have gotten used to saying milk rather than cream, but some habits, you know."
He shrugged.
Shall we go to my office? Hegarty suggested, then turned to his wife. I'll do the coffees, darling. I'll get them. No problem. One for you too. Please.
As Natalie walked off towards the kitchen, the two men stood for a moment in uncomfortable silence. Then Kilgore said, his voice lowered to little more than a whisper, I'm here on serious business, Mr. Hegarty, so I hope you're not going to mess with me. I've come here to save your life. Chapter 69. Monday, the 4th of November. Because, at the time, Roy and Cleo had wanted the sex of their new baby to be a surprise, after Cleo's first ultrasound scan several months ago, the obstetrician had kept the secret. But she had given them a sealed envelope containing the answer written on a note should they ever decide to change their mind. Last night, they'd finally opened it. The small sheet of paper inside had just one scrawled word on it. In the barely decipherable handwriting doctors seemed to favour, girl. They were having a sister for Noah. Roy Grace, normally reserved about all aspects of his private life, was so excited he wanted to shout it out to the world. But as he sat at the oval table in the conference room at 8:30 a.m. on Monday morning, the only person he'd shared the news with so far was a genuinely delighted Glenn Branson. And he'd had to stop Glenn from telling everyone else in the room. They weren't here to celebrate his joyous news. They were here to find who had killed Archie Goff. And the more he'd thought about Goff during a restless night, the more he wondered about the connection with Hegarty. Someone had paid his hefty bail of £50,000 to get him released from prison. Within days, the Kiplings, who had appeared on Antiques Roadshow with a potentially genuine Fragonard worth millions, had their house broken into, but nothing taken. Possibly the burglar had been surprised and legged it. Then Goff was tortured and his body dumped outside the home of a well-known art forger. Just what the hell was that all about? On his notepad in front of him, Grace had written, Fragonard, fake or original. Goff bailed in order to burgle Kipling's and steal Fragonard. Punished for failing. Dies. Had his torturers planned to kill him, or was death a surprise? Deposition site of his body, random, or Hegarty targeted? If so, why? Message? For who? And about what? He addressed his team. This is the first briefing of Operation Porcupine, the investigation into the death of Archibald Archie Goff, who was found on the pavement outside a house at 20 Saltdean Close, Saltdean, at approximately 7:15 a.m. yesterday, Sunday the 3rd of November, and subsequently confirmed as deceased by paramedic Kirsty Nelson, who attended the scene. Grace had added to the Operation Canvas team Chris G. as crime scene manager, D.S. Exton, and D.C. Boutwood. Operation Porcupine, did you say, Chief? Norman Potting asked, his voice still croaky. Yes, Norman. Come on, give us what you got. Well, seeing as you ask, I read a good line about porcupines once in a Len Dayton thriller. He looked around. Don't suppose many of you are old enough to remember him. He wrote a brilliant novel about confidence tricksters with this great line, something like, Don't the spines on your back hurt? Said the dog to the porcupine. No, replied the porcupine, only when I laugh. Do you find that happens to you a lot, Norman? Velvet Wild asked teasingly in her Belfast accent. Grace looked at him. Is that your best, Norman? The DS shrugged. Just saying, Chief. Thank you, Norman, he replied, and moved on swiftly. Before I go into the full details of what we have so far, there is a likely link between this case and Operation Canvas. A very similar wound behind Charlie Portis's right ear and Archie Goff's right ear might have been made by the same object. I would stress at this stage it is not evidentially confirmed, but I've requested the services of Dr. Colin Duncton at Liverpool University Hospital, who is a leading authority in the field of wound comparisons. He was very helpful on the Jodie Bentley case, Jack Alexander said. On snake bites? Yes, he was, Jack, Grace replied. A second, possibly more tenuous link at this stage is the deposition site itself. Goff was dumped on the pavement outside 20 Saltdean Close. The owner of that house, the person who discovered the body, is art forger Daniel Hegarty, who has a quality criminal pedigree. Like his dad before him, Potting interjected. And his granddad, Norman? Velvet Wild suggested. You must have necked him too, at some point, surely.
Potting harumphed. "Can we focus, please?" Roy Grace looked at them both sternly. "Archie Goff is, or rather was, a career burglar, as some of you know, specialising in large, isolated country houses. At the time of his death, he was out on bail awaiting trial on a new burglary charge. The Crown Court, to which magistrates on the bench had referred him, set bail at £50,000. I'm frankly surprised, considering his past record, and that the occupants of the house were in residence at the time of his burglary, that bail was granted at all. I'm guessing we have to thank the overcrowding of our prisons for that." "Do we know anything about who put up the bail? Did Goff himself know?" Polly Sweeney asked. Grace shook his head. "No, he was in prison for a bit before bail was paid. It was arranged through his solicitor, Paul Donnelly." "I thought Donnelly had been struck off," Potting said. "Appears not, Norman." He turned to Polly. "Can you follow that up? See where it takes us?" "Yes, sir." "What we do know," Grace continued, "is that Goff had an accelerant, believed to be petrol, which the lab will verify, poured over him, but it wasn't ignited, which indicates it was done to frighten him. He was badly beaten up and had electrical burns on his body, according to the pathologist, as well as a cigarette burn on his chest. At some point during the torture process, he suffered a fatal heart attack." He took another sip of coffee. Velvet Wild raised a hand. "Boss, wouldn't the cigarette have ignited the petrol?" Grace shook his head. "That burn might have been done before the petrol was poured on him. But even if the petrol was already on him, it only ignites at a certain temperature, unlike what we see in movies when someone drops a cigarette into the petrol tank of a car. All that would happen then is that it gets extinguished." "So who said smoking is bad for your health?" quipped Potting. Several of the team laughed. Grace glanced at him sympathetically. This was some show of bravado, he thought, considering Potting was awaiting a possible diagnosis of cancer related to his pipe smoking. Then he continued. "Some of you are experienced enough to know that as and when we track down Goff's assailants, a smart defence brief will have a field day with his pre-existing medical condition. But we don't need to concern ourselves with that now. We have 4 significant lines of inquiry. The first is to find out more about who put up Goff's substantial bail. Second is tracing Goff's exact movements from the morning of his release from Lewes Prison to his death. The third is why he was tortured and by who. Finally, who deposited his body outside 20 Saltdean Close and why there. Is that location relevant? Is it too coincidental not to be relevant?" E.J. Boutwood raised a hand. "Sir, does Goff have any history of stealing art? Could that be a link to the occupant of 20 Saltdean Close, Daniel Hegarty?" "I think it's a possibility, E.J. We'll need to interview Hegarty and see if he has anything useful to tell us. Norman and Velvet, can you pick that up?" He turned to Alexander. "Jack, I asked you yesterday to organise an outside inquiry team to do a house-to-house in the vicinity of 20 Saltdean Close. Any luck with anyone who might have seen anything suspicious the evening before? Or any CCTV footage?" "We talked to one lady a few doors up who's obsessed with people who let their dogs foul pavements, sir," the DS said. "She's a little eccentric, in my opinion." He glanced at Polly Sweeney, who nodded in confirmation, and Alexander continued. "She has an outward-facing CCTV camera covering the pavement in front of her house and the road beyond, which is there mainly to spy on a neighbour who she's convinced deliberately gets his German Shepherd to dump outside her house every evening around 7 p.m. We spoke to her at approximately 8 p.m. last night. She said she'd been reviewing the footage and a white van she didn't recognise drove past at approximately 6:45 p.m. She claims to know every car and van in her neighbourhood, and this one struck her as odd, especially at that time on a Saturday evening." Sweeney took over. "She invited us in to view the footage. The vehicle was a white Ford Transit with no markings. The number plate was recorded, but in poor lighting, with a couple of options on one of its numbers and one of its letters. Jack and I ran both through the PNC and came up with 2 possible vehicles, one belonging to an electrician in Brighton, the other to a funeral director in Eastbourne. We've managed to speak to the owners of both, and we're pretty confident that neither were in Saltdean Saturday evening." "The van was on cloned plates?" Grace asked. "Looks like it, sir," Sweeney replied. "Good work, Polly and Jack," he said, then reflected on this development. Nadiuska had estimated, very roughly, that Goff's body had been dumped sometime between 6 and 9 p.m. yesterday evening, and during that time a van, on possibly cloned plates, drove in the direction of the deposition site. "Do you have anything more on this van?"
he asked them.
No, sir, Alexander said. But we've been checking the serials for any similar vans that might have been stolen in the Sussex area during the past week, and we've been on to, and are still working through, all the local and regional car rental companies that might have rented out a vehicle of this description. We have one, so far, from Sixt.
Grace had long thought that Jack Alexander had a big future as a detective, and this latest initiative reinforced that even more. He always acted on his initiatives.
Have Sixt got any CCTV, Jack?
They have, sir. They record every customer. Polly and I are hoping to get the CCTV of the one who rented their transit 2 days ago later this morning.
Great stuff. I'm going to see the ACC and suggest it's about time we merge the investigations. I'm pretty confident she'll agree.
Chapter 70. Monday the 4th of November. Hegarty led Kilgore into the open-plan living area with its magnificent view through the picture window across to Saltdean Lido and the English Channel beyond, and then into an adjoining room. The bare, stark concrete walls with no windows made it feel like being inside a cave, which was exactly how the artist felt every time he came in here. His man cave, the place where he was most inspired, away from all distractions. Copies of paintings, including a Banksy, were among many other works stacked higgledy-piggledy against the walls. Wooden bookshelves on 3 of the 4 walls heaved under the weight of reference books on great painters past and modern. Next to them was a shelf laden with technique manuals. One was titled Masterclass in Seascape Painting, another Anatomy Perspective Composition, and above those, Dog Painting, the European Breeds, Techniques of the World's Greatest Painters, and 17th and 18th century colour palettes. They were weighted down by a small, plump, white bag labelled L. Cornelison & Son, genuine white marble dust, medium, 1 kilogram. Another shelf contained glass jars with brushes of every size in cleaning solution, as well as a rack of palette knives. And in the centre of the room stood a paint-spattered easel on which was mounted an elaborate Lowry, evidently a work in progress, as some of the dozens of thin figures populating what looked like a factory forecourt had not yet been coloured in. The tart reek of stale cigarette smoke on Kilgore's clothes mingled with the smells of oil paint and turpentine. The American looked around in wonder, as he did every time he came here, into the master's inner sanctum.
"Banksy now?" he said.
"Uh-huh."
"Oh boy. Mr. Hegarty, is there any artist, past or present, you can't copy?"
Hegarty smiled, waiting for Kilgore to get to the point of his visit, but the man seemed in no hurry.
"I can copy anyone, but if you want me to forge something that a world authority on the artist could trust, then yes, there is a limit. It's hard to buy canvases dating back much before the 16th century. So if you wanted me to fake a Giotto, who was painting back in the 14th century, I'd have to level with you and say I could do an exquisite copy, but not a fake that would stand up to analysis."
Kilgore walked across the room and looked at the densely stacked rows of framed and unframed canvases leaning against the walls. Without being invited, he lifted a few blank canvases out of the way and began rummaging through a stack of paintings behind them.
"You said you've come here to save my life, Mr. Kilgore."
The American took his time before responding, picking his way through several paintings, all bearing the Daniel Hegarty signature.
"Mr. Hegarty, I can assure you this is why I'm here."
His focus immediately returned to the paintings. He looked at several Hegarty-signed Picassos.
After some moments, he said, "You know, I always thought Picasso was a bit of a jerk, and so overrated. Hell, the guy signed napkins in restaurants instead of paying the bills. You ever tried doing that?" "I've dined out courtesy of Signor Picasso plenty of times," Hegarty replied with a cheeky grin. "He's been good to me."
But despite his humour, he was feeling increasingly uncomfortable having this man in his house, in his cave. And the tone of his voice wasn't helping. Despite Kilgore's exaggerated politeness, Hegarty felt a growing sense of menace.
"Is there a dead artist of stature who hasn't been good to you, Mr. Hegarty?" Kilgore challenged. "I've not tried the Mona Lisa yet. Leonardo set the bar pretty high, although I've heard rumours that the one in the Louvre might be a fake, a very fine copy. What do you think?"
Kilgore nodded thoughtfully.
Nothing ever surprises me in the art world, Mr. Heggarty. But then nothing ever surprises me about conspiracy theory, either. How about you and your boss commission me to paint the original? Very witty, he replied with no trace of humour now in his voice. He flipped around a canvas that was face into the wall. Well, hey, what do we have here? At that moment, Natalie appeared with a tray and set down mugs and a plate of biscuits on a small table. Heggarty blew her a kiss of thanks. She mouthed back, I'm off to the S. Natalie volunteered as a Samaritan. Their rule was that they always remained anonymous, just in case someone who knew them rang in. Heggarty blew her another kiss, deeply proud of the tough and incredibly worthwhile work his wife did, then turned to Kilgore, who was studying the painting carefully. As she left the room, he asked in a distinctly abrasive tone, You want to explain just what this is, exactly, Heggarty? After his wife's footsteps had faded away, Heggarty replied, Mr. Kilgore, I have a busy morning. Do you want to get to the point? Oh, I do, yes. But I'd like you to explain just what in hell's name is this picture Fragonard's Summer doing here? Both men were briefly distracted by the ping of the doorbell. Natalie would get it. Probably the postman, or a delivery of materials, Heggarty thought. He breathed on his coffee to cool it down, then took a sip. It's a copy. Whenever I'm commissioned to make a copy of a very special painting, I make an extra for myself. It's what they call in the rag trade cabbage. That's when they're making dresses, frocks, whatever for a designer label. The factory pattern maker regularly overestimates the amount of cloth they need, and they make an extra 1 or 2 outfits for themselves to sell on eBay or in markets. I do something similar with my art. And how do you tell these copies, cabbage, apart from the original without lab analysis? Oh, that's simple. Turn it over and look at the wooden frame of the stretcher. Kilgore complied. Heggarty pointed at an almost microscopic groove in the right-hand cross-member. That's done with my fingernail. That's how I tell. Kilgore nodded. It's an impressive copy. I've made a point of studying Fragonard's brushstroke technique, and you've darn well captured it. The frame's not the right era, and it's clearly not an old canvas. But otherwise, it's a great forgery. His words were praise delivered with glacial warmth. I'll take that as a big compliment coming from you. Heggarty stared at him, his unease increasing. So, you said you'd come here to save my life. I'm all ears. The American's demeanour changed in a way Heggarty couldn't quite read. Do you have a picture in your home that you value above all others, Mr. Heggarty? Or, let me put that question to you in another way. Do you have a picture here in your home that is worth proper money? Perhaps your favourite painting? Without hesitation, Heggarty pointed at one hanging on the wall. It depicted a medieval troubadour in a red tunic and knickerbockers playing the flute to a beautiful woman in a flowing red dress. She was seated on the ground in a rural setting with a man in a tricorn leaning over 2 more seated ladies and 2 children behind them. In the immediate background was a surreal latticed archway. Classic fête galante. I thought you might choose this, Kilgore said. Watteau. The original is in the Uffizi in Florence. Heggarty smiled wryly. Or so the Uffizi thinks. Kilgore frowned. I've much admired it. I make a point of going to see Botticelli's Birth of Venus and this particular Watteau on every visit I make to that beautiful city. Or a city that would be beautiful if it wasn't for the constant noise of those infernal mopeds the Italians are obsessed with. Heggarty nodded, still smiling. I'm glad to hear it, Mr. Kilgore. It makes me happy to know you are able to admire my art when you go to Florence. Kilgore walked over to the painting and studied it closely. Are you saying what I think you are, Mr. Heggarty? He raised his arms defensively. If you admire a painting and it gives you pleasure, does it matter whether it's the original or a near-perfect copy? Of course it does, Kilgore snapped back with deepening iciness. The original connects you to history, to the world as it was then. If it's a fake, you're cheating everyone who admires it. Exactly. Heggarty nodded at the painting. In which case, I'd strongly advise you to admire This version. Kilgore looked back at the painting and then at the forger. You're telling me that the Watteau in the Uffizi is a fake, and this is the original here? He laughed. Hegarty shrugged. How, in God's name? I'm asked to copy paintings all the time, Mr. Kilgore, mostly to save their owners money on the insurance, and mostly I do a clearly identifiable copy, but just occasionally I make a copy that no one can tell from the original. He smiled, and I keep the original for a bit of fun. Kilgore looked up at it. You realise what this painting is worth, if it is indeed the original, as you're suggesting? Of course. 15, maybe 20 million pounds? But I can never sell it. As you well know, this is one of the most documented and authenticated paintings in the world today. And here it is, on the wall of a humble residence in Saltine. Kilgore gave him a look that Hegarty interpreted as almost respect. Well, I'm impressed, Mr. Hegarty. If you're telling me the truth, I'm very impressed indeed. Hegarty shrugged again. It's what I do, Mr. Kilgore. Can we now get to the point of your visit? An instant later, there was a terrible scream. Natalie's voice. Dan! Chapter 71. Monday, the 4th of November. After he had updated the acting ACC and obtained her agreement, Roy Grace returned to the next briefing meeting, deep in thought. The words of that sage, the 13th century monk William of Ockham, who posited that the most obvious explanation for anything would usually be the correct one, resonated so often for him. He was looking for that obvious explanation now. Archie Goff had been badly beaten. Had his assailants planned to kill him after torturing him, or were they just teaching him a lesson? Had his dying on them spared them the job of finishing him off, or had it created a major problem for them? Or an opportunity? Thinking out loud, he said, was Goff being given a punishment for crossing someone, or was he being tortured for information? If the latter, did his torturers get what they wanted before he died? Isn't that level of brutality something we associate with Eastern European gangs, boss? John Exton, who had recently joined the investigation team, replied. From what we know of Goff, he operated as a lone wolf burglar. He's very unlikely to have been doing business with any of the gangs. He doesn't have any past form for drugs or people trafficking. That's not his thing. What about if he burgled the wrong person? Jack Alexander suggested. Perhaps the house of an Albanian mobster, someone like that. Grace nodded. It's a possibility. Should we look at all the reported burglaries of substantial properties in the time since Goff's release from prison, and before he went in? Alexander suggested. Grace nodded. But if Goff upset someone enough to have all that done to him, the person he burgled isn't necessarily the type to think of calling the police as their first resort. Good point, sir, Alexander conceded. Then he appeared distracted by his computer screen. Grace thought hard again for some moments. We need to try to establish what Goff's torturers wanted and how many of them there were. Nadiuska identified fresh marks from restraints on Goff's wrists, ankles, and around his chest. I think it's likely there was more than one person involved in this torture, he said to the team. A minimum of 2, maybe more. I agree, boss, Branson said. I'm trying to put myself in the mindset of someone torturing their victim, either for retribution or to get information from them, and then their victim unexpectedly dying on them, Grace said. They choose a street in a smart residential area. The only thing that makes any possible sense to me, as we discussed, is that this street was specifically chosen, for a reason, to make a statement. To Hegarty? We do know that some of the Eastern European gangs put bodies of people who've crossed them outside the homes of their enemies as a warning, Polly Sweeney said. Yes, I've had experience of that, Grace said. Throughout his career investigating major crimes, he well knew that while every murder was a huge puzzle, hundreds and sometimes thousands of pieces that had to be painstakingly put together, often it was either a piece of sheer luck or out-of-the-box, blue-sky thinking that ultimately nailed the offenders. And a wild, blue-sky thought was going through his mind right now. Stuart Piper's name had showed up on the crashed Audi linked to Charlie Porteous's death.
Potting and Wilde had interviewed Piper, a significant art collector, in his grand country house filled with fine paintings. Archie Goff was a career country house burglar. His body had been deposited outside the house of a renowned art forger. Stuart Piper, despite having no criminal record, was of interest to Interpol and a major player in the art world. Charlie Porteous had a seemingly high-value painting in his possession at the time of his murder. The Kiplings had had an attempted burglary shortly after appearing on the Antiques Roadshow television programme with a potentially high-value painting. The burglary had happened very shortly after Archie Goff had been released on bail from prison. How to make the connection, if there was one? Follow the money. That had in recent times become one of the tenets of major crime investigations. He turned to Denyer. Emily, make sure your financial profiling confirms who might have put up the bail money. Luke Stansted raised his arm. Boss, intel on Goff is that he had a new love in his life, a lady called Isabella Reiserbell. What we know about her is that she's a lab technician with a hobby of belly dancing.
Woohoo! Exclaimed Potting. If I had a lady like that in my life, I'd do anything to find 50k to get out and be with her.
Smiling and ignoring the reaction of his team, Grace replied, You're saying, Norman, if you were Goff, you'd sell your soul for that bail money? Potting frowned.
Meaning what, Chief?
Meaning just that, Norman, Grace replied. Perhaps Goff, desperate to be with his girlfriend, agreed a deal with one of his network of dodgy pals in exchange for a favour. A pretty big favour. Potting nodded.
I think I'm on your bus, Chief.
Hope you bought a ticket, Norman, Velvet Wild said. Or did you use your free senior citizen bus pass? Everyone laughed, including Grace. What I'm positing is that someone wanted Archie Goff out of jail to do a job for them. He noticed that Jack Alexander was no longer listening, but absorbed in reading something on his screen. Sir, John Exton raised a hand. Are you thinking Goff might have been tortured because he failed to deliver whatever the person who stood his bail wanted? Exactly that, John. That is my primary hypothesis right now. We need to find out who really provided the £50,000 and establish Goff's movements from his release from Lewis Prison to the time of his death. I'd like you and Polly to see what you can establish from the prison's exterior CCTV. Did someone pick him up on his release on the morning of the 24th of October? Or did he take a bus or train back to Brighton that morning? If someone picked him up in a car, then you might be able to track its movements through the ANPR cameras and Brighton Police's own network of CCTV cameras. We know they cover all the main routes in and out and through the city. Will do, boss, Exton said, and looked at Sweeney, who nodded. Grace glanced at his notes. Our next briefing will be at 6 p.m. Does anyone want to add anything? Alexander raised his arm. Something of interest has literally just come in, sir. He pointed at his laptop. It's from Andy Slark at the Collision Investigation Unit. It's quite long, so I'll summarise. He's managed to retrieve the data from the airbag sensors of the crashed Audi A6 that was discovered in Burgess Hill on the morning of the 16th of October 2015. This is the vehicle that was linked to the murder of Charlie Porteous. Grace felt a surge of excitement. Yes, Jack? Alexander continued. Slark reports that the airbag sensors fitted to this vehicle, and many other of the more modern upmarket models, measure and record the weight and height of the driver and front seat passenger with a fair degree of precision in order to gauge the force of deployment in the event of a collision. Anything else? Grace asked. Slark says that the height and weight of both the driver and passenger were similar. After a brief silence, Norman Potting quizzed, How similar, Jack? Do you know how accurately the sensors measured? After all, we knew they were about the same height already. He said that within the sensor computer parameters, the driver was 6'1" and the passenger 6 foot, both weighing approximately 110 kilograms. Potting turned to Velvet Wild. Stuart Piper's house? His hired muscle? They fit that description, right? So do a lot of people, Norman, she replied. Potting raised a finger in the air. Ah, but the muscle guys are identical twins. Piper's bodyguards? Grace quizzed sharply. Yes, Chief, Potting said. It wouldn't necessarily rule them out, Norman. Identical twins aren't always exactly the same height. and we're talking just 1 inch difference here. Potting conceded with a reluctant nod. Grace carried on. First, Piper pops up on the crashed Audi's phone list, which indicates that Porteous's killer knew him. He appears to be a major player in the art world, and significantly, although he has no criminal record, he is on an Interpol watch list. You don't make that list without good reason. Potting raised his hand. "I've spoken over the weekend to a helpful American detective at Interpol, sir," he said, "to see if we can get any updates on what we already know, and there is something of possible significance. They believe Piper and a former US national who works for him by the name of Robert Kilgore, now domiciled in the UK, have an inside track on a substantial number of high-value artworks that were looted by the Nazis during the Second World War and ended up in Brazil, Chile and Argentina. They don't have enough for an arrest warrant for either man at this stage, but they have a financial investigation team looking into recent payments that may be linked to them." "Do we know the whereabouts of this Robert Kilgore?" Grace asked. "I'm working on it. He owns a property, an apartment on the seafront in Kemptown. He also has properties in Savannah, Georgia, and in Buenos Aires, Argentina." Grace frowned at the latter. "A bolt hole?" "Could well be, Chief. But it could simply be for business purposes. Several countries on the South American continent have historically provided a safe haven for looted art." "As well as for looters themselves," Grace added. "Yes, it would make sense for someone like him to have some kind of a base there. Good work, Norman. If he's here in England at the moment, we need to talk to him." Grace turned to Wilde and Potting. "Remind us, what impression did you get from Stuart Piper when you went to his house recently?"
"Apart from the bum's rush from him and his heavies, Chief,"
Potting said, only partly in jest.
"I think we got that he's not the nicest or most helpful man," Wilde added. "He was very reticent about Porteous, claiming he'd never had dealings with him, almost pretending he'd never heard of him. Norman and I discussed that afterwards, and it seems strange. Piper is clearly a very rich man, with vast amounts of period art in his house. Porteous was a major London art dealer. It struck us as unlikely that they wouldn't have known each other."
"Perhaps we'd get more out of him by bringing him in for questioning," Grace said. "A proper cognitive witness interview, out of the comfort zone of his home."
"I don't think he'll make that easy, Chief," Potting replied. "Just to give you a heads up on him, he's like a lion who reckons he's the king of the jungle."
"So we should be afraid of him, Norman?" the detective superintendent quizzed. "Are you scared of him? Is that what you're saying?" Potting mumbled awkwardly.
"Well, no, not exactly. No, Chief."
Grace replied. "Norman, it's a very dangerous world if police are ever afraid of a criminal, and that will never happen on my watch, okay? A lion might be king of the jungle, but throw him into the shark tank, and he's just another meal." He paused. "Do you understand?"
"I do, Chief."
"Good. After you and Velvet have spoken to Hegarty, I'd like you both to invite Stuart Piper to come in voluntarily for questioning. But, in case he doesn't want to do that willingly, suggest you may return with a search warrant. I have a feeling he's the kind of guy who might not want his house searched." Potting looked at Wilde and saw her complicit smile.
"With pleasure, Chief," he said.
In her Belfast accent, D.C. Wilde said, "When I was a child, Sundays were a day of rest. The Lord's Day. Not yesterday, though." "The Lord works in mysterious ways, Velvet," Grace retorted. "You'd like to think, wouldn't you, sir, that even murderers turn up for Holy Communion," she said. With a wry smile, Grace said, "Well, that's the problem. Far too many of them do. It's something my old mentor said many years ago. Do you know what a murderer looks like? I'll tell you. He looks like you and me." Chapter 72. Monday, the 4th of November. Daniel Hegarty, reacting to the terrified scream from his wife, made a desperate lunge for the doorway of his man cave. Kilgore blocked it, startling Hegarty by pulling out a gun with a silencer attached as he did so. "I'd be obliged if you'd stay right there," he said icily, pointing the small black weapon straight at him. Hegarty hesitated. Moving the gun closer to the forger, Kilgore said, "My employer doesn't like vermin, as you've already seen."
The two men stared at each other with hatred in their eyes. My employer also doesn't like being cheated, Mr. Haggerty, and I can assure you no one will hear a gunshot in here. Haggerty debated charging the old man, but hesitated at the deadly serious expression on his face. He looked like he really would pull the trigger. An instant later, another man appeared behind Kilgore, a tall, muscular hunk, dressed in black, with a face that looked tough enough to break a sledgehammer. Would you mind turning around, please, Mr. Haggerty, and putting your hands behind your back? Go fuck yourself. Unfazed and still consummately polite, Kilgore said, Mr. Haggerty, we really do not want to have to hurt your wife. But if you don't do what I ask you, I'm afraid we will. As if on cue, Natalie screamed again in terror. Daniel! Daniel! Again Haggerty stiffened, preparing to lunge. You do not touch my wife, he yelled at him. We'll do whatever the hell we want, Mr. Haggerty. If you do not cooperate, we will hurt her real bad. Now, turn around. Very reluctantly and slowly, Haggerty obeyed. He heard footsteps, then rough, powerful hands seized his arms, forcing his hands together, palm to palm, then sharp wires cut into his wrists. He tried to move his hands, but they were bound together as if he'd been handcuffed. A massive hand on his shoulder spun him around until he was face to face with the hulk in black, breathing in a reek of last night's garlic, only faintly masked by mint gum. Follow me. Yeah? Where's my wife? What have you done to her, you bastards? Behind the hulk, he now saw Kilgore standing in the middle of their living area, still with the gun in his hand. Fuck you, Kilgore! There's really no need for bad language, Mr. Haggerty, he said calmly. Not in your twisted fucking mind, Haggerty retorted. Before he could duck, Kilgore swung at him. The force of the gun striking his cheek sent him flying, dazed. He lost his footing and fell painfully on his back on the floor. The henchman hauled him to his feet. His face was stinging. Let's have some manners and some decorum, Mr. Haggerty, Kilgore said, his southern drawl sounding totally out of place here. And let's all calm down before someone gets hurt bad. My wife, Haggerty said, if you touch... He stopped in mid-sentence as he saw Natalie, a gag tied across her mouth, her eyes a picture of terror, hands cable-tied in front of her, appear at the bottom of the stairs, with another big thug also all in black. The two men could have been twins. They were twins, he realised. The right hand of the one with Natalie sported a ring with a massive, vulgar-looking ruby-coloured stone. His twin wore a similar ring with an emerald. Elbowing the henchman beside him hard in the groin and hearing a satisfying grunt of pain, Haggerty hurled himself towards his wife, but before he got close, he received a massive punch in his stomach, which sent him staggering back, completely winded, and crashing into the pine dining table. He reeled off it unsteadily, lost his balance, and fell painfully back onto the floor. Just calm down, Mr. Haggerty. And take a seat, Kilgore said, pulling out one of the wooden chairs while still steadily holding the gun in his other hand. Before he could react, a powerful hand hauled Haggerty back up to his feet, propelled him towards the chair, and pushed him down onto it. An instant later, a tie cord was pulled around his midriff and secured behind the chair back. Then the thug similarly secured his legs. All the time, Haggerty looked impotently and helplessly at Natalie, who stared pleadingly back at him. Kilgore stepped into centre stage. Are you sitting comfortably? He asked. Very funny. My friends and I are not here on any laughing matter, Mr. Haggerty. He nodded at the henchmen in turn. They were standing on either side of Natalie now. I'd like you to take a look at your wife, Mr. Haggerty. She's a very attractive lady, wouldn't you say? Haggerty glared in silence, thinking hard, desperately, about what he could do. Oh, Kilgore frowned. You don't agree. Touch her and I'll kill you. I'll kill all three of you. Kilgore smiled. Nice sentiment, but I don't think any of us three are too worried right now about that. What I would say is that your wife has very elegant hands. Beautifully slender fingers. My mama would have called them pianist's fingers. Or maybe, more appropriately right now, surgeon's fingers. He walked over to her,
dragging another wooden chair behind him, and raised her cuffed hands in the air as the two henchmen forced her down onto the chair. Then he dropped her arms, dug into his inside jacket pocket, and produced a small pair of bolt cutters. Fear coiled in Haggerty's stomach as he saw them. "Here's the thing, Mr. Haggerty. My employer and I originally thought that threatening to cut off some of your fingers would be a good way to get what we want from you, and you know exactly what that is. Then we thought about it some more and figured that would prevent you from painting further copies for us. Not smart, right? Not smart, because you are one stubborn son of a bitch." Increasingly terrified for Natalie about where this was going, Haggerty said, "Do what you want to me, but please don't hurt my wife. She's got nothing to do with you people." Kilgore smiled. It was the kind of smile that reminded Haggerty of the jaws of a predatory fish frozen inside a block of ice. "Is that right? Well, the choice is yours, Mr. Haggerty." He pocketed the gun and then the bolt cutters, raised Natalie's arms, and harshly prized two of her fingers apart. "I'm a very fair man, Mr. Haggerty, so I'm going to give you the choice of which two of your wife's fingers I cut off first." A terrible, plaintive sound came from his wife's gagged mouth. It tore Haggerty's heart to shreds. "No, please, cut mine off, not hers." "Well, I'd sure like to, but as I explained, Mr. Haggerty, that really would not be forward thinking." "You seriously think I'm ever going to work for you bastards again?" Kilgore nodded, then frowned, as if he was suddenly deep in thought. "Oh, I think you will, Mr. Haggerty, because when word gets around the art world about what you've done, no one else is going to touch you with a goddamn 10-foot barge pole." "Please," Haggerty said, "please tell me just what the hell I'm supposed to have done. You brought me photographs of a Fragonard painting of summer, and you asked me to make a copy of it, which I did. I just kept another copy for myself. What the hell is your problem?" "It's not my problem, Mr. Haggerty. It's your problem." He pulled out the bolt cutters again and held them in front of Natalie's terrified face. "You thought you could cheat me, and more importantly, my employer. I think it's some time you had the original painting in your possession. So, if you want your pretty little lady to retain all her fingers, it's very simple. Give me the original that you've stolen. I'll take it back to my employer, and we'll all be friends again." "You have this all wrong, and you've a very weird idea of friendship, Mr. Kilgore." The American lowered his head and looked directly at Haggerty. "Any more weird than your idea of honesty, integrity? Do you know the definition of integrity, Mr. Haggerty?" The forger stared back at him without replying for some moments. "And you think you know it, do you?" he retorted acidly. "Integrity is doing the right thing even when no one is watching." Kilgore smiled. "True. And your point is?" "You have that Watteau, which you claim is the original, and that one of your undetectable fakes is the version hanging in the Uffizi in Florence. You were given that original painting in good faith. No one was watching you make a fine copy. No one could challenge you when you duped the gallery into thinking you'd given them back the original, as you've proudly boasted to me." "I was just joking," Haggerty said, nervousness raising the pitch of his voice. A sharp noise startled them all. It came from behind them. Kilgore turned and looked in horror at the huge picture window. Haggerty turned his head along with the two henchmen. They saw a squeegee on a wooden pole rubbing up and down the glass. "The window cleaner," Haggerty explained unnecessarily. "Get him the hell out of—" A moment later, a reedy thin man in his 50s in dungarees gave them a happy smile and a wave. "You have curtains? Blinds?" Kilgore demanded with panic in his voice now. "Afraid not." "Tell him to get the hell out of here," Kilgore said. "You tell him yourself. I'm a bit tied up right now." The American instinctively slipped his hand inside his jacket pocket and gripped his gun. "Shoot him, why don't you?" Haggerty suggested. Then, gathering confidence, he added, "He's seen your face, and your two gorillas. You're going to have to shoot him. Pow, pow, shut up. Make one signal to him, and you're all dead. You both,
and him. Understand? Actually, Kilgore, I don't understand. You're not in the Wild West of the 19th century. You're in 21st century England. Saltdean has 1 murder every 10 years. 3 in one day isn't going to look good on your CV. I said shut it. Kilgore ushered the twins to stand behind the table and, by joining them, the 3 of them blocked the window cleaner's view. He's a Jehovah's Witness, Hegarty said. Very nice man. He could save your soul and your mates. Don't push me. I don't need to push you. You're already on the edge of the cliff. That nervous twitch in your eye is a dead giveaway. Oh, and further bad news, he and his son, who is probably around the front at the moment, will be coming inside in a few minutes using the key we leave in the shed. You tell them to both go away and come back some other time. I'm not doing that, Hegarty said, emboldened now as he saw the menace in Kilgore's face turn to concern. They are very busy, and I need clear windows. We get a lot of salt off the sea, hence the name of this place, Saltdean. You are starting to really piss me off, Mr. Hegarty. Not half as much as you are pissing my wife and me off. An instant later, the doorbell rang. You do not answer it, Kilgore said. Hegarty smiled. Not a problem. I don't need to. A young male voice called out from upstairs. Mr. Hegarty! Mrs. Hegarty, it's Charlie and Joey. Just come in to do the windows. Chapter 73. Monday, the 4th of November. I'd advise you untie us pretty quickly, Mr. Kilgore, Hegarty said quietly. It won't look too good. And I'd also advise you to put your piece away. Charlie up there is a black belt mixed martial arts fighter, and if I ask him nicely, he'll shove that gun so far down your throat you'll need an enema to get it back. You're not in any position to threaten me, Mr. Hegarty. Actually, I am, and you know that. Shall I start upstairs, Mr. and Mrs. Hegarty? The window cleaner called down. Kilgore, momentarily panic-stricken, told his 2 heavies not to react. Great, thanks, Charlie, Hegarty called out. Tea with 3 lumps. Top man, the reply came. Tell him to get lost, Kilgore demanded, but his voice had lost its authority. He stepped back, blocking the view of the window cleaner outside. You tell him, Hegarty retorted. Kilgore frowned, looking thrown and uncertain what to do next, the gun jigging up and down. Then he said quietly to the twins, Untie them. Levelling the gun first at Hegarty, then Natalie, he retreated to the bottom of the staircase. As the twins removed the bonds from the couple and the gag from Natalie's mouth, Kilgore announced quietly, Here's what we're going to do, Mr. and Mrs. Hegarty. We're all going to sit calmly around your kitchen table, like we're having a real friendly meeting, until these 2 jokers have done their stuff and gone away. Still covered by the gun, both Hegartys shook some blood back into their arms, then complied. Natalie exchanged a nervous glance with her husband sitting next to her. The hired muscle perched opposite, and Kilgore took the head of the table, holding his gun low, out of sight. Addressing the couple, Kilgore said, If either of you attempt to call for help, I'll shoot you both and the window cleaners, I promise. I don't think so, Hegarty said. Darling, Natalie cautioned her husband. Hegarty grinned at Kilgore. 4 dead bodies? Really? You and these apes don't want to spend the rest of your lives in prison, do you? I mean what I said, Hegarty. You do? So go ahead. Shoot me. He stared at the American hard in the eyes. Might be wiser to talk, don't you think? He stood up. Sit down, Kilgore said. I have to make our window cleaners their tea, for Charlie upstairs and Joey outside. Sit, he snapped. Rambo growled at Kilgore, who glared down at the dogs, then up at the forger. I never took you for being a comedian, Mr. Hegarty. And I never took you for being a man without a plan, Mr. Kilgore, he said, calmly walking over to the kettle and switching it on. The twins stood, but Kilgore snapped a hand at them, indicating them to remain seated. A Banksy copy was mounted on the wall above the cupboards over the worktop. It depicted 2 helmeted male police officers embracing passionately and snogging. Kilgore pointed at it. That does not do anything for me. Really? Banksy is one of the greatest modern artists of our time, Hegarty said, taking 2 mugs from the cupboard and setting them down on the worktop. There are no greatest artists of our time. Good art stopped in the 19th century, Kilgore said. Hegarty looked at him. And there was I, thinking you were an art connoisseur. He dropped a tea bag into each mug. Excuse me, Natalie butted in. Could we not discuss your issue in a calm and sensible manner, Mr. Kilgore? I'm needed on duty, and we're already short-staffed. As the kettle started to come to the boil, Kilgore looked at her. It's very simple, Mrs. Hegarty. On behalf of my employer, I commissioned your husband to paint a copy of a Fragonard for which he was well paid. I believe he has the original painting, and I want it. All he has to do is give us the original, Summer, and we'll be out of here. He nodded at Hegarty. I'd be prepared to say, nice try, and let it rest at that. How fair does that sound? My husband is not a liar, Natalie said firmly. Pouring water into the mugs, Hegarty shook his head. He counted out sugar lumps from a bowl, dropped some into each mug, then turned. Mr. Kilgore, do you really think if I cheated my customers, I would have survived this long in business? You asked me to paint a copy of Fragonard's Summer. I obligingly made the quality of copy you requested, one that would stand up to visual inspection, but not a forensic one. And last week, having done the job, I gave it to you. Sure, I made an extra copy for myself, as I've already explained. You can tell from the back easily enough. There are none of the markings you'd expect to find on a painting of that age. He shrugged. What exactly are you saying, Mr. Hegarty? Kilgore asked. Let me explain some background, which you are very clearly unaware of. Several weeks ago, I was contacted by Mr. Harold Kipling, who did some building work here for us a couple of years ago. He told me he'd bought a painting in a car boot sale which he believed might possibly be an original Fragonard, Summer, part of the artist's long-lost Four Seasons paintings. He asked me if I could make a copy, which he could hang on a wall in his home, saying he wanted to put the original into a secure storage unit for safekeeping until he could establish whether it was an original or not. Noting the surprise on Kilgore's face, he went on. I duly made a copy for him, and gave him the copy, plus his original back, and kept my cabbage. As I've just told you, Mr. Kilgore, what would be the point in trying to hang on to the original, which will be unsellable? My business is copying famous paintings and forging originals. I'm not in the business of stealing art. You know fine well that is bullshit, Mr. Hegarty. There are plenty of collectors around the world, in Russia and China, among other countries, who pay big money for famous works of art regardless of their provenance. The kettle came to the boil, and Hegarty filled each of the mugs, then put the kettle down, allowing the tea to steep. Not my scene, Mr. Kilgore. Kilgore looked like he was about to explode. You must have known it was your own goddamn copy that we took from the Kipling's house. Why the hell didn't you say something? You knew why we wanted the copy. Ignoring Natalie's anxious glance, Hegarty pulled the tea bags out of the mugs, opened the fridge, removed a carton of milk, poured out 2 measures into each of the mugs, then popped a teaspoon from the drying rack into each. Mr. Kilgore, I never question the motives of my clients. I make copies of paintings to order. That's a big part of how I earn my living. He calmly opened a cupboard door, removed a pack of Jammy Dodger biscuits, and emptied some onto a plate. Scooping up the 2 mugs with one hand, he picked up the plate with the other and headed towards the staircase. Excuse me, he said. Too discombobulated to respond, the American stepped aside. As he walked out of the room, Hegarty called, If you want to threaten anyone, then go and threaten Mr. and Mrs. Kipling. We saw them on Antiques Roadshow, just like you or your employer did. That's where I would start, if you're after the original. You're barking up the wrong tree by coming here. He hesitated on the 3rd step and went, Grrr, woof, woof. Rambo and Rocky immediately responded by barking back. I don't think they like you and your buddies, Mr. Kilgore. Let me give you some advice. Always trust the instincts of animals. Why the hell didn't you tell me this about Kipling in the first place? Kilgore demanded, his voice close to a snarl as Hegarty came back into the room. Why didn't you tell me? He smiled. Because you never asked. Chapter 74. Monday, the 4th of November. Never asked, Stuart Piper exploded. Because you never fucking asked. We're gonna fix that bastard good and proper for this. I'll send the boys over. He'll have his arms and fingers broken so badly he'll never be able to pick up a brush again.
Robert Kilgore had been brought up by parents with proper manners. His father, a lecturer in fine arts at the Savannah College of Art and Design in Atlanta, Georgia, and his mother, who had lectured on the history of art at the same college until she'd stopped to raise her large family, of which Kilgore was the fifth child, had instilled values of morality and decency into all their children. Despite the fact that he'd been employed for the past 15 years by a criminal, Robert Kilgore had justified this by his own moral compass, because he was engaged in the work of recovering fabulous works of art by the great masters of the Fit Galant period, which he particularly loved. Nothing thrilled him more than hunting down and securing their works. But as he grew older, he was increasingly concerned that his employer, who he had once thought shared his values of preserving these works for posterity, was far shallower than he'd assumed. He was beginning, increasingly, to feel conned, used. That Stuart Piper did not really want all these fine paintings for any altruistic purpose, but purely to satisfy his own massive ego. Nevertheless, seated in Piper's study, he kept his calm. Lighting yet another cigarette, he said, "It seems like we've been fooled by the sheer quality of Hegarty's work."
"We?"
Piper queried acidly, tapping the end of his cigar in a large grey ashtray, with the name Courvoisier emblazoned in gold lettering along the side.
"There's no we about this, Bobby. I pay you a big salary, and you can't tell the difference between an original and a fake."
"Not when it comes to an artist of Hegarty's skills. No, sir. I sometimes cannot. Not without a lot of forensic tests. But what we do know now is that the original is with Mr. and Mrs. Kipling, and that's a real positive."
"Is it? They turned down our last offer for the picture. A very generous offer, considering we had no evidence that it is an original," Piper reminded him. "Now, word on the street is that it is the original. Are you hearing that?"
Kilgore nodded.
"I am.
Yes."
"So, any day, those fuckwit Kiplings are likely to hand it to an auction house, Sotheby's, or Bonham's, or Christie's, or Phillips, right?"
"We don't know that for sure," Kilgore said.
"They want money."
Piper, behind his desk, tapped a sheaf of papers with a bunch of blown-up photographs clipped to them.
"What I have here are my notes from the report Archie Goff gave us when he first went into the Kipling's house. We asked him to photograph any financial documents he could find, right?"
"We did," Kilgore agreed.
"We figured from these statements that the amount we offered, £50,000, would get the Kiplings interested, and they threw it back in our faces."
"Maybe we should have gone higher," Kilgore suggested.
"I've never paid over the odds in my life, Bobby."
There was a sneer in his voice that did not appear on his face.
"And I'm not going to now. Archie Goff did a better job for us than we realised."
He slid out some of the close-ups of bank statements and held them up one at a time. Kilgore dug his half-framed spectacles from his pocket and pulled them on, although he had already studied all of these statements some while back. "He did do a good job, sir," he agreed. "It enabled us to figure out that the Kipling's finances could be better." Kilgore picked up one and studied it. In the corner of the picture near the bank statement was the partial image of a small yellow box marked Freestyle Libra 2. Flash Glucose Monitoring System. Sensor. He looked at his boss and frowned.
"Look at the other one, Bobby."
It was a photograph of a paper bag bearing a chemist's logo. On the side was stuck a prescription label, marked Tom Kipling. Kilgore frowned again. "This is what, exactly?"
"A diabetes monitor," Piper said. "I know all about it because Frank's a type 1 diabetic."
Frank was his head gardener.
"It's a smart bit of kit. He wears a Libra sensor on his arm and monitors his blood sugar levels through it via an app on his phone. It tells him if his sugar levels are too low or too high. If they drop too much, he can pass out, and if he doesn't eat enough sugar, die in a matter of hours. Similarly, if his sugar levels get too high and he doesn't inject enough insulin, he can go into a coma and again die in a matter of hours. The Kipling's kid is evidently, from this, a type 1 diabetic. And you were saying what exactly, sir? Kilgore asked. I think you know exactly what I'm saying, Bobby.
His lips widened a fraction into what, in Piper's almost frozen face, Kilgore had long ago learned to interpret as a smile.
And what I'm also saying is that we need to move fast. This is our chance. And I'm coming up with a plan.
Chapter 75. Monday, the 4th of November. Daniel Hegarty, in his paint-spattered smock, stepped back from his easel, which he had set up in the bright living room. It was where he liked to work on fine days, the dogs curled up asleep close by. He was putting the finishing touches to the Lowry painting he'd been commissioned to do by a radio celebrity. Nice work. 5,000 quid for something that had taken him just 3 days. Half a dozen spindly bookies, each sporting a trilby at a jaunty angle, stood on their stools beside their boards, displaying betting odds, bagmen to their right, while racegoers in their finery paraded in front of them. It had been a very long morning after the unwelcome intrusion earlier, but he smiled with some satisfaction looking out across the Saltdean vista, which he could now see through sparkling windows. And, thanks to the window cleaners, Kilgore and his men had been shown a clean pair of heels. But he was deeply upset about the trauma Natalie had been put through, and she would no doubt have a few choice words about his promise to her of going straight when she returned from her shift with the Samaritans. But maybe she'd appreciate the situation when he told her what the truth really was. He grinned again at the knowledge. His little guilty secret. Hegarty 1, Kilgore 0. He was feeling hungry, and as he now needed to leave the painting for an hour, while the cocktail of chemicals he'd just brushed on did their work in aging the picture, it was a good time for lunch. He would make himself a ham and tomato sandwich on sourdough, using some of the delicious Serrano ham he'd bought from a local deli, and maybe a small beer, to steady his nerves, and inspire him to dash off a few convincing sale-room marks on the rear of the canvas this afternoon. The doorbell rang. Instantly the dogs raced up the stairs in a tornado of yapping. He frowned, not expecting anyone. Probably a new book he'd ordered from Amazon to help him with a very lucrative fresh commission, copying a Dante Gabriel Rossetti painting for a rogue middleman he'd known for years, Ron Patchouli, as slippery as the oil, but less fragrant. The fixer, who had handed him the picture along with a down payment of £10,000 in cash, had told him the copy was for a wealthy Saudi client who loved the English poet and artist's work. Hegarty knew the painting. It was famous, considered one of Rossetti's finest works, and formed part of a collection in a Midlands stately home. "Is this hot?" he'd asked him dubiously. "Nah," Patchouli had replied brazenly. "We've only borrowed it." Rocky and Rambo raced ahead of him up the stairs and began jumping up and down against the front door. Warily, he peered through the spy hole, in case it was Kilgore and his boys, and saw 2 people standing outside, a portly man in a suit, and a smartly dressed woman beside him. Engaging the safety chain, he opened the door a crack, and above the yapping of his dogs, asked, "May I help you?" "Mr. Daniel Hegarty?" asked the female with a Belfast accent. "Who are you?" The man held up a warrant card. "Detective Sergeant Potting and Detective Constable Wilde from the Surrey and Sussex Major Crime Team. Could we have a word with you, sir?" "Is this about the body?" "We won't take up too much of your time, sir," the female officer said pleasantly. "We appreciate you've probably had your fill of police around here in the past 24 hours. Unhooking the chain and grappling with the dogs at the same time, Hegarty let them in, closing the door quickly to keep the dogs safe. Immediately, the female detective kneeled and began making a fuss over both of them, while her male colleague stood looking at them warily. "Do they bite?" Potting asked. "Yeah," Hegarty replied. "All dogs bite. That's how they eat. But it's all right. They've already had a whole postman today, so they're not hungry." As he led them through, Hegarty heard a voice and a crackle of static behind him, then indicated for the detectives to sit at the table, at which he and Natalie had, just a few hours earlier, been held captive by Kilgore. The female officer stopped to look at the Lowry on the easel. "I like that. Is this the kind of painting you do?" Hegarty waved his arms expansively around the room, pointing at a Picasso, the Banksy, and a Caravaggio.
I like to think I could turn my hand to pretty much any artist, he said. Like art, do you? I do. Then she gave him a pointed look, her voice turning sharper. When it's genuine. He laughed. You've come to the wrong place, then. The one with the cheap suit and gruff voice looked up at the Banksy on the wall. 2 coppers snogging? What's that about? 2 million quid, if it's the original, Hegarty retorted facetiously. Potting cleared his throat, then, focusing on the purpose of their visit, asked, Mr. Hegarty, does the name Archie Goff mean anything to you? He thought for a moment. The name rang a very faint bell, maybe somewhere way back in the city's criminal community. He shook his head. No? Why? He was the unfortunate person you found yesterday morning on the pavement outside your house. We're trying to establish whether his body was put there at random or whether you might have had some connection with the deceased. You're a detective, Hegarty said. Potting gave him a wary look. I am, yes. Well, Detective Sergeant Potting, I was the one who found the body yesterday morning. Don't you think if I knew him, if I recognised this Archie Goff, I'd have said so? Unless you had something to hide, Potting fired back sharply. He leaned across the table a little closer to Hegarty and, watching his face carefully, asked, Does the name Stuart Piper mean anything to you? The hesitation before Hegarty replied was enough. Further confirmation came as, shaking his head and smiling politely, he raised a hand and scratched his hair at the back of his head. Both signs, Potting knew, might indicate someone was lying. No, it doesn't, he answered. Are you certain, Mr. Hegarty? Potting pressed. Stuart Piper, you said? Correct. You've never done any work for him in the past? Hegarty felt a flash of discomfort. Something in the expression of the 2 detectives indicated they knew more than they were letting on at this moment. Stuart Piper, he repeated, feigning deep thought. Actually, that name does ring a bell. Then, as he lapsed into deep thought again, he was no longer feigning it, and he had to mask his smile as he came up with his response. I've not dealt with Piper directly, but there is a gentleman you might want to talk to. He's an American, based here, name of Robert Kilgore. Nasty piece of work. You might find it helpful to have a word with him. Where might we find him? D.C. Wilde asked. I believe he's employed by Mr. Piper, but I'd be grateful if you didn't mention I told you that. He shot both detectives a look which they acknowledged. You've been very helpful, Norman Potting said. What kind of dealings with Mr. Kilgore did you have? D.C. Wilde pressed. Hegarty shrugged. None that I was very happy about. Can you expand? She asked. Client confidentiality, he replied with a wink. Do we gather you don't care for Mr. Kilgore? Potting asked. You could say so, Hegarty replied with a grin. And I'm not faking it. Chapter 76. Monday, the 4th of November. Harry Kipling never normally stopped off at a pub for a drink on his way home, nor was he much of a person for drinking alone, but at this moment he felt badly in need of a pint. Needed to think, needed some Dutch courage before telling Freya the bloody awful news. Just 1 pint, then he'd go home and face the music. Shit, what a day. And with the clocks having recently gone back, it was dark as he drove towards Brighton, passing the bleak, vast hulk of the long-closed cement works on his left. Vine Cottage in Stenning had turned in the past days from a minor disaster into a bigger one, and he cursed himself. If only he hadn't tried to cut corners and make a quick profit, all this could have been averted. But now the structural engineer had glumly informed him that as a result of knocking down the end wall, the house needed to be underpinned. The occupants had been advised to move out and stay in a hotel until it was made safe. He wasn't quite sure how he was going to explain to Freya that he was now likely to, at best, break even on this project, and more likely make a loss. At the large roundabout, instead of turning onto the A27 dual carriageway and the quick route home, he chose the coast road,
making for a pleasant-looking pub he'd driven past dozens of times but had never been inside. It was just past 5:30 p.m. and the forecourt was almost empty. He parked, went inside, ordered a pint of Harvey's in a jug, ignoring a couple of pub bores who were arguing with the landlord about a new striker Brighton and Hove Albion had paid big money for, and took his drink over to a table in a deserted corner. As he sat down, his phone rang. It was a number he didn't recognise, and he hesitated, debating whether to hit the decline button, but instead he answered it, warily, just in case it might be a new potential client. "Hello?" He heard a buoyant, forceful male voice he vaguely recognised. "Mr. Kipling?" "Yes." "It's Barnaby Jackson." "Yes, hello," he replied, trying to place the name as well as the voice. "From Bonhams in London." Now it clicked. "Ah, yes, hello. How are you doing, Mr. Kipling?" "Yep, okay," he responded. "Have you had a good day?" "Actually, I've had better." "I'm sorry to hear that. I was wondering if you still have that painting you brought along to us, the one that might be an original Fragonard." "Actually, yes, I do." "Have you been able to establish anything more about its provenance, Mr. Kipling?" "I'm afraid not, no. It's pretty much as you saw it." "Well, okay, good, fine. My colleagues and I have been doing some research, and we're pretty certain it could well be authentic. The reason I'm calling is we have a major sale of art from the Fête Galante period coming up, and I thought it might be of interest to you to consider entering this work." "Really?" He spoke quietly, although the only other people in the saloon bar were still engaged in their discussion with the landlord. "This will be the biggest sale of works of this period for some years, and we'll have the top buyers from around the world bidding. There won't be an opportunity like this to get top money for this picture for some while. Obviously, we'd need to run further checks on its authenticity, but I thought I'd give you the chance to consider it for inclusion in the sale. That is, of course, if you haven't already made other plans for it." "No, my wife and I haven't," Harry replied, perking up a little. Maybe this was the solution to his problems, so long as the experts Bonhams consulted gave the painting the thumbs up. And if they didn't, then no one else would, and they'd be no worse off. He didn't need to speak to Freya, he knew what she would say. "Sell it." "Oh, when is the auction happening?" he asked. "The 23rd of January, so we have plenty of time to get its authenticity and provenance checked." The 23rd of January, Harry thought. Nearly 3 months away. Hopefully the bank would support them until then. "Could you send me an email with your thoughts on the value this could realise, if genuine?" "Absolutely," Barnaby Jackson replied. Chapter 77. Monday, the 4th of November. Roy Grace started the 6 p.m. briefing by handing a bunch of photocopies to Glenn Branson on his right and E.J. Boutwood on his left to circulate. Crime scene manager Chris G. looked like he was bursting to say something, but the detective superintendent signalled with a finger for him to hold fire. After everyone around the table had a copy in front of them, Grace said, "What you're looking at is a mock-up of a ring with a large stone. We sent the forensics expert at Liverpool University Hospital, Dr. Colin Duncton, images of similar gash marks found behind both Charlie Porteous's and Archie Goff's right ears. The professor needs more time, but his initial assessment is that both contain sufficient identical features to link them, and he believes they were most likely caused by contact with a ring with a large stone as the one illustrated. He's made a computer mock-up of the kind of ring, which is what you have in front of you." "Christ," E.J. said. "Who wears a ring like that?"
"Someone into bling," Branson said. "Someone who likes to show off."
"Not you then, Glenn," she ribbed him.
Ha ha.
After studying the image intently, Potting glanced at Velvet Wild. "Both Piper's muscle men were wearing rings with big rocks, weren't they?" "One red, one green," she confirmed. "Port and starboard." Potting turned to Grace. "Chief, I appreciate this is not conclusive, but in terms of matching height and weight, and now this information about the rings, Stuart Piper's bodyguards are ticking a few boxes." Grace grinned. Sounds like the Piper mansion could be a very happy little household, all cosied up together in the nick. Then he shook his head. "I agree with your thinking, Norman, but I don't think we have enough yet to bring them in for questioning. As I've said, the information from the Audi gives us two people of similar height and weight, but we can't extrapolate from that they're twins.
A lot of people wear big rings, male and female, and you're making the assumption it was a male wearing the ring, but we don't have strong evidence for that at the moment."
Chris G. interrupted, as if he couldn't contain his news any longer. "Actually, sir, I have something that may be very helpful."
"Well, go ahead, Chris," he replied.
G. held up another sheet of paper on which was a blown-up section of a fingerprint. "I've been doing some work around the partial dab recovered from a restaurant bill inside Porteous's wallet. It was too smudged for a match to be obtained. But that was then. And this is now. Technology has moved on, and while the owner of the print is still unidentifiable, the lab have discovered DNA on the bill. They're working on it right now."
Everyone stared at him in silent expectation. Grace felt the beat of excitement he always got when the net was closing in on suspects. "When do they expect a result, Chris?"
"I would hope within the next 48 hours, sir."
He turned to Alexander. "I think Jack has something to add to this mix," he said, nodding at the DS.
"I do, sir,"
he said, then addressed the team.
"I was tasked with tracking Archie Goff's movements from the time of his release from prison, which I've done with the assistance of Lewis Prison's external CCTV cameras, ANPR, and the CCTV network around Brighton. On the morning Goff walked free from Lewis Prison, he was picked up by a Jaguar XJ6 registered to none other than Ricky Sharp, a gentleman well known to us."
Grace smiled. "Good work, Jack." Alexander continued.
"Sharp, assuming he was driving his car, then drove Goff to the Grand Hotel, depositing him there at approximately 10:15 a.m. At 11:05, Goff emerged and was driven in the Jag, again presumably by Sharp, to the home he shared in Hollingdean with his girlfriend Isabella Reiserbau. After that, Sharp's Jaguar headed back to the Southwark district of the city, where he resides."
"And what about Goff? Any vehicle registered to him or his girlfriend that could be tracked?" Grace asked.
"There is, sir. A Vauxhall Astra, index Alpha Victor 52 Uniform Yankee Romeo, was spotted, seemingly abandoned, by an alert lady walking her dogs. It was in a clearing in woods half a mile from the main entrance to Hope Manor, 2 days after Goff was nicked for attempting to burgle that house. She phoned it in, and guess what? The vehicle was registered to one Archie Goff. It was checked over and then recovered to the police pound at Hickstead, where forensics went over it before releasing it for collection by Goff's girlfriend, Isabella Reiserbau."
"Thank God for dog walkers," Exton said.
"Would we ever solve any crime without them?"
"God bless 'em," Chris G. said.
"I agree." "I've done an ANPR trace on the Astra," Alexander continued. "It didn't ping any cameras until the day after Goff's release from prison, so it may have been parked up. Then, over the days following his release, I have the exact dates and times, it twice pinged cameras close to the Kipling's house in Mackey Crescent. I'm guessing that the Kipling's house was his destination, but on each occasion he didn't ping any further cameras. Other venues in that vicinity he might have visited are the Miller and Carter pub and the Elizabethan Cottage Tandoori."
"For a takeaway, Jack?" Potting quizzed. "That's kind of his style, isn't it? He likes to take away." He chortled at his own thin joke.
Alexander, looking down at his notes, continued without reacting. "The last journey the Astra made before Archie Goff was found dead was into central Brighton. The CCTV team in the control room have done a brilliant job of mapping his journey down the London Road to one of the car parks behind Churchill Square at around 10:30 on Saturday morning. He was also picked up by 2 cameras on foot heading down into the lanes and returning to the car park just after 11:15, seemingly holding a carrier bag, but they can't identify any shop or brand label on the bag. That's the last sighting of him alive."
"And the Astra, Jack?" Grace asked.
"It's still in the car park, sir. An attendant located it for us."
Grace made a note. "So that's possibly where he was seized," he said. Alexander nodded.
"Seems likely, sir."
"Kidnapped and bundled into a vehicle?" Grace suggested. "By offenders who either followed him in or were lying in wait for him. Most likely is they followed him in, unless it was a pre-arranged rendezvous."
"I've requested Associated Car Parks let us have copies of all CCTV cameras in that car park from 9 a.m. that morning until midday to see if we can spot any vehicles that arrived before or with him and left soon after," Alexander said. "But there's a delay, thanks to their GDPR policy."
"Really?" Grace sighed.
"Afraid so, sir,"
Alexander replied.
General data protection regulations had recently become, in Roy Grace's view, yet another obstacle put in the way of police crime-fighting efforts.
So they're not allowed to give us information that could help us arrest a murderer, Norman Potting said. Because that might invade his privacy?
Right, let's focus, everyone, Grace said, restoring order. Jack, how long before the ACP deigned to hand over the footage? Tell them this is a major crime investigation and should be GDPR exempt. It's with their lawyers now, sir, who know the urgency. I'm hoping for a call at any moment. OK, well, let's wait to see what we get from the cameras. He looked at Potting and then Wilde. You went to see Daniel Hegarty. How did that go? Potting glanced at Wilde, who indicated for him to respond.
He's quite the geezer, Chief.
And joker, Wilde added. Potting concurred.
He claims not to have any knowledge of Archie Goff, although personally I find that hard to believe, since they both come from crime families on the Moulscombe estate, where they grew up around the same time. Be that as it may, he came up with a name that could be very significant for us. Robert Kilgore.
The name that Interpol told you is associated with Stuart Piper in international art dealings, Grace questioned.
The very same, Potting said. It was very clear to both DC Wilde and myself that Hegarty is not a member of the Robert Kilgore fan club.
What made you think that? Grace quizzed.
Just the way he spoke about him, sir, Wilde said.
Potting looked in his notebook on the table surface in front of him.
You might like to listen to this, sir, and everyone. He read from his notes. I've not dealt with Piper directly, but there is a gentleman you might want to talk to. He's an American, based here, name of Robert Kilgore. Nasty piece of work. You might find it helpful to have a word with him. These were Hegarty's words. Then Velvet asked Hegarty where might we find him.
Potting continued to read from his notes.
I believe he's employed by Mr. Piper, but I'd be grateful if you didn't mention I told you that.
Very interesting, Grace said. He tried but failed to hold a grin back. We'll call it useful information for now, Norman, but not admissible evidence.
Fair play, Gov. I should have got him to sign the notes.
Grace looked around his team. Anyone else have any information? If not, we'll reconvene at 8:30 a.m. tomorrow. I've a meeting with the ACC at 10 a.m. to update her, followed by a press conference on Archie Goff's murder, so please do your best, Jack, to get the car park CCTV released well before then. I'm also hoping for a report from our financial investigator by tomorrow morning. I've excused her from this briefing to work on it. And we'll get more from Dr. Duncton. Have a good evening, everyone. Chapter 78. Monday, the 4th of November. It was 7 p.m. when Daniel Hegarty, meticulously applying fake sale room markings to the rear of the Lowry painting, was distracted by Rocky and Rambo going crazy with excitement and running upstairs. Moments later, he heard his wife's voice.
Has your daddy fed you? Or has he forgotten again?
With a twinge of guilt, Hegarty realised he'd been so absorbed in his work, he'd clean forgotten the dogs liked to eat at 6 p.m.
He's a right bastard, isn't he? I heard that,
Hegarty retorted as she came down into the living room.
Have you fed him?
She asked, walking over and kissing him. She looked drawn and pale, which was not surprising. She'd gone to work to help her deal with what had happened and try to get things back to some sort of normal.
I was just about to, he fibbed. Of course you were, she retorted, with only the faintest hint of sarcasm. How did it go? He asked.
She shook her head as she pulled off her gloves and bobble hat, then shrugged out of her coat.
It was a good thing that I went in. 2 hours on the phone, but I think I saved someone's life. He was 73 and had lived with his mother all his life. She did everything for him, cooking, making his bed, and probably wiped his bottom too. She died 2 months ago, and he decided he didn't want to go on living without her. But before he topped himself, he wanted my advice on who he should leave her estate to, which was signed over to him. A jerk of a distant cousin, their only living relative, or charity. I think I convinced him to go and enjoy himself, maybe take a world cruise, and think about leaving the money to charity when he died.
Good thinking.
So, did you call the police? She asked.
He hesitated before replying.
No.
Natalie rounded on him.
What? A bunch of thugs invade our home, threaten us both. We're only saved by the presence of the window cleaners, and you haven't called the police." "Let me finish," he said. "I was about to when 2 police officers turned up." "And you told them what happened? What did they say? What did they do? Are they going to arrest those bastards?" "I need to explain something to you, darling," Hegarty said. "I'm listening," she replied. "It had better be good." "Oh, it's good. You're going to like it." When he had finished telling her, Natalie shook her head. She didn't like it. She did not like it one bit. Chapter 79. Monday, the 4th of November. Harry Kipling had sat in the pub, deep in thought, nursing his single pint for much longer than he realised. It was 7:15 p.m. when he left, and the pub had filled up a lot in the past hour. He texted Freya that he was on his way. 20 minutes later, he pulled the Volvo up on the forecourt of their house, in the gap Freya always left for him between her Fiat and his Hilux pickup, and hurried to the front door. As he let himself in, she greeted him with a kiss, but looked concerned. "You're late, darling. I was worried. How was your day?" "Sorry, I had to have a drink with the quantity surveyor Adrian to discuss Vine Cottage." "How did it go?" He smiled and nodded. "Good. I have some interesting news. How's your day?" "Not great." He followed her through into the kitchen and opened the fridge door. "Glass of wine?" "A large one, I need it." He unscrewed the cap of the South African Chenin Blanc and poured a generous amount into a glass, then took a can of beer, popped it open, and carried both drinks over to the island unit. As they perched on the bar stools, he asked, "What's happened?" Freya held up her phone and tapped the yellow Libra Link app. "Tom's high glucose alert has been pinging constantly all day. I think he's going through one of his binge-eating moods," she said. Harry shrugged. "Darling, we can't blame him. Poor lad. All his mates are scoffing sweets and eating junk food crap and swigging sugary drinks, and he's having to eat like a monk." "There's plenty of good choices he could make," she said. Harry shook his head. "Not when all his mates are eating Haribo Tangfastics, Skittles or fruit pastels, and chips smothered in ketchup there aren't. I remember when I was his age, that's all the kind of stuff I wanted to eat. You weren't a type 1 diabetic. Your pancreas could cope with all that rubbish. Tom's can't." I rang the head, and he really wasn't that helpful. He said he'd try to keep an eye on him, and insisted there are healthy options in the school canteen. I gave him a low-sugar meal when he came home tonight, grilled cod, broccoli and mash, and he looked at me like I was trying to poison him. He ate the mash, pointedly left the fish and broccoli, then took a Magnum from the freezer and went up to his room. He's just trying to make a point. A point? What point? That he's fed up being diabetic. That he feels it's unfair. That he's been dealt a shitty hand, which he has. And your point is? He's pretty good most of the time. Every now and then he thinks, to hell with it. He's a bright guy. Cut him a little slack. He'll get it in time. She looked at him dubiously. "Now, Harry. Now's the time, right? Diabetes attacks the extremities. If he doesn't take care of it now, when he's older he risks losing toes, having legs amputated, and going blind." He shrugged. "I've been reading up a lot about diabetes. Whatever he does now is okay. Not great, but okay. Once he's north of 30 is the time to really start watching it." "I hope to hell you're right," she said. She sipped some wine, looking dubious. "So, you said you have some interesting news?" He smiled. "I had a call from a guy at Bonham's, the auctioneers. Barnaby Jackson, one of the people I took the picture to. He said they're having a major sale of paintings from that period in January, and they'd like to include ours." He did. He qualified it by saying if it's genuine, but he suggested that even if they couldn't establish its provenance as a genuine Fragonard before the sale, they could put it in as Fragonard or School of Fragonard, and was confident it would go as that for somewhere between £200,000 and £750,000. Seriously? Oh, yes. "So, you're happy to forget about trying to find the other 3 Fragonard Four Seasons paintings?" she asked. "If you are, I am." "You know I am. We've already discussed it endlessly. I'm not interested in millions, however nice that might be. Let's get what we can for it now and enjoy the money, right?" "Right," Harry agreed. I'll take it up to Bonham's tomorrow, and they'll have it for safekeeping."
He opened his phone and called up the diary.
"Good," she said. "I know it should be okay in that place in Worthing, but you do hear of these places being raided or burned down."
"And auctioneers never burn down or get raided," he said, smiling.
"I guess. I'm just jumpy about everything at the moment."
"Oh, shit," he said.
"What?"
"I'd forgotten I'm playing golf tomorrow. A charity tournament for the Martletts Hospice. I'll take it on Wednesday. Or maybe Thursday. There's no rush."
"The sooner we don't have to worry about it, the better."
"We don't need to worry about it now, darling. Right?" She shrugged. Chapter 80. Tuesday, the 5th of November. There was a palpable sense of excitement at the start of the 8:30 a.m. briefing of Operation Porcupine, the feeling that they were closing in on the subjects. And it seemed to Roy Grace that almost everyone in his team assembled in the conference room had something urgent to say. He started with Potting, who was signalling with his arm like a batman at an airport. "Norman?"
"Chief, I met with Ricky Sharp last night and offered him the 500 quid bung you got sanctioned. He confirmed he'd collected Goff from prison, but insisted he was just doing a favour to an old mate. I told him I needed more information if he wanted the money. After a little hesitation, he took it. He informed me the garage in which the Audi A6 was parked for some days had been rented by a gentleman called Ross Briggs."
"Did he give you a description of him?"
"He did, Chief, a bit reluctantly. Said he was muscle, spoke with a London accent, and here's the bit that I like. He was wearing an emerald ring that was, in Sharp's view, the size of a knuckle duster."
"Twin brother of one with a red ring?" Grace asked.
"I asked him, and he said Ross Briggs was the only person he dealt with, and he told me he had no idea if he had a brother or not, and wasn't interested in finding out."
"Did he say anything else?"
"Other than telling me to fuck off? Not really, Chief, no."
There was a roar of laughter from John Exton.
"But I think he knows more than he's letting on, Chief."
"He's given us more than enough to be getting on with for now. Excellent, Norman," Grace replied, then looked down at his notes. As he did so, he was interrupted by the financial investigator, Emily Denyer.
"Sir," she said, "I have some information on Morris Briggs, which I think is significant."
"Tell us, Emily," he said.
She held up a sheaf of printouts. "What I have here are copies of the most recent tax returns from Stuart Piper and from his company, of which he is the sole shareholder, Art Recovery UK Limited. Among the employees of the company are listed a Morris Briggs and a Ross Briggs."
"The twins?" Potting queried. "Port and starboard?"
"Could be," Grace said, and turned back to Denyer. "Good work, Emily," he said, then nodded at D.S. Alexander, who had his hand raised and was looking bleary-eyed.
"Yes, Jack?"
"Sir, I finally got the car park videos released to me late yesterday, and I've been viewing them since, through the night. I've been looking at all the vehicles that arrived and left the car park 1 hour either side of the time Archie Goff drove his Astra in there. There's one vehicle which strikes me as possibly significant. A Mercedes G-Wagon, index GU57APN. It arrived 4 minutes after Archie Goff's Astra and departed 25 minutes after the last CCTV sighting of Goff in the lanes."
"Coincidence, Jack?" Potting interjected.
Alexander threw the DS an irritated glance at the interruption.
"Not when its index checks out, Norman," he said,
with clear satisfaction.
"The vehicle is registered to Stuart Piper's company."
"Well done, Jack," Grace said.
"So, not all roads lead to Rome. Some, it seems, lead to this Stuart Piper."
"We should go and nick him, don't you think, boss?" Branson said.
"On what charge?" Grace asked.
"Conspiracy to murder?" Branson ventured.
The detective superintendent shook his head. "What we have is mounting up, but I don't think we have enough evidence yet to convince the Crown Prosecution Service to bring a prosecution. The evidence against both Piper and the two Briggs brothers is looking strong, but, excuse the pun, there's a bigger picture here. I have the sense these twins might be little more than Piper's pawns. All the evidence against all three of them at present is circumstantial." He turned to Branson. "Glenn, how's your knowledge of French artists of the Fête Galante period?"
"About as comprehensive as my knowledge of hydrogen cell technology, boss."
Grace smiled.
You have 1 hour to bone up on that period, then we're going to pay Stuart Piper a visit and have a friendly chat with him.
Did I tell you I failed art GCSE? Branson said.
Now's your chance to redeem yourself. Chapter 81. Tuesday, the 5th of November. Roy Grace sat in the passenger seat of the Ford Focus, tight-lipped as Glenn drove, wondering, as he always did, why he'd again let his friend loose behind the wheel.
How did your swatting up on the Fête Galante go? Pretty good. Antoine Watteau, Jean-Baptiste Pater, Jean-François de Troyes, Jean-Honoré Fragonard, Nicolas Lancret, Pierre-Antoine Quillard. Glenn's reciting the names had the effect Grace had hoped of slowing down his driving. A few minutes later they arrived, to his relief, and with little thanks to the talent of his chauffeur, at very swanky wrought-iron gates. A discreet plaque fixed to the wall with gold letters on a black background said Bewley Park. Glenn put down his window, pressed a button on the control panel, and gave as good as he got back to the disembodied voice who challenged them. The gates opened, and they drove through and up a long avenue of plane trees with lawns that were almost impossibly green on either side. Reckon the grass is dyed, boss?
Branson said, driving now at a civil pace. Hand-painted, Grace replied, every blade. Then he saw in the mirror of his sun visor that they had an escort behind them, a matte black Mercedes. Branson had seen it too. Stop, Grace instructed. Branson obliged, stamping on the brake a little too keenly, bringing the Ford to an abrupt halt. The Mercedes stopped behind them in a squeal of tyres. Roy Grace unclipped his seatbelt, climbed out, and walked up to the off-roader. As he approached, the driver's window slid down, and he saw a piece of shaven-headed muscle with stupid sunglasses, all in black, with a smaller, fatter thug beside him. "Can I help you guys?" Grace asked facetiously. "Are you lost? Is that why you're following us?" "Keep driving," the muscle behind the wheel said in a surly voice. Grace pulled out his warrant card and held it up a few inches from the man's eyes. "Can you read English?" "I can read English." "Good. Now here's the deal. Stop following me, or I'll start following you 24/7. You won't even be able to go to the toilet without a pair of eyes on you. Do you understand?" He got a sullen nod. Smiling, Grace said, "I don't like being followed. Understand? So, turn around and sod off, and I'm giving you 60 seconds to do that before I nick you for threatening a police officer. Are we good?" Without replying, the driver began reversing the vehicle, searching for a space between the trees to turn. Grace climbed back into the Ford. "Respect," Branson said. Grace grinned. "Drive on, Macduff." A short while later, Piper's vast mansion came into view on the far side of a circular driveway around an ornamental lake, across which a pair of black swans glided with supreme elegance. A powder-blue convertible Rolls-Royce was parked outside the front door. "Reckon anyone could acquire a place like this from honest money?" Branson asked, eyes wide open, pulling up behind the Rolls. Its number plate had a combination of letters and numbers arranged illegally close together, spelling out Art Man. "A few rock stars and tech gazillionaires," Grace replied, "or inheriting it from an ancestor." "None of these from what we know about Stuart Piper," Branson said. "Must be a lot of dough in art." They walked up the steps to the imposing white front door. It was opened, as they reached it, by a hunk of beefcake, all in black, with a coiled earpiece, a large emerald ring on his right hand, and an expression that was about as hostile as a face could look before imploding into 1,000 fragments. "Mr. Piper don't see no one without an appointment," he said, repeating what they'd heard through the speakerphone at the entrance gates. "Well," Grace said, smiling pleasantly and holding up his warrant card, "I think it'd be smart to make an exception for us." Then he made a play of looking closely at the man's hand. "Nice ring." As he spoke, a figure appeared down the hall, who looked every inch this man's identical twin, and wearing a ruby-red ring. "My colleague will take you to Mr. Piper," he said. "Colleague?" Grace said. "Or brother?" There was no answer. The two detectives followed the twin with the red ring along an oak-panelled corridor lined on both sides with framed paintings that were clearly old and probably important, Grace thought.
Jesus, this reminds me of National Trust houses Harry liked to visit,
Branson said, referring to his ex-wife, ogling both the pictures and marble busts in recesses. Grace nodded. See yourself living in a place like this? Branson shook his head.
I reckon the heating bill's more than my annual salary. You?
Grace shook his head. Nope, wouldn't fancy spending all my weekends mowing the lawns. A pair of double doors ahead of them were opened, and Ruby Ring ushered them into a cavernous room with a domed ceiling. A lean man of about 60, with an expressionless face, immaculately dressed, sat behind a beautiful desk, flanked on each side by a stationary Dalmatian dog. Neither animal reacted as Grace and Branson entered. Piper stood up, his eyes cold, his face steely. Confident in his grand setting, Grace thought, he addressed them. Yes, gentlemen, what can I do for you?
Stuart Piper?
Yes. Grace held up his warrant card. I'm Detective Superintendent Grace, and my colleague is Detective Inspector Branson from the Surrey and Sussex Major Crime Team. Piper waved an arm at the two chairs in front of his desk. Have a seat, officers, or should I say detectives? His expression revealed nothing. So, I've got an upgrade, eh? Upgrade? Grace was finding his complete lack of expression unnerving. He rarely found people's eyes hard to read, but this man's were. Sure. There was a trace of humour in Piper's voice now, but it was not reflected in his face. A couple of weeks ago, I was visited by a humble detective sergeant and a detective constable. Now I get a detective superintendent and a detective inspector. I'd call that an upgrade. Enough to have me turning left on an aeroplane instead of slumming it in economy, wouldn't you say? Piper didn't look like a man who ever slummed it in economy, Grace thought, but didn't rise to it. Our colleagues came to ask you if you had ever had any dealings with the late art dealer Charlie Porteous, he said. You said you had not. You also said you had no idea why one of the persons we believe may be connected with the murder of art dealer Charlie Porteous in October 2015 had your number on his phone. Piper fixed his cold eyes on each of them in turn. Well, it's good to know you detectives have such a joined-up team. Is there anything else you'd like to tell me that I already know? Or have you just taken a jolly ride out into this beautiful part of the countryside for fun? And to piss away taxpayers' money instead of doing the job we pay you for, of catching criminals? Grace glanced at Branson and could see he was riled, as he was too, by Piper's arrogance. He cut to the chase. Mr. Piper, you employ two identical twins, Ross and Morris Briggs. Is that correct? What does that have to do with anything, officer? Sorry, detective superintendent. Quite a bit, actually, Mr. Piper. An Audi A6 vehicle linked to the murder of Mr. Porteous has been also linked to your employees. So? You informed our colleagues, D.S. Potting and D.C. Wilde, that you had no knowledge of Charlie Porteous, owner of the Porteous Fine Arts Gallery in Duke Street, and had never had any dealings with him. Correct. Would you say you have a good memory? I'm aware you had an unfortunate incident in your life back in 1979, when you suffered a very severe assault, leaving you with multiple head injuries. You never suffered from an impaired memory subsequently? My memory is excellent, he replied flatly. Pretty much photographic, if you really want to know. Well, if that's the case, I'm surprised you've forgotten this. Grace pulled a folded sheet of paper from his inside pocket, laid it on Piper's desk, opened it, smoothed it out, and passed it across to him. Piper took it and stared at it impassively. I imagine you have the original somewhere for safekeeping, for insurance purposes, Grace questioned.
It's a receipt from the Porteous Fine Arts Gallery dated the 15th of May 2014 for 2 sketches by Pierre-Antoine Quillard, Glenn Branson said. Not that long ago to remember, Grace added, especially not for someone with photographic recall. To Piper's credit, Grace thought, the man handled the potential bombshell with aplomb. Oh, those. To be honest, those are utterly insignificant. Mere ephemera. You paid £150,000 each for 2 pieces of ephemera, Branson quizzed.
Piper stared back at him so coldly, both his eyes could have been glass, Branson thought. Even though they had the man on the back foot, his gaze chilled him. "Detective Inspector," he said. "Most of the art I buy is in multiples of £1,000,000. You'll have seen some of my collection on the walls as you walked along the corridor." He waved his arms expansively around the room. "You can see more of it here. I rarely pay less than $5 million for a work, and much of what I acquire is worth north of $20 million. You'll have to excuse my small memory slip for the purchase of a couple of insignificant sketches made by my associate."
"Would that be Mr. Robert Kilgore?" Grace asked.
"You two clearly have been doing your homework, haven't you? Let me explain something. Robert Kilgore, who looks out for works of art of the Fête Galante period for me, the period I collect above all others, has a budget I give him, along with a figure below which he doesn't need to obtain my sanction." He glanced down at the receipt. "These 2 sketches fall well below that threshold. If your inquiry is about these 2 sketches, you'd best go and talk to him."
"Can you give us his contact details?" Branson asked.
"Really?" Piper retorted. "You mean I have something you don't know? Top detectives, 2 of Sussex's finest, and you've spent all this time, come all this way, for a phone number. You could have just called me." His lips parted just a fraction to reveal his veneered teeth. It could have been a smile or a snarl, Grace thought. "Thank you, Mr. Piper." He stood up, followed by Branson. "You've been very helpful." "Any time, detectives. I'm a big supporter of the police, you know. If you ever need a donation to the Sussex Police Charitable Trust, just ask."
"We'll bear that in mind," Grace said. "Very big-hearted of you," Branson added.
"I'm all heart," Piper replied.
Chapter 82. Tuesday, the 5th of November. On the top right corner of the CCTV on his computer monitor, Piper tracked the movement of the silver Ford Focus heading down his drive. The gates opened. The car pulled out into the road and turned right. Immediately, the gates began to close. The 2 detectives had gone, but he had a worrying feeling they were not going away for long. It was 11:35 a.m. He picked up the internal phone and pressed a button.
"Bobby, I want you to phone Harry Kipling's mobile. Find out where he is. Make out you're a potential customer and you need an urgent quote on a job, a big one. Make some shit up that will excite him. Find out his movements, what time he'll be home this evening. Say he's been highly recommended, but you have to make an urgent decision, and could you pop into his house this evening? It's the only time he can do, yada, yada, yada. Get him to agree to an appointment at his house tonight. Understand what I'm saying?"
"Yes, sir."
"Then, get your arse in here, along with the boys."
Piper put the phone down and stared at the monitor again, at the closed gates. Then he tapped his trim fingernails on the surface of his desk, tap, tap, tapping out the same monotone beat he always did when he was anxious, hoping to hell he wasn't already too late. Chapter 83. Tuesday, the 5th of November. On the occasions when Harry played a blinder of a first half at golf, the wheels invariably fell off on the back 9. But not this time. No, sir. In today's charity 4-ball, he'd held it together, scoring 2 birdies as well as being in the running for closest to the pin on the 17th. Now, seated in the dining area of the Dyke Golf Club, surrounded by his pals, he was feeling stuffed after a decent and heavy late lunch of roast pork followed by blackberry and apple crumble. He was still on a high of excitement about the potential of the Bonham sale and had confided about the painting's possible value to his teammates, who seemed genuinely pleased for him. Happy days. He was sipping a cup of strong coffee as Bob Sansom and Roger Moore, the organisers of the event, stood up and made their way to the table laden with trophies to begin the prize giving. Then he felt his phone, on silent, vibrate in his pocket. Tugging it out, he saw it was Freya. He answered it and stepped away from the table. "How's your day been?" she asked.
In the background, he heard Bob Sansom announce they'd raised over £25,000 for the Martletts Hospice. "Brilliant," he replied. "We scored 42, which puts us with a really good chance of a prize. We might even have won." "Great," she said, sounding genuinely pleased. "And I might have got nearest the pin on the 17th. That's a £200 prize." "Fantastic." There was a brief pause, and she asked, "What time do you think you'll be home?" He looked at his watch. It was just gone 5 p.m. "Not late. Why, darling?" "I've had a call about a job that sounds quite substantial and lucrative, a new build in Henfield. The gentleman I spoke to said he's been let down by the builders he was planning to use, and that you've been highly recommended to him. But he needs to see you very urgently today, if you're interested." "Can't it wait until tomorrow?" "I thought you were going to London to take the painting to Bonham's first thing. I told him you weren't available tomorrow, and he said he couldn't wait until Thursday." "What's his name?" "Mike Elkington. He sounds American." "Doesn't ring a bell." "He was very charming. I think you should see him this evening. We haven't had a decent new build in quite a while, and he said if you can give him a price he's happy with, he won't go out to tender. What time can you be home?" In the background, Harry heard Bob Sansom announce the winners of nearest the pin on the 13th hole, and he was anxious not to miss the next announcement. Giving himself some margin, he said, "I could be home by 7. "I'll call Mr. Elkington and tell him." "Love you," he said. "Love my champion." Ending the call, he sat back down, only to stand up moments later and be awarded his £200 nearest the pin prize. And then again, after just a few minutes, he and his 3 teammates stood up to be presented with envelopes containing vouchers of £250 each for the pro shop, as well as fancy golfing umbrellas. What a result! And when he got home, with luck, there would be an even bigger result. He just had to hope this Mr. Elkington wasn't planning on nailing too hard a bargain and would be willing to pay for a reliable builder of quality. Chapter 84. Tuesday, the 5th of November. When he finally left the clubhouse, a little later than he'd intended, Harry was feeling elated. And tomorrow he would collect the painting from the storage depot in Worthing and hand it for safekeeping to Bonham's. Then sit back and wait for the January auction. Maybe, just maybe, if they got really lucky and it went in as an original Fragonard, they could make so much money from the sale he could forget the building trade altogether. Properly set Tom up, then buy a pad down on the Costa del Sol, escape the rat race and live the good life with Freya. And right now, with all the problems of Vine Cottage, he'd give up this business in a heartbeat. Shivering against the cold air, with fireworks shooting into the darkness all across the city skyline below him and the volleys of distant explosions, he hurried over the road to the car park, put his golf bag and his sports bag with his golfing clothes into the rear of the Volvo, then climbed into the car, shut the door, and immediately switched on the engine to get the heater going. Then, before moving off, he Googled Mike Elkington, and then Michael Elkington on his phone. There were a handful of name matches, but nothing that gave him a clue about the man he would shortly be meeting. No matter. He drove off, very much looking forward to meeting Mr. Elkington, and determined to charm him. Oh, yes. Although he was already late, he drove home keeping carefully within the speed limits. And it was good news. Although this was bonfire night, the roads were quiet. Tom had already been to a big fireworks party at a school friend's house on Saturday, sensibly arranged to not interrupt his studies during the school week. As Harry drove up Mackie Crescent, he popped a piece of mint gum in his mouth to freshen his breath for his potential new client. Approaching home, he saw a swanky Tesla on the street outside. Mr. Elkington's, he presumed, as he drove onto the driveway and parked as usual between the Fiat and his work van. He glanced at his watch. 7:25 p.m, a little later than he'd told Freya, but he was confident she would be charming the client. Deciding to leave his kit in the car for now, he strode up to the front door in a sunny mood, the champion coming home to a hero's welcome. Not that Jinx gave him any kind of a welcome at all. The cat stood just inside the front door, its back arched. As he leaned down to stroke it, it sprinted away as if fired from a torpedo tube. The lounge door to his left was open, and he presumed Freya was in there with Mr. Elkington. He checked his appearance in the coat stand mirror, straightening his Dyke Golf Club tie and brushing back a few stray strands of hair. Then, at the last minute, remembering his gum, hurried over to the kitchen and dropped it in the pedal bin. The television was on in there as normal, a sitcom playing. Freya kept it on all the time she was home, whether in the kitchen or not. He went back into the hallway, checked his tie again in the mirror and his posture, then, with a warm smile for his potential new client, he strode into the lounge and felt as though he'd stepped onto a frozen lake and the ice was cracking beneath him. Chapter 85. Tuesday, the 5th of November. Before his brain could process the surreal sight that greeted him, both of Harry Kipling's arms were seized and yanked sharply behind him. He stared, scared and bewildered, at three hooded strangers in the living room. Each wore a black balaclava, a black oversuit of the style worn by CSIs at crime scenes, and blue latex gloves. Two of them, man-mountains, stood either side of him. He felt his hands being bound behind him by something sharp that cut into his wrists, and instantly he was forced down onto a chair. Freya was on one sofa, grey gaffer tape over her mouth and securing her arms also behind her. He could see the terror in her eyes as she desperately tried to signal something to him, but he couldn't figure out what. Tom was on the opposite sofa, his arms similarly taped behind him. His right sweatshirt sleeve was rolled up to his shoulder, revealing his diabetes monitoring disc. On the coffee table, beside a large tray of caramel, chocolate and sugar-coated jam donuts, lay a dark blue pen. Tom's insulin pen. Beside it was Freya's phone in its distinctive red cover. Through the vortex of fear and confusion in his mind, Harry blurted, "Who the hell are you? What do you want?" A tall, lean man, eyes, nostrils and mouth visible through the slits in the balaclava, stood beside Tom. He spoke with a Southern American accent in a voice devoid of humour. "Welcome to our little party, Mr. Kipling. I'm real sorry if you're hungry after your golf game, but these are all for your boy, I'm afraid. He's a growing lad. We might need him to eat one or two to keep his sugar levels up." "Those things are toxic for Tom," Harry said in fury. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" "Oh, I know exactly what I'm doing, Mr. Kipling," he said. "You see, like your boy, I'm a diabetic too," he lied, and patted his own left arm. "I have the same Libra patch as him. Great technology, eh? Before the discovery of insulin in 1921, the life expectancy for a type 1 diabetic was 3 to 5 years. He picked the pen up off the table. "Of course, I'm sure you and Mrs. Kipling know that, right?" He made a show of removing the cap of the pen, exposing the needle, then twisted the dial with a series of clicks. Holding the pen up, he pressed the plunger and sent a small spray of the clear, sour-smelling liquid into the air. "Too much insulin can be just as fatal for a diabetic as too little," he smiled. "Guess you know that too, don't you?" "We don't need a fucking chemistry lesson," Harry said with impotent rage as he struggled to try to free his arms. He wanted desperately to protect his family and could do nothing at this moment. The American nodded his head slowly. "Oh, I think you do, Mr. Kipling. You see, I've already given your lad a very large dose of insulin, way more than he needs. To counterbalance it, he will need to eat, and keep eating something with very high sugar content. Donuts are perfect for that. But here's the deal, Mr. Kipling. Before I give Tom one of these lifesavers, I need something from you." Harry saw the look of despair Tom gave him. An instant later, the American laid down the pen and picked up the phone. He entered a code. Freya's, Harry presumed, tapped a yellow app that Harry instantly recognised, and held the top of the phone close to the circular Libra patch on Tom's arm. The phone emitted a brief warble sound. Then the American walked over to Freya and held it up in front of her eyes. "See the reading?" He then showed it to Harry. It read 5 in black letters on a green band. Above the number were the words "glucose normal." Beside them was a black arrow pointing downwards. That was ominous, Harry knew. When Tom had first been diagnosed as type 1 diabetic, he had made it his business to learn everything he could about the disease. And one key thing he knew was that the safe range of blood sugar levels was, on the UK calibration system, between 4 and 9. A reading of 5 was fine, but at the low end, and the arrow pointing down indicated Tom's sugar level was dropping. "I see the reading. What's your point, whoever the hell you are?"
My point, Mr. Kipling, is that 20 minutes before you arrived home, your son's reading was 10. It's come down pretty damn fast, wouldn't you say? Do the math.
Harry didn't need to. How much insulin had this bastard given Tom? He felt a chill spiral deep through him. He stared at the American belligerently.
Why are you doing this? You need something? What the hell do you need? What do you want?
He tried to stand up and was immediately pushed back down. Kilgore jabbed the insulin pen at the Fragonard copy on the wall.
I think you know exactly what I want, Mr. Kipling.
That, Harry said. You want that? Be my guest. Fucking take it. It's yours. Just leave me and my family alone, please. He was close to crying in desperation, fearful for his son. He looked at Freya, feeling utterly useless. His heart felt it was trying to twist out of his chest.
Here's the problem, Mr. Kipling,
Kilgore said quietly and calmly.
You need to understand, it's not that painting that we want. But thank you, kindly, for the offer, and we may well take that one too to avoid confusion. What we've come for is the original. My boss made you a very generous offer for it some while back, and you snubbed him. I'm afraid my boss doesn't like being snubbed.
£50,000, right? Harry said, now realising what this was about. He glanced desperately again at Freya, and then Tom. Freya was trying to say something, but all she could do with her masked mouth was make a murmuring sound.
Fine, I'll take it, Harry said. Do we have a deal? My boss doesn't negotiate, and he doesn't like rejection. I'm afraid we've gone way beyond that, Mr. Kipling.
Kilgore walked back over to Tom and again checked his blood sugar level on Freya's phone. He showed it to Harry. It was now reading 4. The background had changed to yellow. The wording read, glucose level going low. The arrow was still pointing downwards. Harry realised what he was saying. He'd been here less than 5 minutes. If the American was telling the truth, in just 25 minutes, Tom's level had dropped from 10 to 5. At that rate... Before Harry could reply, the American showed the reading to Freya, who gurgled a sound of desperation. Then Kilgore laid the phone down on the coffee table and opened his arms expansively.
There is, of course, a very simple solution to this problem. All you need to do is hand me the original Fragonard Summer, and we'll be done and out of here. Could I be any clearer?
Harry glanced at Freya again, who was nodding vigorously. Yes, 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 do it, her eyes were saying. He then looked at Tom, his beautiful son, who was already clearly not himself, distant, beads of perspiration on his forehead. He seemed to be shimmying with tiny tremors every few moments. He had to do something fast. To hell with the painting. It had cost him just 20 quid. Its value in a sale could change their lives, but that did not matter any longer, and it wasn't going to happen. Nothing mattered but his family. They'd been fine before they'd ever bought that damn painting. Happy enough. To hell with it.
You can have the damn painting, he said.
Ignoring him, the American picked up a caramel donut and held it out to Tom, but not quite close enough for him to take a bite from it. As if taunting him. Tom was looking increasingly pallid.
Wouldn't you like to eat this right now, boy?
He asked, his voice all warm and friendly.
Harry hated this man. If his hands were free, he would tear his face off.
Instead, all he could do was watch, a helpless onlooker. Tom, turning pale and shaking profusely now, nodded pleadingly.
Let's check those sugar levels again, shall we? Kilgore asked, all patronising now and putting the donut back down.
He picked up the phone again, worked the app, held it to Tom's arm, then showed the display to Freya and Harry.
3.
The wording on the yellow band continued to read, glucose level going low. The arrow was still pointing down. He squatted, then leaned across the coffee table until his masked face was just inches from Tom's. Tom, clammy with perspiration now and starting to look disoriented, barely reacted. Then Kilgore picked up the same donut and held it out to him once more.
I think you'd better have a bite. You said earlier you like caramel. Would you like a bite?
Tom was looking at him, bewildered, as if struggling to focus. His neck muscles seemed to be barely supporting his head. After a moment, he gave a lolling nod. Kilgore pushed the donut closer to Tom's mouth, and he craned forward,
chomping off a big piece which he chewed fiercely and desperately. As he did so, Kilgore put the rest of it back in the tray, once more out of the teenager's reach, and turned to Harry. "That bite will buy him a few extra minutes, Mr. Kipling. But you saw how fast his sugar level's dropping."
"How much insulin have you bloody given him?"
"Sufficient," he replied.
"Sufficient? What the hell does that mean?"
"Sufficient to get what I need from you, if you want to save his life." Harry heard a gurgle from Freya. "And sufficient to kill him, if I don't."
"I've told you, you can have the damn painting. What kind of sick game are you playing with our son's life?" Harry yelled.
"I'm not playing any game, Mr. Kipling. I'm telling it to you plain and simple. Your wife has told me you keep an emergency glucagon injector kit in your fridge. That will restore your son's sugar level.